Chapter 1, The Drunk School Beauty Walked into the Wrong Room. At a high school reunion half a year ago, Ye Qingning was so overwhelmed with joy and reluctance at the long-awaited reunion that he drank too much. After a few glasses of red wine, his cheeks flushed and his eyes were blurry. When the party ended, it was already late at night. She was slightly tipsy and staggering on her way back to her hotel room. She entered the wrong room and stumbled into Gu Cheng's room in a daze. Because they both drank too much at the class reunion, they made love all night. When Ye Qingning woke up the next day, he found himself naked in the same bed with Gu Cheng, and his lower body was aching. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The innocence he had guarded for more than 20 years was gone. Ye Qingning immediately picked up the pillow and smashed it. Gu Cheng was sleeping when he suddenly felt something hit his head and woke up immediately. When Gu Cheng opened his eyes, he saw the beautiful squad leader lying naked in the same bed with him, and she was throwing a pillow at him. He was stunned at the time. What happened? Am I still dreaming? Well, I must still be dreaming. At this moment, the pillow hit Gu Cheng's head. A burst of pain instantly woke Gu Cheng up. Damn, this is not a dream. Then Gu Cheng immediately shouted, "Hey, squad leader, stop smashing things, why are you in my room, and you were so naked in my room, what happened?" As he spoke, the fierce pillow attack still landed on Gu Cheng's head. Gu Cheng continued, "Ye Qingning, don't smash it yet, calm down first, and let's talk it over nicely." A few minutes later, Gu Cheng took a pillow to cover his important parts, and Ye Qingning was crying on the bed wrapped in a quilt. Looking at Ye Qingning, who was sitting on the bed crying, Gu Cheng said nervously, "Well, Qingning, I really don't know anything that happened last night. I was also drunk. What you saw at the class reunion was that I was the one who was forced to drink the most. By the way, Qingning, why are you in my room?" Ye Qingning looked up with tears in her eyes and looked at Gu Cheng with a face full of grievance. Ye Qingning thought for a while and was also confused. He said in a crying voice, "I don't know either. I only remember that I drank a few glasses of red wine at the class reunion yesterday. After the reunion, Zhu Yuran sent me downstairs to the hotel, and I let her go back. I took the elevator upstairs in a daze and swiped my card to enter the room." Then Gu Cheng asked Ye Qingning, "Qingning, what is your room number?" Following Gu Cheng's question, Ye Qingning said in confusion, "Room number." Seemingly still not very sober, Ye Qingning took the room card and took a look, and said, "The room number is 1806. Gu Cheng thought about it and felt something was wrong. Suddenly he remembered, "Isn't that the room next door? This room is 1808. Hearing this, Ye Qingning lowered her head and sobbed as she said, "I don't know either. How do I know that the room card of room 1806 can open the room of room 1808? Besides, I drank too much last night. Besides, you said you drank too much. How can you still drink too much?" As she spoke, Ye Qingning continued to cry. When Gu Cheng saw this, he felt a sense of emotion. Ye Qingning was the class monitor of Gu Cheng in high school. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, and had excellent grades. She was also one of the most beautiful girls in their high school. Gu Cheng said, "Qingning, this incident has already happened. I did drink too much last night and don't remember the specific circumstances. But since it has already happened, I, Gu Cheng, am not an irresponsible person. Qingning, I will be responsible for you. As long as you are willing, let's go get the marriage certificate now," Gu Cheng said to Ye Qingning affectionately. Ye Qingning slowly stopped crying after hearing what Gu Cheng said. She also thought about it and realized that she couldn't blame Gu Cheng entirely. She had walked into the wrong room. Although they had had sex last night, she had no memory of it at all. Only the pain in my lower body and a stain of red on the bedsheet confirmed the absurdity of last night. She thought about it, sighed deeply, and said to Gu Cheng, "Oh, forget it, I don't want you to be responsible, just pretend nothing happened, and you are not allowed to tell anyone. If you dare to tell anyone, I will never let you go even if I die." After Ye Qingning finished speaking, he glared at Gu Cheng fiercely, threatening him with his eyes. Hearing Ye Qingning say this, Gu Cheng said anxiously, "How can that be? I, Gu Cheng, am not the kind of man who is irresponsible. Since it has happened, I will definitely be responsible for you." Suddenly Ye Qingning shouted to Gu Cheng, "Are you done yet? I said no, and that means no. I treated it as if I was being fucked by a pig last night, and you should forget everything that happened last night from now on. Get out now, I need to take a shower and get dressed." At this time, Gu Cheng looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, "What is this, Qingning, let me put on my clothes. If I go out like this, the hotel security will call the police to arrest me." Ye Qingning said in a cold tone, "Then put it on quickly and leave." Gu Cheng quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Gu Cheng stood at the door of the room, thinking that he couldn't just leave like that. If he left like that, what kind of person would he become? At this moment, Gu Cheng's cell phone rang. Ding dong. Gu Cheng took out her cell phone and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning, are you leaving? Gu Cheng, not yet, still at the door of the room. Ye Qingning, please help me go to my room next door and get my suitcase. Gu Cheng, okay, give me your room card. Click, the door opened a crack and a sound was heard. Someone took the room card and brought all the things in my room over. Gu Cheng immediately stepped forward and said flatteringly, okay, squad leader, I'll go right away. Gu Cheng opened the next door, room 1806. There was only the quilt on the bed that showed any signs of someone having slept there. Nothing else had been moved. There was only a suitcase and a bag in the room. Gu Cheng took the suitcase and left the room. Gu Cheng came to the door of room 1808 and knocked. The door opened a crack. At this time, Ye Qingning was wrapped in the hotel's bathrobe. The bathrobe gently outlined her graceful figure, and the wide bathrobe could not conceal Ye Qingning's perfect figure at all. Suddenly, Ye Qingning's voice came, "Where's the luggage?" Just as Gu Cheng was fascinated by it, Ye Qingning's angry voice came. Gu Cheng handed over the suitcase and bag. Ye Qingning took the suitcase and bag and closed the door with a bang. Gu Cheng waited at the door for almost an hour. Finally, the door opened and Ye Qingning walked out, pulling the suitcase and carrying the bag. Ye Qingning walked up to Gu Cheng, stretched out her hand, and said coldly, "Give me my room card." Gu Cheng handed Ye Qingning's room card to her, and Ye Qingning also returned Gu Cheng's room card to Gu Cheng. Then, Ye Qingning turned around and walked towards the hotel elevator. Gu Cheng quickly followed him and entered the elevator. In the elevator, Gu Cheng hesitated again and again, and said to Ye Qingning, "Qingning, let's find a place to have a good talk." Ye Qingning, "No need. I told you, let us just pretend that nothing happened. And please call me by my full name." Ding, at this time, the elevator reached the first floor. Ye Qingning quickly walked to the hotel front desk to check out. The two checked out of the hotel and walked out. Ye Qingning walked in front and Gu Cheng followed behind. He talked to Ye Qingning but always ignored Gu Cheng. Seeing that Ye Qingning still ignored him, Gu Cheng stepped forward and pulled Ye Qingning's arm. "Qingning, I know you must hate me at this moment, but things have come to this, so just give me a chance. I will be responsible for you and treat you well." Ye Qingning turned around and said to Gu Cheng, "Gu Cheng, let's end this matter here. Although we are high school classmates, we have no emotional foundation. I don't want to make such a hasty decision for the rest of my life. Gu Cheng, let's all calm down and think about this carefully." Chapter 2 Congratulations on the twin pregnancy. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this half year, Ye Qingning never contacted him again, and Gu Cheng never replied to any of his messages. Half a year ago, Gu Cheng had just graduated from university when he received a call from his best friend. The friend said that his high school classmates were planning to get together and asked if Gu Cheng would like to come. Gu Cheng thought about it at the time and decided that he had just graduated and had not found a suitable job, so he decided to go and relax. In the past 6 months since the class reunion, Gu Cheng has looked for many jobs but none of them seemed suitable. After much thought, he asked his family for some money and added it to the money he earned from stock trading during college to open a coffee shop. Fortunately, the business is pretty good, and with his regular stock trading, Gu Cheng lives a leisurely life as a boss. On the other side, Ye Qingning's side. Ye Qingning, who had just graduated from Southwest University of Political Science and Law, went to work in a law firm in Shanghai after graduation. After the class reunion, Ye Qingning returned to Shanghai. Regarding that night, Ye Qingning thought, just treat it as a beautiful absurdity, the two will never see each other again, and just like that, Ye Qingning started to get down to work. The matter should have ended here, and the two of them started their own lives. However, 2 months after the class reunion, Ye Qingning's period still did not come. At first, Ye Qingning thought it was caused by working overtime and staying up late during this period, but when it still did not come after a month, Ye Qingning began to panic. I thought to myself, no way, he got it right in one try, Gu Cheng's shooting rate can't be that accurate. Thinking of this, Ye Qingning took advantage of the weekend to go to the obstetrics and gynecology department for an ultrasound. When the ultrasound was over, Ye Qingning took the ultrasound form and listened to the doctor say to her, "Congratulations, it's twins, pregnant women should pay more attention to rest." At that time, Ye Qingning was completely stunned when he heard what the doctor said. Then the doctor continued to ask, "Little girl, where is your husband? Why didn't he come with you?" Listening to the doctor's questions, Ye Qingning didn't know how to answer for a moment. I responded by saying, "My wife is busy at work, so I have to work overtime today." The doctor frowned and continued, "Young people nowadays, no matter how busy they are at work, they still have to accompany their wives for prenatal checkups." The doctor then advised, "You are 5 weeks pregnant and the fetus is normal. You should supplement your nutrition, pay more attention to rest, and avoid staying up late." Ye Qingning walked out of the hospital in a daze and returned home. For a moment, she didn't know whether to give birth to the baby or keep it. "I am not married yet. If my family knew that I was pregnant, the consequences would be unimaginable." In this way, Ye Qingning struggled for 2 months and finally decided to give birth to the child. Ye Qingning, while working, had to take care of herself because of her severe pregnancy reactions. As a result, she made many small mistakes at work and her leader had talks with her many times. She thought that it would not be a good idea to continue like this. She was more than 5 months pregnant, and because she was thin, others would think she was just fat. But her belly would get bigger and bigger and she would not be able to hide it. After much thought, Ye Qingning decided to go find Cheng. After all, Cheng was the child's father. Ye Qingning didn't want his child to be born without a father, and after the child was born, he wouldn't be able to work and take care of the child at the same time. Ye Qingning took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Cheng. "Which city are you in now? Where is your address?" Ding dong. At this moment, Cheng was taking a leisurely nap at home. If Ye Qingning could see this, she would definitely eat Cheng alive. "My mother was pregnant with his child, suffering torture and hardship, but he was sleeping so leisurely." Cheng heard his cell phone ringing, reached out to take the phone from the bedside table, opened it and took a look. When Cheng found out that it was Ye Qingning who sent him the message, he suddenly came to his senses. He looked at the message and asked, "What city are you in now? What is your address?" Cheng immediately replied to Ye Qingning, saying, "I am now in Hangzhou, living in room 2002, building 9, Tianyueking." After replying the message, Cheng just waited stupidly, but there was no reply. After getting Cheng's current address, Ye Qingning got up and went to her leader to ask for leave. She decided to take 3 days off and go to Hangzhou to find Cheng to see what his attitude towards the child was. Cheng sat on the bed, holding the phone tightly in his hand, staring at the screen, and didn't reply to the message for a long time. At this moment, he was no longer sleepy, and his heart was full of doubts and curiosity. He secretly speculated, "What does this woman Ye Qingning mean? Suddenly asking me where I am, does she want to come to see me? But if she really wants to come, she should at least reply to tell me when she will come." Cheng pondered for a long time, but still couldn't understand Ye Qingning's intention. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it anymore and simply got up and prepared to go to the store to take a look. Cheng drove to the store and found that it was already full of customers, including college students, white-collar workers, and people of various identities. They drank coffee and ate desserts, read books attentively, or talked quietly. The whole atmosphere seemed peaceful and comfortable. Cheng walked into the store, looked around, and found an empty seat by the window to sit down. He called the store manager and asked to check the recent business data and have a cup of coffee. The data for May soon appeared. The average daily turnover was 88,462 yuan, and the total turnover for the whole month was 2,742,322 yuan. After deducting various expenses, the net profit was 437,116.1 yuan. Cheng's coffee shop is located in the center of Hangzhou. The storefront is his own business, close to the beautiful West Lake, and surrounded by the bustling lakeside Yingtai shopping center. Such a superior geographical location undoubtedly brought him huge customer flow and business opportunities. At that time, the previous tenant's lease was about to end and he did not renew the lease. Cheng saw this opportunity and went back home to persuade his parents. He finally bought the store for 3.5 million yuan per year. This price was also due to the 30% discount given by his father, and the rent was paid in installments every month. After Cheng carefully read the business data of the coffee shop, he opened his laptop and checked the stock data. The market conditions in 2019 were quite good, and Cheng bought 44,000 shares of Winjitech Technology at a price of 18.56 yuan at the beginning of the year. It is now June 6. When the market opened in the morning, the stock price was 34.97 yuan, but it quickly fell to 31.7 yuan after the opening, and then gradually recovered. As of now, it has recovered to 33.15 yuan. Today's decline exceeded 5 percentage points, but because Cheng bought it at a low price, he did not panic. For this stock, he plans to hold it for a long time, so he just took a quick look and closed the stock software. Afterwards, Cheng began to enjoy the leisurely afternoon while leisurely drinking coffee and looking at the scenery of the West Lake. Chapter 3: The School Beauty Brings the Ball to the Door. After Cheng came back from the store in the afternoon, he lay down at home. After graduation, Cheng's parents bought him a 180 square meter duplex suite in Hangzhou, located on the top floor with a terrace. Cheng's academic performance was pretty good at the time, and he was successfully admitted to Zhejiang University in Hangzhou. After graduation, he chose to stay in Hangzhou to develop. Cheng's hometown is not far from Hangzhou, only an hour's drive away. Because of his good family conditions, his family was a demolition household, and his father had accumulated a lot of wealth in the past. Therefore, after graduation, Cheng did not have too many worries. He did not look for a job, but chose to start his own business and opened a coffee shop. On weekdays, he also likes to speculate in stocks, and his life is very comfortable and chic. At this moment, Cheng was lying on the sofa leisurely, watching a movie, eating snacks and fruits, enjoying life to the fullest. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, making a crisp sound, ding dong ding dong ding dong. Cheng got up and opened the door with some doubt, thinking that he didn't order any takeout. Could it be his good friend Fatty who came to hang out with him? But then he rejected the idea, because at this time, that guy usually works overtime at the company. So who could it be? Cheng walked quickly to the gate, and when he opened it, a fresh and refined beauty quietly came into his sight. She was like a lily blooming in the morning light, pure and elegant without any dust. She stood there quietly, as if isolated from the world, surrounded by a layer of faint light, which made people stop and stand in awe. Her face was pure and elegant, and her eyebrows revealed an indescribable indifference and tranquility, like a clear spring in the mountains, crystal clear, and like the brightest star in the night sky, shining with wisdom and gentleness. A simple yet elegant dress gently wraps her graceful figure, with soft colors, blending into the surrounding environment, showing her fresh and refined temperament. The breeze blows, and her sleeves flutter, as if even the air is filled with a faint fragrance, which makes people intoxicated. At this moment, time seems to freeze, all the hustle and bustle are isolated outside the door, leaving only this tranquility and beauty, which makes people yearn for it and reluctant to leave for a long time. She is like a quietly blooming lotus, elegant and refined, allowing people to inadvertently feel the purest and most beautiful existence in life. A figure stood quietly. This person was Ye Qingning, the woman that Cheng had been thinking about and could not forget for the past 6 months. At this moment, she stood there expressionlessly, staring at Cheng closely. "Qingning, why are you here?" Cheng showed a pleasant smile on his face. He didn't expect Ye Qingning to suddenly appear here. However, Ye Qingning did not respond to his joy, but snorted coldly, "Why, shouldn't I come? Did I disturb you and your girlfriend's intimacy?" Ye Qingning's words were full of displeasure and sarcasm, and her eyes flashed with anger. Cheng was a little overwhelmed by her words. He tried to explain, "It's not like that, Qingning, you misunderstood." She cursed Cheng in her heart. This bastard, she was pregnant with his child, she should work and suffer, while he lived a carefree and comfortable life. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had cursed him countless times in her heart. However, she still resisted her impulse and just looked at Cheng with a cold gaze. "Qingning, come in and sit at home." Cheng enthusiastically invited Ye Qingning to his home. Ye Qingning followed Cheng into the house, and what came into view was a large living room and a panoramic French window facing the river, as well as an 80-inch TV and a soft sofa. She couldn't help but think of her own little nest in Shanghai. When she compared the two, she couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in her heart, and couldn't help but muttered softly in her heart, "What a rich man." Ye Qingning walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Cheng asked, "Qingning, what would you like to drink?" "I'll get it for you." "A cup of warm water, thank you." Ye Qingning replied. Then, Cheng poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Ye Qingning. "Qingning, you're here. Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could pick you up?" Ye Qingning lowered her head and remained silent. The tangle in her heart made her unable to calm down. She didn't know whether she should tell Cheng about her pregnancy. If she did, would he think she had ulterior motives? Cheng looked at Ye Qingning's expression and guessed that she must have something to hide, so he said softly, "Qingning, just tell me whatever you want to say. We have known each other for many years and we know each other very well. We know each other inside and out, right?" Hearing Cheng's words, Ye Qingning felt annoyed, but still took out the ultrasound form from her bag and handed it to Cheng. Cheng took the form with doubt, and after checking it carefully, he was stunned. Ye Qingning was actually pregnant. He looked at the date and weeks of pregnancy on the ultrasound report, calculated in his mind, and was surprised to find that this child might be his. Ye Qingning looked at Gu Cheng holding the list and not saying anything for a long time. Thinking that he didn't want the child, she said, "Gu Cheng, I decided to have this child on my own. I came here today just to tell you this. You don't need to do anything. I will raise the child myself." Listening to Ye Qingning's words, Gu Cheng put down the ultrasound report, took out a cigarette from his pocket and wanted to light it, but when he remembered that Ye Qingning was pregnant, he put the cigarette down. Gu Cheng stared into Ye Qingning's eyes and said to her sincerely, "Qingning, I'm sorry that you have suffered. It's not that I don't want a child. On the contrary, I know you are pregnant, I have a child, and I am going to be a father. I am very happy and excited. Qingning, let us get married. You said before that we have no emotional foundation. Okay, I will pursue you from now on," Gu Cheng confessed to Ye Qingning affectionately. Then Gu Cheng continued, "Qingning, we have been in the same class from junior high school to high school. You should know me. Whether in junior high school or high school, I have never been in a relationship or had any scandals with anyone. From college to now, I have been clean. We have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. I will take good care of you and the child, make you the happiest woman, and let the child grow up healthy and happy. Qingning, give me a chance, let me take care of you, protect you, and cherish you." Ye Qingning, listening to Gu Cheng's confession, was wondering in her heart whether she should give Gu Cheng a chance. From childhood to adulthood, Ye Qingning had never been in a relationship. And the child's growth also requires the company and care of his father, but there has always been a hurdle in her heart that she can't get over. She doesn't want to, because Gu Cheng was with her because of that night and because the child was with her. Chapter 4. I give you 5 months. Ye Qingning said, "Gu Cheng doesn't want you to make such a decision because of the child. If it is because of the child, then you don't have to do this." Hearing Ye Qingning say this, Gu Cheng quickly said, No, Qingning, listen to me, it's not because of the child, I really like you, in fact, you don't know, from the first time I saw you in junior high school, I was deeply attracted to you. At that time, I didn't dare to express my thoughts to you. I had just entered junior high school and my grades were only average, but you were in the top 5 in the grade. I was afraid that I would not be able to catch your eye. At that time, I made up my mind to keep up with your footsteps and studied hard. In high school, when I went to the classroom, saw you, and knew that I was still in the same class with you, you didn't know how happy I was. I still remember that there was a period of time when I was in the first year of high school. There was breakfast in your drawer every morning. That was where I put it. Every day I would get up an hour earlier, buy your favorite breakfast, and secretly put it in your drawer. Later I found out that you didn't eat it and gave it to others. I thought you didn't like it, so I didn't buy anymore. Ye Qingning was thinking at this moment, "Fool, I ate breakfast before coming here, so stupid." Later, when we took the college entrance examination, you were admitted to Southwest University of Political Science and Law, and I was admitted to Zhejiang University, and we were separated by distance. When I was a freshman in college, I often asked your good classmates about you. Later, when I heard that you were in love, I became disheartened. For a while, I blamed myself for not being brave enough and missing out on you. Ye Qingning was also surprised when he heard this. "Ah, I'm in love? How come I didn't know?" Ye Qingning was also confused. It was slander. After graduating from college, Fatty called and said that my high school classmates were going to have a reunion. I thought at the time that I might as well go for some fun and see how you were doing. I never expected that such an accident would happen. Qingning, I really like you, I like you as a person, Ye Qingning, I like you, I have liked you for 10 years. At this moment, the barrier in Ye Qingning's heart completely disappeared. It was hard for her to imagine that Gu Cheng had liked her for 10 years and she had no idea about it. That's right. She didn't pay much attention to this guy in junior high and high school. She only knew that he had good grades and was good at sports. Well, he seemed to be good at playing basketball. By the way, this guy, people often wrote him love letters in high school. He is so attractive. I need to teach him a lesson in the future. Ye Qingning thought about it and decided that he couldn't agree to this guy so easily. If he agreed too easily, this guy wouldn't know how to cherish her in the future. After a little thought, Ye Qingning said, "Gu Cheng, I will give you 5 months, that is, until the baby is born. If your performance after the baby is born still cannot satisfy me, then I will take care of the baby alone in the future. Of course, you can come and visit anytime, and you can decide on the child support yourself, what do you think?" Gu Cheng thought about it and agreed first. As long as she stayed by his side, he would pamper her and coax her every day, and he would treat her well with all his heart, and he would always make her fall in love with him. Then, he agreed, okay, Qingning, I will do as you say, and you can see how I perform from now on. Having said that, Gu Cheng stood up and ran towards the room. Ye Qingning didn't know where this guy was going. After a while, Ye Qingning saw Gu Cheng holding a computer and a file bag, and walked over and sat next to Ye Qingning. Gu Cheng handed the bag to Ye Qingning and said gently, Qingning, this is all my property, the real estate certificate, the car green book, the bank card. I currently have a house under my name, which is the one we live in now, an Audi A4 in the underground garage. I also own a coffee shop, and there are stocks worth about 1.6 million in the stock account. Because I just opened the store, I don't have much cash, only about 500,000. Ye Qingning stared in amazement as this guy reported everything to him, and couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. Qingning, these are all I have at the moment. Tomorrow we will add your name to the house and transfer the car to your name as well. What do you say? Gu Cheng looked at her sincerely, and Ye Qingning also held her forehead with her hand. This guy wanted to give her all his property before she even agreed to him. Ye Qingning said angrily and amusedly, okay, let us not talk about this for now. We'll talk about this later. Let us discuss the current issue first. Gu Cheng quickly responded, okay, Qingning, you go and I'm listening. First, there's the issue of the child. My parents don't know yet that I'm pregnant. Secondly, there's the issue of the child's birth certificate. After hearing the birth certificate, Gu Cheng asked Ye Qingning, Qingning, where do you live now and where do you work? Ye Qingning responded, I live in Shanghai and work in a law firm in Shanghai, what's wrong? Hearing this, Gu Cheng said, Qingning, you see, you are pregnant now, more than 5 months, it is not convenient for you to go to work, how about this? You quit your job in Shanghai first, and come to Hangzhou so that I can take care of you, and when you have the baby and recover, you can go out to work or take care of the baby at home. I will listen to you and do it according to your own ideas. What do you think? Ye Qingning thought about it and realized that it was indeed inconvenient for her to work now that she was pregnant. When she was even further along in her pregnancy, even her life might become inconvenient. After thinking for a while, he replied, okay, I will go back to Shanghai tomorrow, quit my job and move here, but we have to sleep in separate rooms, and you are not allowed to do anything bad to me. Ye Qingning stared at Gu Cheng with a bad look in his eyes. Hearing this, Gu Cheng smiled and replied, of course, no problem, I'll listen to you, don't worry. By the way, I will drive with you to Shanghai tomorrow. You are pregnant, and I am worried about you going alone. It just so happens that I can also help you move. Then there is your parents' side. This is what I am thinking. After I move in tomorrow, I will tell my parents and discuss it with them. After all, we cannot keep this matter a secret forever, don't you think? Then, I will discuss it with my parents and ask them to make preparations. Then we will go back together and propose directly to your house. When the time comes, I will go and apologize to my father-in-law and mother-in-law, and discuss with them whether we can get the marriage certificate first, and then hold the wedding banquet after the baby is born and you have recovered. As he was talking, Ye Qingning suddenly felt something was wrong. Hadn't he promised this guy yet? How come we are already discussing marriage and holding a wedding? This is not right. Ye Qingning suddenly reacted and said, Gu Cheng, I only promised to give you a chance, why are you starting to plan to get married? Ha ha ha, Qingning, don't you have to get a marriage certificate before you can get a birth certificate for your child? Really? Ye Qingning asked suspiciously. Yes, that is it. Otherwise, the child won't be able to be registered when he is born. Oh, okay. Ye Qingning, this is a typical example of pregnancy making people stupid for 3 years. I was actually fooled by Gu Cheng and believed it. Just at this moment, a gurgling sound came from Ye Qingning's stomach. After hearing the voice, Gu Cheng turned to look at Ye Qingning and asked with a smile, Qingning, you haven't eaten yet? Ye Qingning blushed, lowered her head and answered in a low voice, no, I came here directly after getting off the high-speed train. When Gu Cheng heard this, he quickly stood up and said to Ye Qingning, then you sit here for a while, or walk around the house to familiarize yourself with the environment. I will go make you something to eat now. Ye Qingning nodded and said gently, okay. Then, Gu Cheng quickly walked to the kitchen and started to get busy. Chapter 5, Little Brother and Little Sister. As Gu Cheng went to the kitchen to cook, Ye Qingning also started wandering around the house. Ye Qingning looked around. There was a living room and 3 rooms on this floor. Each room had an independent bathroom. The kitchen was also on this floor. Afterwards, Ye Qingning went to the second floor, where there was a study, an entertainment room, a small kitchen, and a terrace of about 70 to 80 square meters. On the terrace, Cheng had built a small garden with lounge chairs, tables, barbecue grills, etc. Ye Qingning thought to himself, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself, baby. In the future, we must cure your father's bad habit of enjoying himself like a landlord. Ye Qingning looked at the scenery by the river on the terrace for a while, then went to the lounge chair and lay down. To be honest, it was really comfortable. Unconsciously, Ye Qingning slowly fell asleep. The summer breeze blew slowly, bringing a hint of coolness, and stars dotted the night sky of the city. Qingning, wake up and have dinner. Following Gu Cheng's gentle call, Ye Qingning slowly woke up, opened her eyes and saw Gu Cheng looking at her tenderly. Qingning, the meal is ready, let us go downstairs and eat. Gu Cheng stretched out his hand and slowly helped Ye Qingning up. At this time, Ye Qingning's face was slightly red. She was so comfortable lying down just now. She was also very tired after a whole day and fell asleep unknowingly. Ye Qingning followed Gu Cheng to the restaurant downstairs. At this time, there were 3 dishes and a soup on the table. Mushroom pork slices, steamed sea bass, tomato beef brisket, and a bowl of pork rib soup. These ordinary 3 dishes and 1 soup were made by Gu Cheng to look, smell and taste good, making people very appetizing. Gu Cheng gently pulled out a chair and asked Ye Qingning to sit down. He served a bowl of rice to Ye Qingning and sat down beside him. Qingning, you must be hungry, come eat. I don't know what dishes you like, so I looked up what pregnant women can eat online and made some. I will study the recipe carefully in the evening and make different dishes for you every day. Ye Qingning, looking at the dishes and rice in front of him, couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. She lives alone in Shanghai. She had just graduated and started working. She was busy with work and her salary was not high. After paying the rent, utilities, she didn't have much money left, so she was afraid to order takeout after get off work every day. Therefore, she was so thin that every time she went for a prenatal checkup, the doctor told her to supplement her nutrition. However, with such a low salary, she didn't dare tell her family, so how could she eat well? The hot dishes and meals at this moment reminded Ye Qingning of herself in Shanghai, and she immediately cried out of grievance. When Gu Cheng saw Ye Qingning crying, he thought he had done something wrong to make Ye Qingning unhappy. He immediately became flustered and took a tissue to wipe Ye Qingning's tears and coaxed her softly. Okay, Qingning, don't cry. If I didn't do anything right, tell me and I'll change it. If the food doesn't suit your taste, I'll make it again right away, okay? Be good, wipe your tears and stop crying. At this moment, Ye Qingning snuggled in Gu Cheng's arms, crying loudly to vent the grievances and sadness of the past few months. Gu Cheng gently stroked Ye Qingning's back. It took a while for Ye Qingning to stop crying, but she was still sobbing softly, which made Gu Cheng feel very distressed. Qingning, it's all right. Don't feel wronged. Come and wipe your tears and snot, you've turned into a little cat snot. Listening to Gu Cheng's words, Ye Qingning burst out laughing at Gu Cheng's teasing. Hearing Gu Cheng say this to himself, Ye Qingning immediately counterattacked, you are the slug. Ye Qingning snorted lightly, rolled his eyes at Gu Cheng, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started eating in small bites. She was really hungry. Pregnant women need nutrition, but she didn't get enough nutrition in the past few months, and her belly was not even very obvious. Why are you looking at me like an idiot? Hurry up and eat. Ye Qingning found Gu Chengzhen looking at him stupidly. Gu Cheng said cheerfully, Qingning, you are so beautiful, hey. Ye Qingning looked at Gu Cheng as if he was an idiot. Without looking at the idiot, Ye Qingning focused on eating. For this meal, Ye Qingning ate 3 bowls of rice and most of the dishes also went into her stomach. At this moment, Ye Qingning was leaning on the sofa, stroking his stomach, thinking to himself that this guy actually cooked quite well. Well, then let us give him a small point. Gu Cheng washed the dishes in the kitchen, cut a plate of fruit, brought it out and placed it in front of Ye Qingning. There were strawberries, blueberries, kiwis, etc. Qingning, eat some fruit. Pregnant women should eat more fruit to supplement vitamins. Ye Qingning rolled his eyes and said, Gu Cheng, you are feeding the pigs. They just ate so much, how can I eat more? Gu Cheng thought about it and felt that it was true, so he said, then I'll go down with you and take a walk to help digest the food. It's not good to lie still after a meal. Okay, Ye Qingning got up and walked out of the house with Gu Cheng, and took the elevator downstairs. In the elevator, Gu Cheng and his friends ran into Aunt Zhang from next door, who was taking a little girl downstairs to play. Aunt Zhang saw Gu Cheng with a girl and asked, Xiao Gu, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Aunt Zhang asked with a smile. Gu Cheng responded with a smile, Aunt Zhang, good evening. This is my wife. She just finished dinner and came downstairs for a walk to help digest the food. You are here to bring your granddaughter downstairs. At this moment, the little girl walked up to Ye Qingning and said, Auntie, are you pregnant? Can I touch your belly? Aunt Zhang quickly pulled the little girl over and said apologetically, Xiaogu, I'm sorry, children are ignorant and talk nonsense. At this time Ye Qingning said, Little boy, you are right, there is a baby in my belly, you can touch it gently. Aunt Zhang looked at her granddaughter in surprise and asked, How do you know that Auntie is pregnant? The little girl, with an innocent look on her face, said, I feel it. Ye Qingning was wearing loose clothes and had a thin figure, so it was hard to tell that she was pregnant. The little girl walked closer and gently touched Ye Qingning's belly through her skirt. Gu Cheng asked, Little boy, guess who is in your aunt's belly, a little brother or a little sister? The little girl gently put her ear to Ye Qingning's belly and replied, There are both little brothers and little sisters. Gu Cheng looked up at Ye Qingning, and Ye Qingning said, The doctor said it's twins, but I don't know the gender yet. At this time, the elevator just reached the first floor. Everyone walked out of the elevator. The little girl asked sincerely, Auntie, the baby is born. Can I come and play with the baby? Ye Qingning gently touched the little girl's head and replied, Sure, you are welcome to come and play then. Thank you, Auntie, and then the little girl followed her grandmother. Gu Cheng brought Ye Qingning to the riverside, and they walked leisurely. At this time, Gu Cheng's hand reached out to hold Ye Qingning's small hand dishonestly. Ye Qingning struggled slightly, and then let him hold it. Qingning, what you said about the little girl just now, is it true? You are not really pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl, are you? Ye Qingning rolled her eyes at Gu Cheng and said, How should I know? We can't reveal gender in the hospital. Gu Cheng smiled foolishly and said, Qingning, I will ask the doctor during the next prenatal checkup. It's up to you, Ye Qingning responded softly. Chapter 6 Mom, I want to propose marriage. Gu Cheng took Ye Qingning for a walk along the riverside for an hour, and then they returned home. At this time, Ye Qingning was sitting on the sofa eating fruit and watching TV. Gu Cheng was talking on the phone on the balcony, Mom, have you eaten? Gu's mother replied, I had dinner early. You haven't called me much all year. You called me suddenly today. Is there something wrong? Gu Cheng's mother asked suspiciously on the phone. Gu Cheng didn't feel guilty when he heard his mother asking him this. He covered up his guilt with laughter and said, Ha ha ha, it's nothing, I just missed you and called you. When Gu's mother heard her son say this, she was about to hang up the phone and said perfunctorily, It's nothing, I'll hang up then. I have to watch TV and don't have time to chat with you. When you have free time, go out for a walk more and find me a daughter-in-law. Don't lie at home like a salted fish all day long. Okay, it's okay, I'm hanging up now. Hearing that his mother was about to hang up, Gu Cheng became anxious and said immediately, Mom, don't hang up. I have something to say. If you have something to say, just say it. I think I have made it clear. I don't want any money. Gu's mother said casually on the other side of the phone. Gu Cheng was speechless. Her mother was good in every way except that she was very tight-lipped about money. After thinking for a while, he slowly spoke, Well, Mom, I have found a daughter-in-law for you, and I called because I want to discuss it with you and my dad. It will be after a while. Come with me to propose a marriage, he, Gu Cheng smiled ingratiatingly. Hearing her son say this, Gu's mother on the other end of the phone was shocked and said hurriedly, What, proposing marriage, so soon, which girl, I haven't even met her yet. Gu Cheng continued, Well, Mom, you have seen it, many times, he. Gu's mother asked in confusion, Have you seen her? And many times, who is it? How come I don't know? From childhood to adulthood, I have never seen you bring that girl to see me. Gu Cheng continued while the iron was hot, That's right, that class monitor in my junior high and high school, you have an impression of him, right? Mother Gu fell asleep slowly for a while, and said, Your class monitor in junior high and high school? That girl was so beautiful, and she was admitted to Southwest University of Political Science and Law. How could such an excellent girl like you? Son, you are still dreaming. Hearing his mother say this, Gu Cheng was anxious and complained in his heart, What does it mean to be dreaming? The person is at home now. Helpless Gu Cheng continued, Really, Mom, she is at my home in Hangzhou now. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother continued to ask, When did you two get together? How long have you been together? Gu Cheng thought for a moment and said, Well, it should be half a year ago. Well, half a year. Hearing her son say this, Gu's mother felt relieved and said, "Well, that's fine, the girl is very good, she is a local and I have known her since she was a child." "Okay, I know about this, I will discuss it with your father later, and when I am free in the next 2 days, I will also meet her parents." Hearing this, Gu Cheng continued, "Mom, I will bring Ye Qingning back in a couple of days. I plan to propose marriage directly then. Please help me prepare." When Mother Gu heard what her son said, she comforted him, "Son, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You have to see if the other person's parents like you. It's too hasty to propose marriage right away and it will scare the other person's parents. Mom, you have to be anxious." Gu's mother asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Did you get the girl pregnant?" Hearing his mother's words, Gu Cheng said with a smile, "Well, they are bigger, twins. More than 5 months old." Mother Gu on the other end of the phone spat out a mouthful of water without swallowing it. "What the hell? 5 months, twins, why are you telling me only now? How can you young people be so careless?" Gu Cheng explained helplessly, "Mom, there are a lot of things in between that I can't explain in a few words over the phone now. I will tell you in detail when I come back in a few days." Mother Gu said anxiously, "Don't wait a few days, I will change my clothes now and call your father to come back, and we will come over right now." When Gu Cheng heard that his parents were about to come, he quickly said, "No, Mom, it's so late now, don't come over. It's about this. Talk to my dad and help me prepare." Mother Gu thought about it and realized that it was indeed getting late and it was not safe to drive at night, so she said, "Okay, I know, I will call your father back to discuss this matter now. You take good care of my daughter-in-law. If there is any problem, I will ask your father to punish you according to the family rules." Gu Cheng quickly assured, "Okay, thanks, Mom." Then, Gu's mother said, "I'll hang up first, go away." Gu Cheng quickly said, "Mom, good night, bye." Gu Cheng hung up the phone, walked back to the living room, and sat down next to Ye Qingning. Seeing that Gu Cheng had made the call, Ye Qingning asked, "How is it, what did your parents say?" Ye Qingning asked softly. Gu Cheng first laughed, hee, and then said, "When my mother heard that her daughter-in-law was you, she was too happy. When I told her that you were pregnant with twins who were 5 months old, she couldn't wait to come over. Qingning, when are you going to tell your parents about us?" Ye Qingning frowned and said, "I'll send a WeChat message to my mother later, telling her that I'm going to bring my boyfriend back home in a few days. Don't say anything else for now. I'll tell my parents when I get home." Gu Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Well, it's such a big deal, let's talk about it face to face." Ye Qingning stood up and asked, "Which room should I stay in tonight?" Gu Cheng quickly said, "You sleep in the master bedroom, and I will sleep in the guest room. I have already changed the sheets and quilt covers in the master bedroom, hee. Ye Qingning was not polite. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go back to my room and sleep first," and then he walked towards the room. Gu Cheng, looking at Ye Qingning's back, felt secretly happy in his heart, and stood up and went to the guest room to rest. Ye Qingning came to the room and took a look around. It was rumored that boys' rooms were usually messy, but after looking at Gu Cheng's room, it was relatively clean and there was no smell of stinky socks. Ye Qingning opened her backpack, took out a change of underwear and pajamas, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The warm water flowed over her body, sweeping away her fatigue. She looked down at her slightly bulging belly, touched it, and said softly, "Baby, judging from his performance today, your father is pretty good. Let's see if he can keep up his performance in the future." Gu Cheng took a quick shower and lay down on the bed. He was thinking about what to do next. He doesn't have any financial difficulties and is considered to be relatively well off. Both his coffee shop and stocks are currently generating good returns. Well, let us not think too much about it for now. Let us take Qingning to Shanghai tomorrow to resign and move. After Gu Cheng finished washing, he changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed. Gu Cheng tossed and turned on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. Everything that happened today was really too dreamy. The girl he had secretly loved for more than 10 years found him today and was pregnant with his child. All of this seemed so unreal. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Gu Cheng, are you asleep?" Ye Qingning's voice was heard outside the door. Gu Cheng got up and opened the door. He saw Ye Qingning standing at the door with wet hair. At this time, Ye Qingning stood quietly at the door of the room, wearing the loose pajamas. The texture of the pajamas seemed casual, but in fact it cleverly outlined her graceful figure, like the most inadvertent cloud in the night sky, gently wrapping the rare gentleness and charm in the world. The looseness of the pajamas did not completely conceal her curvy figure, but rather added a bit of alluring reverie because of the vague concealment. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her slight movements, revealing a kind of casual elegance and laziness, like a flower that just bloomed in the morning light, both implicit and showing the vitality of life. Her hair was still wet and loose, with water droplets sliding slowly down the ends of her hair, sparkling with crystal light, like a pouring galaxy, adding a bit of agility and freshness to the night. Ye Qingning asked softly, "Gu Cheng, where is the hairdryer?" "I can't find it." Gu Cheng quickly came back to his senses and said, "Ah, a hairdryer, oh, I'll get it for you." Chapter 7, Mother Gu is coming. Gu Cheng went to the master bedroom and took Ye Qingning to tell her where the hairdryer and some other daily necessities were. Gu Cheng looked at Ye Qingning's wet hair and said to her, "Qingning, sit down and let me help you blow your hair." Ye Qingning was a little hesitant. From childhood to adulthood, no other boy had ever helped her blow dry her hair except when she went to the barber shop. While Ye Qingning was still hesitating, Gu Cheng pulled Ye Qingning to the bathroom, did not give her the chance to hesitate any longer, plugged in the hairdryer and started to blow Ye Qingning's hair. And he said softly, "Qingning, although it is summer, girls should still dry their hair quickly. Wet hair can easily cause headaches. Ye Qingning has very good hair quality. Her hair is smooth and waist-length, black and shiny, and each strand exudes a healthy and energetic luster. The hair flows smoothly and softly, like delicate silk gently brushing against the skin, which is both gentle and full of temptation. What is even more eye-catching is that her hair is lingering with a fresh and elegant shampoo scent, which is unobtrusive but extremely charming, like flower petals kissed by dewdrops on an early spring morning, or like the purity and coolness of a mountain spring brushing across the stone surface. It makes people want to get closer and take a deep breath, as if it can wash away the dust in their hearts and bring a good mood for the whole day." Gu Cheng carefully helped Ye Qingning blow dry and comb her hair bit by bit. During the process, the two of them tacitly did not speak. At this moment, Ye Qingning looked at Gu Cheng, who was so attentive, and gently helped her blow dry and comb her hair. Her heart beat faster and she felt warm in her heart. About 10 minutes later, Gu Cheng dried and combed Ye Qingning's hair. He put away the hairdryer and looked at Ye Qingning, who was still standing there blankly. Gu Cheng went over and took Ye Qingning's hand and walked to the bedside. Said softly, "Qingning, lie down." Hearing the voice, Ye Qingning obediently lay down on the bed. At this time, Gu Cheng knelt on one knee on the edge of the bed and slowly bent down and moved closer. This action made Ye Qingning blush and close her eyes, and she said, "Gu Cheng, I can't do it if you don't want me." When Gu Cheng heard Ye Qingning say this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the position of the two people at the moment and couldn't help but laugh. This girl Ye Qingning probably misunderstood. Gu Cheng continued with what he was doing, pulled the quilt over Ye Qingning and tucked it in. After doing all this, Gu Cheng stood up and stood beside the bed. Ye Qingning had her eyes closed but did not move. When she felt the weight of Gu Cheng pressing down on her, she opened her eyes. She saw Gu Cheng standing beside the bed, staring at her with a wicked smile. "Qingning, what did you just say?" "You can't say it anymore," Gu Cheng asked jokingly with a wicked smile. At this time, Ye Qingning's face flushed red. He lifted the quilt to cover his head and said quickly, "No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I'm going to sleep." Gu Cheng laughed but also turned off the lights for Ye Qingning and left the room. After Gu Cheng left the room, Ye Qingning quietly poked his head out of the quilt and saw that the room was dark and there was no sign of Gu Cheng. Ye Qingning's mind was full of Gu Cheng's shadow at this time. She thought about when she arrived at Gu Cheng's house today. Gu Cheng cooked for her, blew her hair, and confessed his feelings to her. Ye Qingning couldn't help feeling sweet in her heart, and slowly fell asleep. In her dream, she dreamed of Gu Cheng. She and Gu Cheng got married, and she and Gu Cheng took their children for a walk. Gu Cheng returned to his room and lay down in bed, ready to go to sleep. In the evening, he cooked, washed dishes, took a walk, and helped his beloved girl blow dry her hair. With all these sweet moments, Gu Cheng gradually fell asleep. The next day, Gu Cheng woke up at around 6 in the morning and immediately got up to wash and brush his teeth. He wanted to get up early and prepare breakfast. Gu Cheng quickly finished washing up, went to the kitchen to cook porridge, and then went out to buy some buns, soy milk, etc. When Gu Cheng arrived at the elevator, he happened to meet Aunt Zhang, who was going downstairs to buy groceries. It was surprising that little Gu was going out so early. Hearing the voice, Gu Cheng greeted with a smile, Aunt Zhang, good morning. I just went out to buy some breakfast. Where are you going so early?" Aunt Zhang also responded cheerfully, I go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. The vegetables are fresh in the morning. If I go to buy them in the afternoon, many vegetables are not so fresh. I have to buy vegetables early. Gu Cheng usually buys groceries at home in the afternoon on his way home from the supermarket. He has lived here for more than half a year and has never been to the vegetable market here. Then he asked, Aunt Zhang, you are right. By the way, where is the vegetable market in the community? Is it far from our community? Hearing Gu Cheng's question, it's not far, not far. Go out of the gate and turn left. Turn right at the first intersection and go straight. It's more than 300 meters and you'll be there. It's south, very close. Hearing this, Gu Cheng responded, okay, I'll go around when I have time. I'm leaving first to buy breakfast. Bye, Auntie. Aunt Zhang, looking at Gu Cheng's back, thought about how good this young man was, getting up early to buy breakfast for his wife. Then she thought about her own son, who went to get off work every day and lay down as soon as he got home. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Gu Cheng went to a bun shop outside the community and bought 4 meat buns, 4 vegetable buns, 2 cups of soy milk, and 3 fried dough sticks. He wondered whether he should go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, but then he thought, he has to go to Shanghai today and he doesn't know when he will be back, so he should go out in the morning to buy them next time. Gu Cheng, after buying breakfast, was on his way home and found that Ye Qingning had not woken up yet. He did not plan to call her. Since she was a pregnant woman, he let her sleep a little longer. Gu Cheng came to the kitchen and saw that the porridge he had cooked before leaving was ready and in the keep warm mode. He opened the lid of the rice cooker and left it slightly open to cool so that it wouldn't be too hot to eat later. Just then, Gu Cheng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw the screen showing that it was his mother calling, so he picked up the phone. Hello, Mom, good morning. Mother Gu's voice came from the phone. Bastard, are you awake? You sound quite awake. Why are you awake so early today? Gu Cheng also said with a smile, Ha, Mom, I'm already up and breakfast is ready. Gu's mother said doubtfully, Really? You have become so diligent? By the way, has Qingning gotten up? When Gu Cheng heard his mother asking about Ye Qingning, he quickly said, Not yet, it's still early, I asked her to sleep a little longer, and I haven't called her yet. Gu's mother on the other end of the phone also agreed with her son's idea and said, Well, pregnant women need to sleep more. Gu Cheng continued, Mom, why are you calling me so early? What's the matter? Hearing Gu Cheng asking her, Gu's mother said, Your father and I will go to your place today and bring you some dishes, as well as a few old hens and ducks for Qingning to make soup. Gu Cheng was shocked and said, You and Dad are coming over today, but Qingning and I are going to Shanghai to do some business today. When Gu's mother heard what Gu Cheng said, she said indifferently, Go on your own way. Let me know in advance when you come back. I will prepare dinner for you so you can have something hot to eat when you come back. Hearing this, Gu Cheng had no choice but to agree, and then said, Okay, when are you going to leave? Mother Gu thought for a while, calculated the time and said, Your father and I will leave at around 9 o'clock, and should arrive at your place at 10 o'clock. You guys just go and do your own things. I have the key, so you don't have to worry about us. Gu Cheng responded, Okay, then I understand. Qingning and I will have breakfast and then go to Shanghai. Then, Mother Gu continued to ask me to take good care of my daughter-in-law. Did you hear me? Gu Cheng quickly agreed and said, Mom, don't worry. I'm hanging up now. Bye, Mom. Who are you talking to on the phone? At this time, Ye Qingning walked out of the room. Gu Cheng saw Ye Qingning coming out and said softly, Qingning, you're awake. I called my mom and she and my dad are coming over today. Why don't you sleep a little longer? When Ye Qingning heard that Gu Cheng's parents were coming, he was also surprised. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous and exclaimed, Your parents are coming over today. I'm not ready yet. Ye Qingning, with a panicked and helpless look on his face, rubbed his hair which he had not combed yet since he woke up in the morning. Gu Cheng walked over and comforted her softly, Don't be afraid, my mother is very easy to talk to. I'm with you. I'll take care of everything. Just don't worry. Chapter 8 Qingning, There Are Flies. Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning, after breakfast. The early morning glow gently fell on the winding highway, giving the black car driven by Gu Cheng a warm outline. Inside the car, soft music flowed slowly, interweaving with the occasional scenery passing by the window to form a warm picture. Gu Cheng's eyes were focused and gentle, and he turned his head from time to time to look at Ye Qingning beside him. Her eyes flashed with expectations for the future and a little bit of unnoticeable uneasiness. Ye Qingning gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, where their common hope was nurtured a pair of twins who were about to be born. In the past 5 months, from the initial surprise to the major turning point in life, every step was firm and difficult. Today, she decided to quit her job at a law firm in Shanghai and move to Gu Cheng's home in Hangzhou with a vision for the future, opening a new chapter in her life. The two of them boarded the highway to Shanghai. Hangzhou is not far from Shanghai, about 2.5 hours away. It was around 8 o'clock in the morning, and the two of them expected to arrive in Shanghai around 10:30. In the car, Ye Qingning silently looked at the scenery outside the car window, her eyes revealing a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. Although she had made a decision, she still couldn't completely eliminate the uneasiness in her heart about the unknown future. Gu Cheng, sitting in the driver's seat, stared intently at the road ahead, his hands firmly controlling the steering wheel. At the same time, his right hand gently held Ye Qingning's left hand, and said softly, "Qingning, don't worry, I will treat you and the baby well." Ye Qingning recalled Gu Cheng's performance last night, and her uneasiness eased a little. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "Gu Cheng, I hope you can do what you said and treat us well. But if you want freedom in the future, please don't hurt us, just tell me honestly. I won't pester you, nor will I be a burden to you. I will leave quietly with my daughter and disappear from your life." Hearing this, Gu Cheng sighed softly, his tone full of helplessness. "Alas, you still don't trust me completely. Qingning, I promise you that I will never leave you and the child. From now on, you are everything to me. I will do my best to protect and take care of you, and will never let you suffer any grievances. Qingning, please believe me." "Well, Gu Cheng, don't let me and the child down." As the car continued to move forward, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning arrived near the lawyer's office where Ye Qingning worked in Shanghai. Gu Cheng looked at the time and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, so he said, "Qingning, you didn't eat much in the morning. Let's go eat something first, and then go to the lawyer to go through the resignation procedures." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Gu Cheng found a restaurant at home, parked the car, and walked towards the restaurant with Ye Qingning. "Welcome." When they arrived at the restaurant entrance, the waiter opened the door considerately and warmly welcomed Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning into the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, they sat down. The waiter brought the menu, handed it to them, and said enthusiastically, "Let's see what to eat, both of you." Gu Cheng pushed the menu in front of Ye Qingning and said gently, "Qingning, look, what do you want to eat?" Ye Qingning picked up the menu, took a look, and found that the dishes in this restaurant were very expensive. He frowned, ordered 2 vegetables, and put down the menu. When Gu Cheng heard that Ye Qingning ordered all vegetables, he said to Ye Qingning, "Qingning, you are pregnant, how can you only eat vegetables? Try ordering some meat." Ye Qingning said softly, "Enough is enough. I don't have much appetite." Hearing Ye Qingning say this, Gu Cheng picked up the menu, glanced at it briefly, and ordered 3 meat dishes and a soup. That was all the waiter asked. The waiter wrote down the orders, took the menu and left. Looking at the waiter walking away, Ye Qingning whispered to Gu Cheng, "Gu Cheng, why did you order so much? We can't finish it, and the food here is very expensive." Gu Cheng, looking at Ye Qingning with a painful expression on her face, couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It turned out that this girl wanted to save him money, so she ordered 2 vegetables and would not order anything else. "Qingning, don't worry about the money. You are pregnant and need to supplement enough nutrition. You don't have to worry about the money. I have enough ability to support you. Besides, there are 4 of us. 5 dishes and 1 soup are not too much for 4 people. Ah, there are 4 people, isn't it just the 2 of us? Ha, don't you have 2 more in your belly?" Gu Cheng teased. Ye Qingning blushed when she heard this and rolled her eyes. "Gu Cheng, you are so unruly." Just as Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning were waiting for the dishes to be served, a voice came from behind Ye Qingning. "Qingning Jr., you are eating here." Ye Qingning turned around and saw a man in formal attire walking slowly towards him. The man came in front of Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning and said to Ye Qingning, "Junior Qingning, I heard that you took a leave for something. How is it going? Is it done? Do you need any help from me?" Ye Qingning looked at the man and greeted him, "Hello, Lawyer Zhang. Well, it's time for dinner. I happened to pass by this store, so I came in to eat something." Ye Qingning responded indifferently to Lawyer Zhang. "Ha, so that's it. Since we've met, let us eat together. Qingning, you don't mind, right?" After saying that, he prepared to sit down without waiting for Ye Qingning to answer. Hello, Lawyer Zhang, I really mind if you eat with us." Gu Cheng looked at Lawyer Zhang, who came in and headed for Ye Qingning, ignoring him the whole time, and spoke. Lawyer Zhang glanced at Gu Cheng and asked Ye Qingning, "Who is this?" Ye Qingning glanced at Lawyer Zhang and said, "My fiancé, Gu Cheng." Lawyer Zhang was surprised for a moment because he had never heard of his junior sister being in a relationship. Lawyer Zhang smiled at Gu Cheng and asked, "Where have you found a successful job, young man?" Gu Cheng, hearing Lawyer Yi, who was not much older than him, calling him young man and asking him what he did, it was obvious that he had bad intentions. Gu Cheng was not in a hurry to respond. He said to Ye Qingning, "Wife, why are there so many flies in Shanghai, a first-tier metropolis?" Ye Qingning couldn't help but hold back her laughter when Gu Cheng called Lawyer Zhang a fly. This lawyer, Zhang, whose real name is Zhang Minghui, is 2 years senior to Ye Qingning at Southwest University of Political Science and Law. He currently works in the same law firm as Ye Qingning and has been admiring and pursuing Ye Qingning for a long time. Ye Qingning said, "Lawyer Zhang, there's no need to have dinner together. My fiancé and I have something else to talk about. Also, please call me Ye Qingning, thank you." Zhang Minghui listened to Gu Cheng's sarcasm, but since he didn't mention anyone by name, he didn't want to get angry, otherwise he would take it personally. "All right then, Junior, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner next time you're free." Without waiting for Ye Qingning's response, Zhang Minghui quickly left the restaurant. Chapter 9 Formal Resignation. After Zhang Minghui left, Ye Qingning hurriedly explained to Gu Cheng, "The man just now was a senior who was 2 years older than me when I was in Southwest University of Political Science and Law. He has been pursuing me since I entered school, but I never paid much attention to him." There was a hint of anxiety and worry in her tone, fearing that Gu Cheng would misunderstand. Then, Ye Qingning continued, "After graduation, I applied for this law firm through my own efforts, and only then did I find that he was also here." At this point, her expression seemed a little nervous, as if she was worried that Gu Cheng would have unnecessary doubts or dissatisfaction because of this. Gu Cheng looked at Ye Qingning's nervous explanation, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he comforted her softly, Okay, I know, it's that annoying fly that has been bothering you." His eyes were full of understanding and trust, which made Ye Qingning feel very relieved. Then, Gu Cheng continued, "My Qingning is so beautiful and gentle, it is normal for her to have suitors." His words revealed his praise and pride for Ye Qingning, and also expressed his respect and support for Ye Qingning. After hearing what Gu Cheng said, Ye Qingning finally felt relieved and her tense expression gradually relaxed. Since she had already decided to choose Gu Cheng and they had a child, she didn't want Gu Cheng to misunderstand or have a grudge because of this matter. So, she sighed softly and said, "That's good, I thought you would misunderstand." While the two were talking, the waiter brought over a series of delicious dishes. Gu Cheng looked at the table full of delicacies, first picked up a piece of fresh yellow croaker meat with chopsticks and carefully picked out the fish bones, then gently put it into Ye Qingning's bowl and said gently, "Qingning, eat more fish, it is good for your health to supplement your nutrition." Ye Qingning smiled and nodded. While tasting the delicious fish, she caringly told Gu Cheng, "You should eat more too. Don't always be busy picking food for me." She knew that Gu Cheng always put her first, but she also hoped that he could take care of himself. Gu Cheng smiled foolishly, responding to Ye Qingning's words while continuing to pick up various dishes for her, from delicious fish to crispy vegetables, and soon filled Ye Qingning's bowl. He seemed to have forgotten that he also had to eat, and just focused on taking care of Ye Qingning, his eyes full of pampering and love. After the two finished their meal and walked out of the restaurant, Gu Cheng was holding a few dishes that he had packed up. Ye Qingning complained to Gu Cheng in a low voice, "Look, I told you not to order so much. Look, you can't finish them. What a waste." Gu Cheng responded with a smile, "Qingning is right. I will listen to you from now on." The two of them chatted and laughed all the way to the parking lot. After Gu Cheng put the packed vegetables in the back seat, he quickly went to the passenger seat to open the door for Ye Qingning, helped her get in the car, and fastened her seatbelt. Then he quickly came over, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards Ye Qingning's lawyer who was at work. The two of them came all the way to the law firm. Gu Cheng followed Ye Qingning and went upstairs into the law firm. The front desk saw Ye Qingning and Gu Cheng coming in, ran over to Ye Qingning and said, "Sister Qingning, you're back." Chu Yao, the girl at the front desk of the law firm where Ye Qingning works, is Ye Qingning's best friend in the firm. Ye Qingning also responded with a smile, "I'm back. By the way, is Director Chu Yao Wei here?" "Yes, I'm in the office." "Sister Qingning, who is this handsome guy? Is he your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Ye Qingning said, "Chu Yao, this is my fiancé, Gu Cheng." "Hey, hello brother-in-law, I'm Chu Yao," the guys greeted me with a smile. "Hello Chu Yao," Gu Cheng responded with a smile. "Sister Qingning, you took 3 days off and today is only the second day. Is there anything that brought you back today?" "Well, I'm back to resign." "Ah, resignation, why does Sister Qingning want to resign? You are doing a good job, why do you suddenly want to resign? Xu Yao, I'm pregnant. It's not convenient for me to stay in Shanghai alone, so I have to go back to Hangzhou so that Gu Cheng can take care of me. I'm here today to process my resignation. Sister Qingning, are you pregnant? Xu Yao, looking at Ye Qingning, could see no signs of pregnancy at all. Sister Qingning, will you come back after giving birth to the baby? Not necessarily, we'll have to talk about that later, but there is a high probability that I won't return to Shanghai to work, and I may stay in Hangzhou in the future. Okay, then I'll come to Hangzhou to visit you later. Okay, if you come to Hangzhou, I will take you to eat delicious food. Ha ha ha, it's a deal. I love you, Sister Qingning. Okay, let us not talk about that for now. I'm going to Director Wei now. Director Wei usually takes good care of me. I'll tell him about my situation. Xu Yao, take Gu Cheng to the lounge to wait for me and help me take care of him. Okay, Sister Qingning, you go ahead. Brother-in-law, leave it to me. Ye Qingning said a few words to Gu Cheng and then went towards Director Wei's office. Brother-in-law, I'll take you to the lounge. Sister Qingning, it may take a while to process your resignation. Please go to the lounge and wait. Okay, thank you Xu Yao, ha ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Xu Yao brought Gu Cheng to the lounge and asked, Brother-in-law, would you like some tea, water, or coffee? Just give me a glass of boiled water, Gu Cheng responded politely. Okay, sit for a while and I'll get you some water. After a while, Xu Yao came in with a cup of water and some snacks. Brother-in-law, you take a rest here for a while. I have to go to the front desk to work. Okay, go ahead and get busy. On the other side, Ye Qingning came to Director Wei's office and knocked on the door. Please come in, Director Wei's voice came from inside. Ye Qingning opened the door and walked in, saying hello, Director, I'm back. Director Wei looked up and saw who was coming. Ye Qingning responded, it's Qingning. Didn't you take 3 days off? How come you finished the job so quickly? Well, Director, I came back this time to resign, Ye Qingning said in a low voice. Hearing this, Director Wei looked up at Ye Qingning and asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong at home? You are doing a very good job in the law firm and have the potential to become an excellent lawyer. I am very optimistic about you. Although there may be occasional minor mistakes in your work during this period, after all, you have only been in the company for a short time. You can just be more careful in the future. There is no need to resign. Director Wei is a senior partner of the law firm. He is in his 50s and is usually quite caring towards Ye Qingning. He is also a classmate of Ye Qingning's university tutor. Director, thank you for your care and training. My fiancé is in Hangzhou. I am pregnant and ready to get married. My fiancé is worried about me being pregnant and alone in Shanghai, so I want to resign and return to Hangzhou to be with my fiancé. Listening to Ye Qingning's words, Director Wei nodded and said, well, I am indeed pregnant, and it is indeed not convenient for me to stay in Shanghai alone. Since you have made up your mind, I won't force you to stay. After you have the baby, if you still want to return to the law firm to work, you can come back at any time. The law firm welcomes you back. Yeah, thank you, Director. I'll remember that. Chapter 10 Return Trip to meet future mother-in-law. After completing the resignation procedures, Gu Cheng helped Ye Qingning carry her things and left the law firm together. Before leaving, Ye Qingning looked back at this place where she had her first job after graduation. Then, he followed Gu Cheng and walked quickly towards the parking lot. The two of them left the law firm and Gu Cheng drove towards Ye Qingning's home in Shanghai. Ye Qingning rented a small apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom in Shanghai. Gu Cheng walked into the small apartment. There was only a bed, a small wardrobe and a table in the room. Although it was small, it was kept tidy and clean by Ye Qingning. I have only been in Shanghai for about half a year, so I don't have a lot of things with me, mainly some clothes, shoes, computers, cosmetics, skincare products, etc. As for some miscellaneous things like buckets, pots, bowls, etc., just throw them away. Ye Qingning took out a pink suitcase and began to pack the few clothes in the closet into the suitcase. Gu Cheng also helped to pack some things. It took the two of them more than an hour to sort out everything, and Gu Cheng moved everything up and left. Ye Qingning looked around the room again, checked to see that there was nothing left, closed the door, went downstairs with Gu Cheng, and got in the car to return to Hangzhou. It is now past 2:40 in the afternoon, almost 3 o'clock. When I get back home in Hangzhou, it should be around 5:30. Driving onto the highway, Ye Qingning looked back at the city where he had worked hard for half a year, thinking that he would settle down in Hangzhou in the future and rarely come here again. On the way back, Gu Cheng's mother called. Gu Cheng picked up the phone, turned on the speaker and said, "Hello, Mom." Gu's mother's voice came from the phone, saying, "Gu Cheng, when will you come back from Shanghai?" Gu Cheng said, "Mom, we have already set off on the highway back to Hangzhou, and we should be home around 5:30. Mother Gu, okay. I'll cook at home and make chicken soup for you to eat when you come back. By the way, where is Qingning?" Gu Cheng, Qingning is right next to me. Ye Qingning shyly called out to the phone, "Hello, Auntie. I am Ye Qingning." Mother Gu's hearty laughter came from the phone. "Ha, okay, Qingning, Auntie is at home and has stewed chicken soup. You can drink it when you come back later." Ye Qingning immediately responded sweetly, "Yeah, thank you, Auntie, you've worked hard." Mother Gu continued to say kindly, it's not hard, Auntie will wait for you to come back." Then he instructed Gu Cheng, drive slowly and steadily on the road, don't be in a hurry, do you hear me? Gu Cheng heard his mother's instructions and said, okay, Mom, I got it. That's it. I'm driving. I'm hanging up. As he said that, Gu Cheng signaled Ye Qingning to hang up the phone with his eyes. Ye Qingning said to Gu Cheng, when you get to Hangzhou, find a place to buy some gifts for your parents before going back. When Gu Cheng heard Ye Qingning say this, he immediately said, No need to buy a gift. Ye Qingning rolled his eyes at Gu Cheng and said, you have to buy it. It's the first time you meet your parents, and it would be rude to go empty-handed. We will probably pass by Yingtai City on our way back later. Please stop for a moment, I'll buy some gifts. Hearing Ye Qingning say this, Gu Cheng no longer insisted and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Suddenly, Gu Cheng seemed to think of something, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Qingning, this is not the first time you have met my parents. You should have met them many times in junior high and high school. Gu Cheng smiled wickedly. Hearing this, Ye Qingning rolled her eyes at Gu Cheng and said shyly, how can it be the same? We were classmates before and didn't have much communication, but now, as she was talking, Ye Qingning was too shy to continue. Gu Cheng continued to tease, what's wrong now? Are you nervous about meeting your future mother-in-law? Gu Cheng said jokingly. Ye Qingning stretched out her hand and pinched Gu Cheng's waist, and said coquettishly, you are still smiling and saying this. Apply a little force on your hand. Feeling Ye Qingning pinching his waist, Gu Cheng deliberately shouted, ouch, it hurts, wife, it hurts so much, I was driving, I was wrong, wife, I was wrong. Listen, Gu Cheng called out, his wife, Ye Qingning's face was rosy, this guy, he was so serious all day long. After more than 2 hours of driving, the two arrived at Yingtai City in Hangzhou. Gu Cheng accompanied Ye Qingning to shop and choose gifts. Suddenly Ye Qingning asked Gu Cheng beside him, Gu Cheng, what do your parents like? Hearing Ye Qingning's question, Gu Cheng was also stunned. He didn't seem to be very clear about what his parents liked, so he said casually, my dad likes to play mahjong and smoke, and my mom likes to watch TV series and go shopping. Gu Cheng said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ye Qingning was also amused by Gu Cheng's answer, and said in annoyance, oh, what I meant is, if you like something, it's the thing, not the thing to do. Ye Qingning said speechlessly. Gu Cheng scratched his head awkwardly, thought for a while, and then said, it seems that I am not very clear what my parents like. Gu Cheng said with an embarrassed look. Ye Qingning was speechless about Gu Cheng. He didn't even know what his parents liked. What was the use of having such a son? Seeing that Gu Cheng looked unreliable, Ye Qingning began to think to himself. After thinking about it, I suddenly had an idea. I went to Chow Tai Fook first and bought a gold necklace. Then, I went to the brand cosmetics counter and bought a set of skincare products, a belt, and a pair of mutai. Ye Qingning looked at the things in his hand, not knowing whether Gu Cheng's parents liked them or not. With a nervous mood, he followed Gu Cheng and started on the journey home. They drove to the basement garage at home. Gu Cheng took Ye Qingning's luggage and Ye Qingning took the gifts she bought for Gu Cheng's parents. The two took the elevator upstairs. Gu Cheng looked at Ye Qingning, who looked nervous, and couldn't help but hold her little hand, comforting her, okay, don't be nervous. You are an ugly daughter-in-law, and you still have to meet your parents-in-law. Ha ha ha. Gu Cheng joked with her to try to make her relax. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the floor where Gu Cheng's home was. Ye Qingning took a deep breath, carried the gift, and followed Gu Cheng out of the elevator. Gu Cheng took out the key, opened the door, and shouted into the house, Mom, we're back. Hearing the shouting, Gu Cheng's parents came out from the kitchen together. Mother Gu looked at Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning, walked up quickly, held Ye Qingning's hand, led her, walked to the sofa, and pulled her to sit down. The more you look at Ye Qingning, the daughter-in-law, the more satisfied you look at Ye Qingning, and said gently, Qingning, Auntie is waiting for you day and night, but I'm just seeing you. Let Auntie see. Oh, such a beautiful girl, why do you like that bastard boy Gu Cheng? It's really that boy. He saved the Milky Way in his previous life, so he can meet such a good girl like you. Qingning, in the future, this boy dares to bully you and make you unhappy. You tell your aunt, and your aunt will help you beat him up. When Gu Cheng heard his mother say this, he was immediately embarrassed and said, Mom, how can you talk about your son like that? Hearing Gu Cheng's rebuttal, Gu's mother said to Gu Cheng again, What's the matter, are you not convinced? From now on, you have to listen to your wife at home. Women are the masters of our family. You just need to be obedient and serve Qingning well. Do you hear me? Gu Cheng looked at his mother helplessly. Ye Qingning was also amused by the relaxed and interesting conversation between Gu Cheng and Gu's mother. She relaxed for a moment and was not so nervous anymore. Then, Ye Qingning took out the gift and said to Gu's mother, Auntie, this is the gift I bought for you. Then, Ye Qingning took out the gift he bought for Gu's mother and handed it over. Mother Gu looked at the gifts Ye Qingning bought for her, a set of branded skin care products and an expensive gold necklace. She said to Ye Qingning happily, Oh, Qingning, why do you spend so much money to buy a gift for your aunt? This necklace is so beautiful. It must be quite expensive. As she said that, Mother Gu picked up the necklace and looked at it carefully. At this time Ye Qingning said, Auntie, let me give it to you, try it on and see. As he said this, he helped Mother Gu put on the necklace. Mother Gu looked at the necklace and asked Father Gu, Old man, do you think this necklace my daughter-in-law bought for me looks good? Father Gu and Mother Gu looked proud in front of her. They smiled and said, It looks good, very good. At this time, Ye Qingning took out the belt and a pair of Maotai bottles he had bought and handed them to Gu's father. Uncle, this is the gift I bought for you. Father Gu took the gift and said with a smile, Thank you, Qingning, I'm sorry for the expense. Ye Qingning looked at Mr. and Mother Gu, who were very happy and satisfied with the gifts he bought, and he put his nervous heart at ease. Chapter 11 Mother Gu got angry. As they were talking, Ye Qingning's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. The sound was particularly clear in the quiet environment, as if reminding everyone that Ye Qingning was hungry. In an instant, Ye Qingning blushed and lowered her head. She felt extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mother Gu was stunned for a moment and slapped her head. Oh, I was busy talking. Blame me. Qingning must be hungry. Let's go eat. There was a hint of apology in her words, but more of it was concern for Ye Qingning. Mother Gu said, took Ye Qingning's hand, walked to the dining table and sat down together. Ye Qingning looked at the table full of steaming dishes, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. These dishes exude an alluring aroma that makes people salivate. Each dish is carefully cooked, showing the superb cooking skills of Gu's mother. She and Gu Cheng arrived home almost an hour later than expected, but the food on the table was still steaming. She couldn't help but think of when she and Gu Cheng arrived home and saw Gu Cheng's parents walking out of the kitchen. It was obviously Gu Cheng's mother, who had been heating up the food and waiting for her and Gu Cheng to come home and enjoy it together. She was deeply moved by this care and felt the warmth of family. What are you two doing? Hurry up and serve the rice. You really have no sense at all. Mother Gu scolded with a smile and asked the father and son to serve the rice. She turned around and smiled at Ye Qingning and said, Men. You have to scold them more. Just give them a smile occasionally. If you smile too much, you can't tell the difference between the big and small at home, you. In the future, you should scold Gu Cheng more. If he dares to show his face to you, tell your aunt and she will teach him a lesson. As they were talking, Gu Cheng and Gu's father came over with the rice and handed a bowl to Gu's mother and Ye Qingning respectively. Come, Qingning, try this chicken soup. This old hen was brought by my aunt from home this morning. It has been stewed for a day. It is so delicious. Have a bowl of it quickly. As she spoke, Mother Gu handed a bowl of chicken soup to Ye Qingning, which was fragrant. And this elbow, Auntie has been stewing it for a whole day, try it, it's so soft and glutinous. Then, Mother Gu picked up another piece of elbow meat and put it in Ye Qingning's bowl. Ye Qingning looked at Mother Gu gratefully and smiled, Thank you, Auntie, I'll do it myself. She took the bowl and chopsticks and began to taste the delicious food. Father Gu looked at Mother Gu expectantly, his eyes full of desire. Mother Gu rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Drink if you want to, but don't drink too much. If you dare to drink too much, you will sleep in the car at night. Father Gu quickly apologized with a smile. Don't drink too much, just a little bit. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Cheng, signaling him to go get the wine quickly, as if he was afraid that if he was a step late, Mother Gu would change her mind. Gu Cheng understood what he meant and quickly ran to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of Matai that he had opened before and 2 cups. He took the wine and cups to the dining table, poured himself a glass first, and then poured another glass for his father. The father and son clinked their glasses and took a sip. Father Gu drank the wine in the glass and immediately felt refreshed. At the dinner table, Gu's mother and Ye Qingning were talking softly, while Gu Cheng and his son were leisurely drinking wine, tasting delicious dishes, and chatting happily. The whole dinner was filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Ye Qingning was about to get up to clean the table, but was hurriedly stopped by Gu's mother. "Qingning, don't move, let them clean up, let's go sit on the sofa and chat." After saying that, Gu's mother also cast a look at the father and son. Gu Cheng and his son immediately understood and took action. Gu Cheng went into the kitchen to wash the dishes, while his father was responsible for cleaning up the remaining food and wiping the table. On the sofa, Gu's mother held Ye Qingning's hand tightly and asked gently, "Qingning, how many months old is your baby? Have you gone for pregnancy checkups on time? What are the results? Is there anything special that needs attention?" Ye Qingning replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Auntie, the baby is already 20 weeks old. I had been going to the pregnancy checkup on time in Shanghai before, and the doctor said that both babies were normal, but they were a little malnourished." At this point, she couldn't help but lower her head in shame. When Gu's mother heard that the child was a little malnourished, she became furious. She quickly walked to the kitchen door and shouted, "Gu Cheng, get out here." When Gu Cheng heard this, he wiped his hands quickly, hurried out of the kitchen, came to the sofa in the living room, and asked nervously, "Mom, what's wrong? What happened?" Mother Gu had a serious expression and asked Gu Cheng sternly, "How did you take care of Qingning and the children, you little brat? How come the 2 children were found to be a little malnourished?" When Gu Cheng heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He had no idea about this matter. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He had to lower his head and silently accept his mother's scolding. At this time, Ye Qingning pulled Gu's mother to sit on the sofa and said, "Auntie, don't blame Gu Cheng, this is all my own problem." At this time, Ye Qingning hesitated whether to tell Gu's mother everything that happened. Gu Cheng also noticed Ye Qingning's concerns. He thought that it would not be good to let a girl like her talk about such things, so he decided to say it himself. Thinking about it, Gu Cheng said to his mother, "Mom, I have something to do right now. I was thinking of telling you later, but now that things have come to this, I'll tell you now. At the beginning of the year, my high school classmates held a reunion. It happened that I had just graduated and had no job. My friend Fatty called me and asked me if I wanted to go. I thought I might as well go out and have some fun and meet up with some high school classmates. Qingning and I weren't close at that time, so we went to our separate class reunions. We both drank a little at the reunion, and after it ended I went back to my hotel room and went to bed. Then, Qingning's best friend sent her to the hotel entrance. Qingning asked her best friend to go back and went upstairs by herself. Because her room and mine were right next to each other, and she had drunk some wine, she went into the wrong room. After they entered my room, I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, but something happened between them. Then when they woke up the next day, they found themselves in the same bed. Later, I asked the hotel, and they said that the locks of those 2 rooms had been changed just before we checked in, and there might be something wrong with the lock system, so the room cards for both rooms could be used to open both rooms. Later, Qingning returned to Shanghai to work, and I returned to Hangzhou. There wasn't much contact between the 2 of us, so I didn't know that Qingning was pregnant at the time. Of course, it was also because I was not careful enough. If I had gone to Shanghai, I would have known that Qingning was pregnant earlier. Ultimately, this matter is my fault, Mom. I was wrong because I didn't take good care of Qingning." Chapter 12 Ye Qingning is completely back. Mother Gu listened to the whole story quietly, and had a clear outline in her mind. She sighed deeply, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. At this time, Ye Qingning spoke slowly, with a hint of guilt in her voice, "Auntie, I am also wrong in this matter. When I found out that I was pregnant, I was always hesitant and didn't know whether I should." Before Ye Qingning could finish her words, Mother Gu gently interrupted her, patted Ye Qingning's hand gently, and said softly, "Silly girl, we are both women, I understand your thoughts and inner concerns at that time." Mother Gu's eyes were full of understanding and tolerance, which made Ye Qingning feel warm in his heart. However, at this moment, Gu's mother suddenly turned her head, stared fiercely at Gu Cheng who was standing beside her, and cursed with gritted teeth, "All this is the fault of that bastard Gu Chang." There was deep anger and disappointment in Gu's mother's voice, as if all the faults were blamed on Gu Chang alone. Then, she raised her head and shouted at Gu Chang, who was standing there, "Look at what you have done. How can you be so irresponsible? Do you know how much harm this will bring to Ye Qingning?" Gu Chang lowered his head and silently endured his mother's scolding. A painful expression appeared on his face, and his heart was full of self-blame and regret. He knew very well that his actions had brought Ye Qingning great pain and distress, and had also let down his family's expectations. "How could you let Qingning go alone after what happened? If I told you not to, then you wouldn't follow me. What's wrong with you?" The father shouted angrily. "Also, why didn't you go to Qingning after the New Year? Is it enough to send a WeChat or text message? What about your actions? If it were me, I wouldn't bother to talk to you. Why, if you send a text message, I have to be with you." My mother also echoed. "If you are still opening a store in Hangzhou, no matter what kind of store you are opening, you should go to Shanghai as soon as possible after the New Year and impress Qingning's heart with your actions. You've made Qingning suffer in the past 6 months, you have to find a way to coax Qingning back into good shape," the father continued. "I tell you, if you can't coax her, get out of this house. From now on, I will no longer have you as my son, and Qingning will be my daughter." The mother threatened. "You bastard, did you hear me, Wood?" The father yelled again. "Say something, show some attitude," mother urged. Mother Gu scolded harshly while winking at her son. When Gu Chang saw the look his mother was giving him, he quickly backed down. With a plop, he knelt on one knee in front of Ye Qingning, held Ye Qingning's hand, and said to Ye Qingning, "Qingning, all the mistakes are my fault. It's my fault that I didn't do well enough, and I made you and the child suffer. From now on, I will definitely take good care of you and the children, and will never let you suffer even a little bit again." Ye Qingning, after listening to what Gu's father and mother and Gu Chang said, tears burst out like a flood in an instant, and all the grievances she had suffered before disappeared into thin air. She no longer had any worries in her heart. She understood why Gu's father and mother scolded Gu Chang. It was to vent her anger. For a moment, Ye Qingning hugged Gu's mother, and they hugged each other and cried. Okay, kid, stop crying. I'll be here for you from now on." Ever since Ye Qingning met the old couple, they have protected Ye Qingning in everything and treated her like their own child. Ye Qingning gently helped Gu Chang up, looked at him tenderly and firmly, and said softly, "Gu Chang, we all made mistakes in the past. I also didn't do well enough and had too much hesitation and wavering. But from now on, I hope you can truly love me and our children and protect our common family." Gu Chang listened quietly to Ye Qingning's words, feeling deeply moved and guilty. He knew that at this moment, Ye Qingning had completely let go of her past prejudices and resentments, and wholeheartedly accepted him and the fruit of their love. He took a deep breath and answered solemnly, "Qingning, I will use all my strength to love you and protect this family. I will be your responsible husband and father and make you feel happy and at ease." Tears glistened in Ye Qingning's eyes. She nodded slightly, a relieved smile on her face. She knew that Gu Chang already understood her feelings, and they would face the future together and create a warm and harmonious family together. Then, Gu's mother told Gu Chang to go to the hospital in Hangzhou tomorrow and take Ye Qingning for a thorough checkup. He should remember what the doctor said and ask clearly how to nourish Ye Qingning's body in the future. After Gu's mother finished her instructions, she sat on the sofa with Ye Qingning and watched TV. The two of them were like a close mother and daughter, snuggling tightly together. A heartwarming family drama was playing on TV, and the two were watching while quietly exchanging parenting experiences. At the same time, Gu Chang and his father came to the terrace upstairs. They stood there quietly, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Father Gu lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. He took a sip of tea and stared into the distance, seemingly thinking about something. "Ah Chang," Father Gu broke the silence, his voice low and serious, "what are you going to do next? What are your plans for Qingning's parents? After all, we must bear some responsibility for what happened. No matter how many misunderstandings there are, we are ultimately in the wrong." Gu Chang frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Dad, I have discussed this with Qingning. She is now nearly 6 months pregnant, and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. We must meet with Qingning's parents as soon as possible and apologize to them." Father Gu nodded, indicating his approval of his son's decision. He took a deep breath and then asked, "Do you have any specific plans for the future? For example, arrangements for the wedding?" Gu Cheng smiled slightly, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Dad, Qingning, and I both think that since she is currently pregnant, it may be too late to hold a grand wedding. So we plan to get the marriage certificate first, wait until the child is born, let her take good care of her body, and then hold a grand banquet. Well, as long as you have a plan, it's fine. I've seen Qingning, she's a very good kid. You can't let her down. You've got to take good care of her. Your mother also likes Qingning very much and is willing to accept her as her daughter-in-law. Dad, I know. Actually, you don't know, but I have liked her since junior high school. I also wanted to keep up with her, so I studied very hard. You know, my previous grades were mediocre. Later, I was also the one who was too timid to express my feelings. Although a lot of things have happened now, it is fate that brought us together in the end. Chapter 13, Little Money Loving Ye Qingning. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning returned to their room. Because Gu's father and mother had come, they did not sleep in separate rooms tonight. At this time, there were 2 quilts on the bed in the room. Gu's mother was worried that Gu Cheng would kick off the quilt while sleeping at night, so she brought another quilt. The 2 of them sat at the end of the bed, both very nervous. This was the first time they slept in the same room and on the same bed since the accident. Last time, both of them were drunk and unconscious, but this time they were extremely embarrassed. Qingning, how about I sleep on the floor at night? Gu Cheng said with a smile. Ye Qingning rolled her eyes at Gu Cheng. What? Do you want to sleep on the floor in the future? No, this isn't the first time we've slept together. I'm just afraid that you'd be nervous and embarrassed, Gu Cheng said, scratching his head. What are you talking about? You're sleeping on the floor. What if your mother finds out? I'll think of me. Go take a shower. You're all sweaty and stink. After hearing this, Gu Cheng thought that since he had said that, he would no longer be pretentious. He took his underwear and pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, although Ye Qingning said this, she was just being stubborn and was actually very panicked inside. She watched Gu Cheng go into the bathroom, covering her face with her hands. Oh, what should she do? She should have agreed when Gu Cheng suggested sleeping on the floor just now. Why was she being so stubborn? Now, she couldn't suggest it again and let him sleep on the floor. Oh, Ye Qingning, it's all your fault. Gu Cheng went into the bathroom, took off his clothes quickly, washed his hair and took a shower. After showering, he quickly blew his hair dry. After taking a shower, Gu Cheng walked out of the bathroom and saw Ye Qingning, still sitting at the end of the bed, covering her little face with her hands. She looked so conflicted, which was very cute. Cough cough. Gu Cheng coughed twice lightly, walked towards Ye Qingning and said, Qingning, I'm done washing, you go and wash yourself. Later, when you're done washing, I'll blow dry your hair. Ye Qingning looked up at Gu Cheng and said, I'm not washing my hair today, why did you wash it so quickly? Is it clean? It's clean. I'm such a grown-up, how can I not wash it clean? If you don't believe me, smell it, it smells so good. As he spoke, Gu Cheng moved closer to Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning pushed Gu Cheng away with her hand, picked up her pajamas, and ran to the bathroom. Gu Cheng lay on the bed, playing with his mobile phone. As the sound of water splashing in the bathroom sounded, Gu Cheng couldn't help but think of Ye Qingning last night when she was wearing pajamas. Her perfect figure appeared vaguely in Gu Cheng's mind. Gu Cheng shook his head quickly. Oh, what the hell was going on in his mind? All sorts of mess. He quickly cleared out the impure thoughts from his mind. Gu Cheng took out his computer, opened the stock software, and started to look at the recent stock market trends. The Winjitech technology he bought closed at 32.7 yesterday, down 6.57%, but his cost price was low. With his cost of more than 18 yuan, he was not panicked at all if it dropped a little. Winjitech Technology is a high-tech research company engaged in semiconductors and chips. Gu Cheng is very optimistic about this company, and the price he wants to sell it at is more than 150 yuan. At present, it is still far from this price. Although there has been a decline, but stocks have ups and downs. Just take your time. You cannot make money in stock trading if you are impatient. Gu Cheng, what are you looking at? Are you working? Gu Cheng heard the voice and looked up, and saw Ye Qingning, who had already taken a shower and changed into pajamas. At this time, Ye Qingning's pajamas were a little transparent, and she was not wearing any underwear, so her figure was faintly visible, and her breasts were surging, which made Gu Cheng's heart fire, which had just been extinguished, burn again. Ye Qingning looked at Gu Cheng, staring at him with the eyes of an invader, and the rest was on his chest. Ye Qingning quickly covered his chest and hid in the quilt. He looked back at him with a slightly cute and fierce look, and said, "Don't look at me. If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyes out." Gu Cheng retracted his gaze, smiled and said to Ye Qingning, "I'm looking at the stocks I bought." "Stocks? How are they doing? Did you make money or lose money?" Ye Qingning, with a confused look, asked. "Whether you made a profit or a loss, you will know if you come and see for yourself," Gu Cheng said jokingly. Ye Qingning took Gu Cheng's laptop and looked at Gu Cheng's stock account. At this time, the account showed that the total assets were 1,622,160, the total market value was 1,438,800, and the total profit and loss was 622,160. Ye Qingning's eyes lit up as he looked at the string of small coins in the account. He counted zeros, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million in his mouth. Wow, it was more than 1,600,000. Ye Qingning was stunned. Although her family was not poor, they were not wealthy either. She had never seen so much change before. "Gu Cheng, does this total profit and loss mean a profit of more than 600,000? Gu Cheng nodded and said yes, he earned 622,160 yuan. "Ah, then you should sell it quickly and take it out." Gu Cheng said with a smile. "Qingning, calm down. It's Saturday now, and if you want to sell it, you have to wait until after 9 o'clock on Monday morning." "Ah, it's Monday. If the market falls on Monday, I will lose a lot. Ugh, my little money." Gu Cheng looked at Ye Qingning, who looked like a money grubber, and laughed. "Qingning, don't worry, you won't lose anything." "Really?" Ye Qingning, with an expression that said, "If you don't promise me, I'll cry for you." "Ha ha ha, I promise I won't lose money, and I will do it several times in the future." After Gu Cheng's repeated assurances, Ye Qingning closed the computer and told Gu Cheng to remind her on Monday that she would keep an eye on it. Gu Cheng had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll call you as soon as the market opens on Monday. By the way, Gu Cheng, how is your coffee shop? It's not profitable." Gu Cheng thought about the coffee shop and reported the revenue data he looked at yesterday to Ye Qingning. This girl, again, calculated with a money-grubbing look on her face. After a while, she turned to Gu Cheng and said, "Where are the things you brought yesterday?" "Ah, that bag of stuff yesterday, what was that?" "Just go take the bag that contains the property certificate." "Well, I put it in the safe." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingning turned around again, with his back to Gu Cheng, and started counting the small change again. Gu Cheng, looking at this girl, thought to himself, this girl used to be very cold and aloof, but suddenly she became such a money grubber. But she is really cute. What Gu Cheng didn't know was that this was all taught to Ye Qingning by Gu Cheng's mother when they were watching TV at night. She told him to check all of Gu Cheng's money and not to let him run away with the money. Men with money will become bad. Poor Gu Cheng had no idea that his mother was teaching his wife how to keep all of Gu Cheng's money in her hands and control him. Chapter 14, The morning porridge warms the stomach and the heart. In the morning of the city in early June, the air was filled with a fresh and slightly cool breath, indicating that a new day was quietly opening. The sky gradually changed from dark blue to light blue, and the gentle morning light began to appear in the eastern sky. The golden sunlight shyly peeked out and gently sprinkled on the city's high-rise buildings, streets and alleys, and every green leaf. On the streets, early risers are busy, some walking quickly to the subway station, some riding bicycles leisurely through the city, everyone's face is filled with anticipation and longing for a new day. Occasionally, a breeze blows by, bringing bursts of flower fragrance and rustling leaves, making people feel the closeness and harmony of nature. At this time, the city is no longer noisy and bustling at night, but more peaceful and tranquil. Shops on both sides of the street have started to open one after another, and the lights are gradually lit up, interweaving with the morning light to form a warm and vivid picture. In front of the breakfast stalls, steaming buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and other delicacies exude an attractive aroma, attracting people who get up early to come and taste it, injecting full energy into a day's work and life. In the distance, there were occasional bird calls, crisp and melodious, as if it was nature's best blessing to the city in the morning. As the sun gradually rose, the outline of the city became clearer and clearer, and the whole city seemed to be gently covered by a layer of golden gauze, appearing both mysterious and beautiful. In the early morning, the sun shone through the window into the room, and Gu Cheng woke up from his sleep. He felt a gentle pressure covering him, so he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Ye Qingning's quilt had fallen to the ground at some point, and she curled up and snuggled tightly in Gu Cheng's arms. Her arms were around Gu Cheng's waist, and her legs unconsciously rested on Gu Cheng's body. Ye Qingning closed her eyes tightly, still immersed in a sweet dream. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings, setting off her beautiful face. Gu Cheng tucked in the quilt carefully, fearing that he would wake up Ye Qingning in his arms. Then, he gently held Ye Qingning in his arms, lay there quietly, and fell asleep again, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of this moment. It was 8 o'clock, and Ye Qingning slowly opened her eyes. The morning sun shone through the curtains onto her face, making her feel a little warm. She found herself curled up in Gu Cheng's arms, her arms around Gu Cheng's waist, and her legs unconsciously resting on Gu Cheng's body. Gu Cheng also hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Ye Qingning's cheeks flushed slightly, and she moved slightly, trying to break free from Gu Cheng's embrace, but she was reluctant to leave this warm harbor. She slowly let go of Gu Cheng's hand, and then carefully moved her legs off Gu Cheng, fearing to wake him up. Just as she was about to quietly get up, she suddenly heard Gu Cheng's gentle voice, "Qingning, are you awake?" Ye Qingning was startled and raised her head suddenly, just in time to meet Gu Cheng's eyes. The two looked at each other, and for a moment, an ambiguous atmosphere spread in the air. "Yes, I'm awake and ready," Ye Qingning replied with a red face and lowered his head. Gu Cheng gently stroked Ye Qingning's hair and said softly, "It's still early, you can sleep a little longer." His voice was full of pampering and care, as if he wanted to wrap Ye Qingning in a warm embrace. Ye Qingning shook his head and said, "I'm not going to sleep anymore. I usually get up earlier than this for work, and now I can't sleep." Gu Cheng smiled slightly, a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he still let go of Ye Qingning and said, "Okay, let's get up together." After that, he quickly got up, walked into the bathroom and started brushing his teeth, washing his face and washing his mouth. When Gu Cheng finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, he found Ye Qingning still lying on the bed, motionless. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Didn't you say you were going to get up?" Ye Qingning rolled his eyes at Gu Cheng and replied helplessly, "I'll wait for you to wash up and go out before I get up. How can I get up and change clothes when you are here?" Hearing this, Gu Cheng suddenly realized, hurriedly put on his clothes, walked out of the room, and went to the restaurant. When Gu Cheng arrived at the restaurant, he saw that the table was already filled with breakfast, including steaming buns, golden and crispy dough sticks, and fragrant soy milk. His father was already sitting at the table, concentrating on watching the news on his mobile phone while eating breakfast. His mother was wearing an apron and busy cooking something in the kitchen. When Father Gu saw Gu Cheng come in, he looked up and said, "You're up. What about Qingning? Is she not up yet?" Gu Cheng replied, "I'm up and washing up. I'll be here soon." Hearing this, Father Gu nodded slightly, responded, and then lowered his head to continue watching the news, while not forgetting to enjoy his breakfast. At this time, Gu's mother came out of the kitchen and greeted Gu Cheng with a smile, asking him to come for breakfast. Gu Cheng walked to the dining table and sat down. He reached out and picked up a bun, took a bite, and then asked his mother, "Mom, have you had breakfast? What are you cooking?" The mother replied with a smile, "I'm cooking porridge, mushroom, corn and pork ribs porridge. It's ready. Qingning can eat it when she comes out. She needs more nutrition now. So, Mom, give me a bowl too." Upon hearing this, Mother Gu rolled her eyes at her son and said, "Go away, just eat some buns. I cooked these for Qingning, there's no portion for you. When Qingning finishes eating, there will be some leftovers and you can eat some." Gu Cheng sighed silently. Alas, the family status has plummeted. All we can do is wait to eat the leftovers. As he spoke, Ye Qingning came to the restaurant. When Gu's mother saw him, she quickly greeted him, "Qingning, you're up. Come sit down. Auntie has cooked mushroom, corn and pork ribs porridge for you. Please sit down and I'll serve it to you." Ye Qingning, upon hearing this, quickly said, "Auntie, no need, I can serve it myself." At this time, Gu's father spoke, "Qingning, don't be polite with your aunt. This porridge is made by your aunt. She got up early and went to the vegetable market to buy the freshest ribs and cooked it for you. Don't be polite. Sit down quickly and eat more later." After saying that, he did not forget to give Gu Cheng a wink. Gu Cheng, receiving his father's look, hurried forward, helped Ye Qingning to sit down, and then went to serve her porridge. Gu Cheng served a bowl of steaming porridge and placed it in front of Ye Qingning, and reminded her, "It's still a little hot, so eat slowly." Later, Gu's mother brought Ye Qingning a cup of hot milk and a boiled egg. Ye Qingning, seeing how Mother Gu took care of him, was deeply moved and said, "Auntie, you don't have to get up early to make porridge for me. It's too hard." Mother Gu smiled and said, it's okay. I usually get up early, so I'm used to it." "Auntie, I don't know what you like to eat, so I looked up the menu for pregnant women and made something for you." "Okay, have breakfast quickly." Chapter 15 Ye Qingning Pregnancy Test. After breakfast, Gu Cheng couldn't wait to drive his mother and Ye Qingning to Zhejiang Provincial Hospital for a pregnancy checkup for Ye Qingning. It was a sunny day, and the breath of spring filled the air, making people feel extremely comfortable. Gu Cheng was in a particularly good mood. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ye Qingning had a happy smile on her face. She gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, feeling the presence of the baby. Although she felt a little uncomfortable in the early stages of pregnancy, she was full of anticipation for the two new lives that were about to come. Gu Cheng's mother sat in the back seat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had been looking forward to this moment, hoping to see her grandson or granddaughter grow up healthily. Along the way, she kept communicating with Ye Qingning, asking about her physical condition and caring about whether she had any discomfort. Gu Cheng was driving attentively. He hoped that through this prenatal checkup, he could learn more about the baby and be fully prepared for the rest of the pregnancy. As the car gradually approached Zhejiang Provincial Hospital, Gu Cheng became more and more excited, and his heartbeat seemed to accelerate as the distance shortened. He held his wife's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of each other's palms, and his heart was full of anticipation and nervousness. He imagined the scene when the doctor told them everything was normal. The joy would be beyond words. He knew what this moment meant to them: the birth of a new life, the continuation of a family. He prayed secretly, hoping that everything would go well and that their little family would be happier. Zhejiang Provincial Hospital, as the top medical institution in the province, is well known for its professional medical team, advanced equipment, and warm service environment. This modern building is located in a bustling urban area. The magnificent appearance and complete internal facilities give people a sense of security and trust. Gu Cheng's mother happened to have deep roots in the medical field. Her good friend was an important leader of the hospital, and this relationship undoubtedly added some convenience and peace of mind to their pregnancy checkup journey. As the car slowly drove into the hospital gate, Gu Cheng took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar hospital in front of him, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. This place has witnessed the birth and growth of countless lives, and now it is his and his wife's turn. This sense of mission makes him feel a great sense of responsibility. They walked into the hospital lobby and felt the strong medical atmosphere. The crowd was bustling, but orderly. Gu Cheng held his wife's hand tightly and protected her carefully, fearing any mishap. Led by his mother, they came to the designated department and met the familiar doctor. The doctor received them warmly and asked in detail about his wife's physical condition and pregnancy reactions. Gu Cheng answered every question seriously, his eyes full of concern. Then, they followed the nurse to the examination room. Along the way, Gu Cheng kept comforting his wife and asked her to relax. After entering the examination room, he stood aside, quietly watching his wife lying on the bed, silently cheering her up in his heart. The doctor operated the instruments skillfully and carefully observed the data and images on the screen. As time passed, Gu Cheng's heart became more and more tense. After leaving the examination room, Gu Cheng hugged his wife tightly, almost crying with excitement. He thanked God for giving them this healthy child, and was also grateful to all the people around him who cared and supported them. This pregnancy checkup was not only a simple physical examination, but also a beautiful expectation for their future life. The medical staff were smiling and friendly, as if they could sense the expectations and nervousness in their hearts, and gave them extra care and attention. Under the guidance of her mother's friend, Ye Qingning quickly completed a series of tedious procedures such as registration and enrollment. The whole process was efficient and smooth, with almost no waiting time. Entering the examination room, the doctor conducted a detailed pregnancy examination for Ye Qingning with a professional attitude and gentle words. From fetal heart monitoring to the ultrasound examination, each step seemed so rigorous and full of warmth. The image on the screen gradually became clear, and two little lives were gently moving in the mother's belly. After the pregnancy examination, the doctor patiently interpreted the results for them. The main thing to do during the 5th month of pregnancy is to supplement calcium, and also pay attention to the supplementation of other substances. During the 5th month of pregnancy, the fetus bones gradually begin to develop and grow faster. Calcium is the most important element for bone development, so calcium must be supplemented in time to prevent slow growth of the fetus. There are usually 2 ways to supplement calcium. You can take calcium tablets directly or eat more calcium-containing foods, such as dried shrimps and milk. In addition, other nutrients that help the fetus develop also need to be supplemented, such as other trace elements and vitamins, so you also need to pay attention to dietary diversification to prevent nutritional deficiencies from affecting the physiological functions of the fetus. The doctor carefully reminded us of all the things that needed attention. It was better than expected. In the previous examination in Shanghai, Cheng was shown to have malnutrition problems. But this time, Cheng specifically asked the doctor, and the doctor told Cheng that judging from the results of the examination, all the indicators were fine, which made Cheng feel relieved. It was noon when they left the hospital. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, bringing this meaningful journey to a perfect end. The three people's steps were filled with infinite longing and hope for the future. They knew that with the addition of this little life, their family would become more complete and happier. After the hospital checkup, Cheng took his mother and Ye Qingning to his own coffee shop. This shop is located in the city center, near large shopping malls such as Westlake and in 77. There are many restaurants here with diverse choices. In the afternoon, mother and Ye Qingning can go around and go shopping. This not only satisfies Ye Qingning's wish to check out the coffee shop, but also gives them more time to enjoy their leisure time. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. In this way, the 3 of them headed towards Cheng's coffee shop together. Along the way, they laughed and talked continuously, as if they had forgotten all their worries and stress. Finally arriving at the destination, Cheng parked the car and took Ye Qingning for a stroll. He took her to visit every corner of the coffee shop and introduced every detail and feature to her. Ye Qingning was attracted by the atmosphere in the store and praised Cheng's taste. Then, they walked outside the store and admired the surrounding scenery. The sunshine sprinkled on their bodies, warm and comfortable, making people feel happy. Chapter 16 Eating and Shopping. After Ye Qingning finished shopping in the coffee shop, Cheng took Ye Qingning and her mother to a Chinese restaurant serving traditional Hangzhou cuisine. They came to a restaurant called Luelu, which has a history of nearly 300 years and carries the inheritance and development of Hangzhou's food culture. Its name comes from its special geographical location. It used to be located by the West Lake, where officials often played, and now it has moved to its current address. Despite the change of location, the name Luelu has been used to this day and has become a business card of Hangzhou. The dishes of Luelu are mainly traditional Hangzhou cuisine, with delicious taste and exquisite ingredients. Among them, classic dishes such as beggar's chicken, donpa pork, West Lake vinegar fish, fried bell, as well as innovative dishes such as abalone soup and crab roe lion head, each of which is carefully cooked by the chefs. Whether it is an ordinary diners who have a deep affection for food or a gourmet who pursues exquisite taste enjoyment, you can taste the essence of cooking here. After entering the restaurant, Cheng found a private room by the window and sat down. This was a place he often visited, and he was very satisfied with the environment and food there. The waiter quickly brought the menu, put it on the table, and then stepped aside to wait for the order. Gu's mother picked up the menu, flipped through it for a few times, and thought the dishes on it were all good, but she still handed the menu to Ye Qingning and said with a smile, "Qingning, come and take a look, is there anything you like?" Ye Qingning took the menu a little embarrassedly and looked at it carefully. She found that this restaurant had many dishes, and they all looked very exquisite. But because it was her first time here, she didn't know these dishes well and didn't know which one tasted better. So she handed the menu back to Gu's mother and said softly, "Auntie, please order, I don't know which one tastes better." Seeing Ye Qingning's gentle and well-behaved appearance, Gu's mother couldn't help but sigh that her son had a good taste. She took the menu, ordered a few of the restaurant's signature dishes, and then asked Cheng if he wanted to eat anything else. Cheng thought for a moment, added 2 dishes he liked, and then returned the menu to the waitress, asking her to place the order. After the waiter left with the menu, Gu's mother looked at Ye Qingning and asked with concern, "Qingning, do you usually avoid any food? My Cheng has been spoiled by me since he was a child, and he is picky about food. If there is anything you don't like to eat, you must tell me." Ye Qingning quickly shook her head, indicating that she had no dietary restrictions. She thought to herself that she had lived a simple life since she was a child, and as long as she could eat enough, there was no need to be so particular. However, she was still very grateful to Mother Gu for her attentiveness and consideration. The 3 chatted for a while, and the dishes came up soon. The waiter brought the dishes to the table one by one, and each dish was delicious and mouth-watering. Gu's mother greeted Ye Qingning warmly and asked her to taste the dishes to see if they suited her taste. Ye Qingning picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. She immediately felt a strong aroma of meat spreading in her mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, melting in her mouth, and tasted very good. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Auntie, this dish is so delicious." After hearing this, Gu's mother laughed happily. She said that this was one of the signature dishes of this restaurant and it was also Gu Cheng's favorite. Gu Cheng was particularly happy watching Ye Qingning eat with relish. He thought to himself that he must take her to taste all kinds of food in the future and let her experience more beautiful things. At noon, the three of them ordered 5 dishes in one soup, namely, dongpa braised pork, crystal shrimp, braised spring bamboo shoots, mandarin fish with pine nuts, shrimp, crab roe and tofu, and water shield soup. These dishes looked delicious and mouth-watering. The three of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After dinner, Gu's mother suggested going shopping together in the afternoon, and Ye Qingning agreed enthusiastically. As for Gu Cheng, he could only reluctantly accept that he was assigned to carry bags and take things. However, it was also a kind of happiness to be able to accompany 2 ladies shopping. After the three of them finished lunch, Gu's mother and Ye Qingning walked in front arm in arm, while Gu Cheng followed behind, carrying their bags. Walking into a fashionable women's clothing store, Ye Qingning was immediately attracted by a dress on the display rack. It was a light blue chiffon dress with delicate lace at the neckline and a flowing skirt that seemed to dance with the wind. She stopped to admire it, her eyes sparkling with love. Mother Gu noticed Ye Qingning's gaze and said with a smile, "If you like it, try it." Ye Qingning was a little hesitant. "Will it be too expensive?" Mother Gu waved her hand and said, "It's okay, it's a rare opportunity for us to go shopping today, just pick something you like." Gu Cheng watched with a smile, secretly admiring his mother's generosity. He picked up a coat and handed it to Ye Qingning. "Try matching them." Ye Qingning took the coat and went into the fitting room to change into it. When she appeared in front of everyone again, everyone's eyes lit up. The light blue dress perfectly outlined her figure, while the coat added a touch of sophistication and elegance to the whole look. Her already beautiful face became even more charming because of this outfit, and she exuded a gentle and confident temperament. "It's really beautiful." Mother Gu praised it highly. "Let's buy this one." Then, they came to the maternity and baby store. Ye Qingning looked at the cute little clothes, shoes, and various baby products with surprise and love in her eyes. These small items made her feel the warmth and expectation of the upcoming new life. Mother Gu carefully selected baby products with a happy smile on her face. She turned to Ye Qingning and said, "Qingning, look how cute these little clothes are. And these bottles, diapers, etc., are all of very good quality. You are now almost 6 months pregnant, and you need to buy and prepare a lot of things for the baby." Ye Qingning nodded gently and responded with a smile, "Yes, I see, Auntie. We have been paying attention to these things recently. When we have time, Gu Cheng and I will make some plans together to see what else we need to buy." Mother Gu smiled with satisfaction and continued, "You young people know a lot, and there is a lot of information on the internet, so you can take your time to choose, don't be in a hurry. But some things still need to be prepared early, after all, the due date is getting closer and closer." Ye Qingning looked at Mother Gu gratefully and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Auntie. We will prepare everything we need as soon as possible. And don't worry, I will take good care of myself and the baby." Mother Gu patted Ye Qingning's hand gently and said, "That's good. If you need any help, just tell me. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of this little guy." Ye Qingning replied with a smile, "Yes, I definitely will, Auntie." Chapter 17 Father Gu's Cooking Skills. Gu's mother and Ye Qingning spent a whole afternoon shopping in the mall, carefully selecting items in every store they visited, especially those specialty stores of fashion brands. Gu Cheng became their porter, having put the shopping bags in his hands into the car several times, but now his left and right hands were filled with them again. "Mom, is it almost time to finish? We should go back too." Gu Cheng was really tired and couldn't help but suggest. This afternoon, it was basically Gu's mother who was crazy about shopping. She not only bought all kinds of beautiful clothes for Ye Qingning, but also bought a lot of things for the baby who was about to be born. Ye Qingning just accompanied her and occasionally gave some suggestions. As for Gu Cheng, he was just a coolie, responsible for carrying all the purchased things into the car. Mother Gu looked at her watch. It was already 4:18 in the afternoon. She nodded slightly and said softly, "Well, okay, let's go home." Gu Cheng nodded, then turned around and helped Ye Qingning into the car, then he sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove towards home. Along the way, his mother and Ye Qingning chatted animatedly, just like mother and daughter. At this time, Gu Cheng asked, "Mom, when we pass by the vegetable market later, do you want to buy some vegetables to take back?" Mother Gu smiled slightly and replied softly, "No need, just go home directly. I guess by the time we get home, your father should have prepared the food and we can eat right away." Not long after, the three of them arrived home. As soon as Ye Qingning opened the door, she saw a variety of dishes on the dining table. It was obvious that tonight's dinner was very sumptuous, and all of them were her favorite dishes. When she walked into the kitchen, she saw Gu's father wearing an apron and cooking. When he saw them coming back, he hurriedly said, "There are only 2 more dishes left, you sit and wait for a while." Gu Cheng stood at the kitchen door, looking at his father's busy figure, and was very surprised. "Mom, doesn't my dad know how to cook?" Mother Gu turned around and glared at Gu Cheng fiercely. "Who said he can't cook? Your dad studied cooking when he was young. Although his cooking skills are not as good as those of professional chefs, he is more than capable of making some home-cooked dishes. They are even better than mine." Hearing this, Gu Cheng's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, "My dad can cook? Then why did he make me rice with soy sauce before? I always thought he couldn't cook." Mother Gu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "In the past 2 years, your father has been the one cooking at home, and I would cook for you during the holidays or when you came home." At this time, Father Gu came out of the kitchen slowly with 2 plates of food. He gently placed them on the table, put the chopsticks and bowls in order, and then called everyone, "The food is ready, you can eat." Hearing his call, everyone stood up and walked towards the dining table. After everyone took their seats, their eyes were immediately attracted by the delicious food on the table. The exquisite dishes exuded a fragrance that made people salivate. Among them were braised prawns, bright red in color, tender and juicy taro with scallion oil, soft and glutinous in texture, and overflowing with scallion fragrance, pickled fish, tender and smooth in fish meat, and spicy and sour soup, chestnut stewed spare ribs, soft and tender in meat, and sweet and chestnut stir-fried chicken, tender and fragrant in chicken meat, and a bowl of refreshing loofah and egg soup. The dishes on this table are not only bright in color and fragrant, but also exquisite in shape, which is really pleasing to the eye and appetite opening. Looking at the table full of such rich dishes, Gu Cheng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at his father in disbelief and couldn't help asking, "Dad, I didn't expect you can cook, and cook so well." Father Gu smiled and continued to serve food to everyone. Gu Cheng suddenly remembered his childhood. He frowned and complained, "You abused me when I was a child and fed me rice with soy sauce." Hearing this, Father Gu stopped what he was doing, turned to look at Gu Cheng, and explained with a smile, "Where is the abuse? Boys, you have to endure hardships and hard work since childhood. And what I feed you is not just soy sauce and rice, but lard and rice, just with a little soy sauce." Gu Cheng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. He angrily retorted, "Dad, what kind of logic is this? Father Gu, nowadays, the price of pork fat rice sold outside is more than 20 yuan. It was very good to be able to eat this when you were a child. Don't be picky." Gu's mother was amused by her son's reaction and burst into laughter. She couldn't help laughing beside him. She gently patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't bother with your father. Let's eat." "Son, actually your father has kept this secret from me for a long time," said Mrs. Gu. "Ah, then Mom, how did you know?" Mother Gu recalled that she was chatting with your aunt one time and talked about your father when he was young. Your aunt said that your father studied to be a chef and even had a chef's certificate. At that time, I had been married to your father for several years, and I always thought that your father couldn't cook, so I always cooked. After hearing what your aunt said, I started to wonder, and after she left, I started to mess around at home. As expected, I found a chef's license. When I saw this license, I got really angry. When your father got home from get-off work that day, he found that the food was not ready, so he asked me in confusion, "Why didn't we cook today?" I didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and your father looked confused, not knowing what happened. I thought to myself, I'll just ignore him and see what he can do to me. Your dad probably thought I didn't want to cook, and shamelessly said he would take me out to eat. At this point, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I slammed his chef's certificate on the table and said angrily, "Let's go out to eat." Your dad suddenly realized why I was angry. So he came over to coax me, and that night, he showed his cooking skills and cooked a sumptuous dinner for me. From then on, whenever he had time, he would take the initiative to cook for me. Wow, it turns out my dad hid it so deeply. Mother Gu looked up and said to Ye Qingning, "Qingning, so you remember this, men are good at hiding things. As long as you don't ask, he will hide it and not say anything. You have to take better care of Gu Cheng in the future. Now his aunt knows everything and can tell you. You have to keep an eye on him more in the future and check on him from time to time." "Ah, Auntie, I understand. I will keep an eye on him." Chapter 18, Mother Ye's Understanding of Ye Qingning. After dinner, the 4 of them ate fruit and watched TV in the living room. At this time, Gu's father suddenly broke the silence. "Gu Cheng, when are you going to go to Qingning's house to tell her parents about this? Qingning is almost 6 months pregnant now, this matter can't be delayed any longer. Gu Cheng frowned slightly, thought seriously for a while and then replied, Dad, I want to go back tomorrow. Then he turned to look at Ye Qingning and asked gently, Qingning, what do you think? Ye Qingning also knew that this matter really needed to be resolved as soon as possible, after all, time waits for no one. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Well, okay, it's better to say it sooner rather than later, and it's definitely much better to say it now than to wait until the baby is born. Thinking of this, Ye Qingning said to Gu Cheng firmly, Okay, let's go back tomorrow. I will tell my parents in advance in the evening. Father Gu continued, Gu Cheng, I have carefully considered the matter you mentioned last time about your mother and I going to your house to propose marriage. He paused, and then said, It is not a good idea for your mother and I to go directly. It is best for you and Qingning to go back tomorrow morning, tell her parents about it, and then arrange a time. Your mother and I will prepare a banquet at the hotel in our hometown in the evening, and wait for Qingning's parents to come over, and then we will sit down and talk about this matter. Gu Cheng listened to his father's words and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, ginger is still the spicier. He only wanted to quickly settle the marriage before, but didn't consider so many details. Going directly to propose marriage would indeed give people a feeling of being too strong, as if Qingning had to marry him because of her pregnancy. According to his father's arrangement, it would not only show respect for Qingning's family, but also allow both parties to communicate better. Thinking of this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but pat his thigh and sighed, Dad, you are right. I really didn't think it through before, but you are more thoughtful. Okay, I will take Qingning back tomorrow and talk to her parents. Father Gu nodded, with a gratified smile on his face. He believed that his son could handle this matter well, and hoped that the marriage proposal would go smoothly. After all, for a family, marriage is a big deal and needs to be treated with caution. Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning returned to the room. Gu Cheng saw Ye Qingning holding the phone but not hanging up. Gu Cheng stepped forward, hugged Ye Qingning and comforted her, Qingning, don't be afraid. I'm here. Otherwise, hold the phone and I'll call and talk to your parents. See if that's okay. Forget it. I'll do it myself, I have to say it. Saying this, Ye Qingning dialed the phone, beep beep beep, and then waited for a while. A kind and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Ningning, why did you think of calling your mother? Are you doing well in Shanghai? Don't work too hard over there. Eat when you need to. If you don't have enough money, tell your mother. Listening to his mother's voice on the phone, Ye Qingning suppressed his inner emotions and replied, Mom, I'm fine and have enough money. I quit my job in Shanghai, started dating a boyfriend, and came to Hangzhou with him. Hangzhou, that's pretty good too. It's close to home and it's convenient for Mom to come visit you and you can go home on weekends. Ningning, what's your boyfriend's name? Where is he from? How long have you known each other? How long have you been dating? What job does he do? Mom, his name is Gu Cheng. He is from the same place as us and was my classmate in junior high and high school. I have been dating him for about half a year. He opened his own coffee shop in Hangzhou. On the other end of the phone, Ye Qingning's mother's voice came. They were from the same city, that was great. They were classmates in junior high and high school, so they knew each other very well. I opened a store in Hangzhou. How is the business? It must be very hard to run a store now. It's okay, Ye Qingning replied. By the way, Mom, will you and Dad be at home tomorrow? I will bring him back tomorrow. I have something to tell you and Dad. Mother Yi, yes, come back tomorrow. I'll be at home tomorrow. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Ye Qingning thought about it and decided to go out around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It would take about an hour, so he should arrive around 9 o'clock. Okay, I'll get ready then, said Ye's mother excitedly. Mom, you don't need to prepare anything, Ye Qingning said softly. How can that be possible? You will be back with your boyfriend tomorrow, and I must prepare well, because he is my future son-in-law, Ye's mother said excitedly. Mom, Ye Qingning called out a little embarrassedly, and muttered softly, I haven't even met him yet, are you sure he is your brother-in-law? Ye's mother smiled and responded, You are my daughter, how can I not know your temperament? If you are not sure, you will not bring her home at all. If you can bring her home, it must be someone you have already decided on. Moreover, bringing her home is definitely not as simple as bringing her back and meeting her, right? Ye Qingning opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect her mother to know her so well and guess the whole thing. She couldn't help but exclaimed, Mom, you installed a surveillance camera on me. You guessed it right. The reason I came back this time was to discuss marriage. Gu Cheng, his parents have invited you and Dad to dinner tomorrow night, he. Ye's mother, on the other side of the phone, rolled her eyes and said, okay, I get it. Well, Mom, you've agreed to this, right? Right. What else can we do if we don't respond? Then, dear mother, can you please help talk to father, Ye Qingning said coquettishly. Okay, I'll talk to your dad. Thank you, Mom. I love you, Ye Qingning, acting coquettishly on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ye Qingning breathed a sigh of relief, finally finishing what he had to say. Ye Qingning thought, although his mother guessed 80% of the content and events, he still knew 20% of it. If his mother and father saw it, they would be so mad at him that they would die. Ye Qingning didn't dare to imagine what the scene would be like tomorrow when she saw her 5-month-old belly. Ye Qingning glanced at Gu Cheng and thought, if nothing works tomorrow, he will just put the blame on this guy. Besides, it was this guy's fault in the first place, so it's decided. At this moment, Gu Cheng suddenly felt a chill on his back and felt that someone was plotting to murder him from behind. What he didn't know was that Ye Qingning, who was lying next to him, was secretly thinking about how to push the blame onto Gu Cheng tomorrow and let Gu Cheng bear the blame of his parents. Chapter 19 Departure back to Fujian County. On the morning of the second day, the soft sunlight penetrated the gauze curtains and gently caressed the sleeping cottage, like a warm hand gently waking the whole room from sleep. At this moment, the clock just pointed to 6 o'clock in the morning, and Gu Cheng had already opened his eyes. He quietly stared at the sunlight pouring out of the window, with a complex emotion surging in his heart. Today, they will embark on the journey home, back to the familiar yet strange hometown. This journey is full of expectations and tension. He didn't know how Ye Qingning's parents would feel when they saw their daughter again. Especially facing a daughter who was already more than 6 months pregnant, this news might be a huge surprise for them, but it might also bring endless worries and uneasiness. He tiptoed out of the bedroom, afraid of waking up Ye Qingning, who was still sleeping, and then quietly walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with a faint fragrance, which was the sumptuous breakfast that Gu Cheng was preparing for everyone. He carefully selected the ingredients and cooked each dish carefully, hoping to express his love for his family with delicious food. Ye Qingning was pregnant with twins and needed adequate nutrition. At the same time, she also wanted her parents to rest more and enjoy this rare quiet time. About half an hour later, Gu Cheng's mother slowly walked to the kitchen door. She saw her son busy in the kitchen, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. She secretly sighed in her heart, my son has really grown up. Mother Gu walked into the kitchen and carefully observed the breakfast that Gu Cheng was preparing. She found that Gu Cheng was making some simple breakfast, but she thought that such a breakfast might not be nutritious enough. So, she gently said to Gu Cheng, son, you should go out and buy some buns, soy milk, and other foods. Qingning, you are pregnant, and porridge alone is not nutritious enough. After hearing his mother's suggestion, Gu Cheng nodded in agreement. He knew that his mother was concerned about her future daughter-in-law, so he put down the kitchen utensils in his hands and prepared to go out to buy steamed buns and soy milk for breakfast. As she watched her son leave the kitchen, Gu realized that he had grown into an independent, sensible young man who could take on family responsibilities. At the same time, she was looking forward to sharing this warm moment with her family and spending a pleasant morning together. The first rays of sunlight in the morning quietly entered the room, gently brushing the face of Ye Qingning, who was 6 months pregnant, and gently awakened her from her dream. She slowly opened her eyes, felt the slight fetal movement of the twins in her belly, and a warm current surged in her heart. After a night of good sleep, she felt refreshed and full of anticipation for the day that was about to begin. Ye Qingning gently lifted the quilt, carefully supported her waist, and slowly sat up from the bed. She put on soft maternity clothes and walked towards the living room with light steps. Along the way, she noticed that every corner of the house was filled with warmth and harmony, as if even the air was filled with the smell of happiness. When she stepped into the restaurant, the scene in front of her warmed her heart. The dining table was already filled with a variety of breakfast delicacies, steaming hot and fragrant. Gu Cheng was standing by the table, carefully placing the tableware, while his mother was busy at the side, adding the final touches to the breakfast. Their faces were filled with warm smiles, as if adding a special sense of ritual to this special morning. Ye Qingning approached the dining table, and Gu Cheng immediately turned around, with a gentle light in his eyes. He whispered, Qingning, you are awake. Come and have a taste, Mom and I have prepared a rich breakfast for you. As he said that, he gently pulled over a chair and asked Ye Qingning to sit down. After Ye Qingning sat down, Gu Cheng's mother came over, held her hand affectionately, and asked with concern, Qingning, did you sleep well? How do you feel? Did the babies in your belly make you upset? Ye Qingning smiled and nodded, saying gratefully, "Auntie, I'm fine, and the babies are also very well behaved. Thank you and Gu Cheng for getting up so early to prepare breakfast for me." The family sat around the dining table, enjoying this rare warm time. The aroma of breakfast filled the air, intertwined with the laughter of the family, forming a happy picture. Ye Qingning felt the warmth and love from her family, and her heart was filled with gratitude and happiness. She knew that no matter how long and difficult the road ahead was, as long as she had the company and support of her family, she could face everything bravely. The sun shines through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkles on every corner of the room, adding a layer of golden light to the day that is about to depart. The male protagonist Gu Cheng stands at the door of the bedroom, his eyes full of tenderness and expectation. He whispers to Ye Qingning, who is 6 months pregnant, "Qingning, are you ready? We are leaving for Fujian County." Ye Qingning sat on the bed, wearing a loose maternity dress, with a slightly bulging belly and a happy smile on her face. She slowly stood up, gently stroking her belly, feeling the movements of the two little guys, then turned to look at Gu Cheng, her eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. "Well, I'm ready." The two walked out of the bedroom hand in hand and came to the living room. Gu Cheng's parents had been waiting there for a long time. The gifts they bought the day before were neatly placed aside. Obviously, they had made full preparations. Seeing Ye Qingning coming out, Gu Cheng's mother immediately came forward, asked about her health with concern, and helped her tidy up her collar and hair. "Qingning, if you feel uncomfortable, tell us immediately." Gu Cheng's father reminded him, his eyes full of love for his daughter-in-law and unborn grandson. Ye Qingning smiled and nodded, and said gratefully, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, I will pay attention." The family of four stayed in the living room for a while, exchanging their memories of life in their hometown and their visions for the next few days. Then, they picked up their luggage and walked to the door together. Gu Cheng carefully opened the door for Ye Qingning and helped her sit in. He closed the door after making sure she was comfortable, and then went around to the other side to get in the car. The car started slowly, drove out of the hustle and bustle of the city, and headed towards my hometown. Outside the car window, the scenery passed by like a movie scene. As the car slowly drove out of the city, Gu Cheng drove the car steadily onto the highway leading to Fujian County. The sun shone through the car window and sprinkled on the faces of everyone in the car, bringing a hint of warmth and comfort. The atmosphere in the car was warm and peaceful. Ye Qingning leaned on Gu Cheng's shoulder, occasionally opening her eyes to look at the passing scenery outside the window, her heart full of anticipation for Fujian County, the place where she would spend time with her family. She gently stroked her belly, as if she could feel that the little life in her belly was also excitedly looking forward to this return trip. Gu Cheng's parents sat in the back seat, occasionally chatting and reminiscing about Fujian County. The memories of their hometown shone like pearls illuminated by the sun. Gu Cheng drove the car attentively, occasionally observing Ye Qingning's condition through the rearview mirror to ensure her comfort and safety. The vehicle drove smoothly along the way, and the scenery along the way gradually transitioned from the bustling city to the quiet countryside. The green fields, the rolling mountains in the distance, and the occasional flashes of farmhouses and smoke formed a beautiful picture. The soft music playing in the car complemented the scenery outside the window, making this journey even more pleasant. About an hour later, the car slowly drove out of the highway and entered the county seat of Fujian County. The old-style buildings on both sides of the street and the familiar street scene made Gu Cheng and his parents smile knowingly. Chapter 20, Meeting Ye's father and mother for the first time and gaining understanding. After arriving in Fujian County, Gu Cheng first sent his parents home. He helped them carry their luggage and watched them happily walk into the house. A warm feeling surged in his heart, but at the same time, he was also mixed with a sense of nervousness about facing another test. After saying goodbye to his parents, Gu Cheng turned back to the car, took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and then looked at Ye Qingning gently. Ye Qingning sat in the co-pilot seat, with an expectant but slightly nervous smile on her face. She gently stroked her bulging belly, her eyes full of longing for the future and uneasiness about this meeting. Gu Cheng gently held Ye Qingning's hand and said softly, "Qingning, I know you are very nervous now, worried about what we will encounter when we go to your house this time. But please believe me, no matter what happens, I will be by your side and face it with you. We are 4 people now, and our strength will be even stronger." Ye Qingning looked up at Gu Cheng, tears flashing in her eyes, and nodded gratefully. "Gu Cheng, thank you. I know that with you here, I am not afraid of anything. It's just that I don't know how to tell my parents, they may be very worried, or they may find it difficult to accept." Gu Cheng gently stroked Ye Qingning's cheek and comforted her. "Qingning, we face them sincerely and tell them our decision and plan. Although they may be surprised or worried, they love you and will eventually understand and support us. Moreover, now that we have this little life, they will cherish and love our family even more. After that, Cheng started the car and drove towards Ye Qingning's home. Along the way, he tried to keep the atmosphere relaxed, sharing some interesting stories, trying to ease Ye Qingning's nervousness. At the same time, he was silently preparing in his heart how to express his love and determination to Ye Qingning's parents with the most sincere and honest attitude. When the car slowly stopped in front of Ye Qingning's house, Cheng took a deep breath, held Ye Qingning's hand tightly, and the two smiled at each other and took this important step together. When Cheng brought the pregnant Ye Qingning to Ye Qingning's house, the atmosphere in the house froze instantly. Ye Qingning's mother was stunned at first, then her eyes turned red, and she quickly stepped forward, hugged her daughter with surprise and joy, and asked her about her recent situation in a soft voice. And Ye's father stood there, his eyes fixed on his daughter's obviously bulging belly, his face gradually turned ashen, his brows furrowed, and it seemed that he could not accept this sudden change for a while. Ye Qingning felt the change in her father's mood, and she felt mixed emotions. She mustered up her courage, took Cheng's hand, and walked towards her father step by step. She knew that communication at this moment was crucial and required enough courage and sincerity. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry." Father Ye, looking at his daughter who was pregnant and had a big belly, felt a surge of mixed emotions in his heart. His face turned pale and he turned around and went home. Seeing this, Ye's mother quickly stepped forward, held her daughter's hand, and said, "Come in first, and talk later." Afterwards, Ye's mother brought Ye Qingning and Cheng into the house. At this time, Ye's father was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a sullen face. Ye's mother first pulled her daughter to sit on the sofa, and then called Cheng to sit down with them. Then, he turned to Ye Qingning and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" Seeing this, Cheng also spoke up and said to Ye's mother respectfully and sincerely, "Auntie, hello. Let me tell you about this. Here's what happened. At the beginning of the year, Qingning and I attended a high school reunion together. After a while, Cheng recounted the whole story. In the meantime, Ye Qingning also talked about her mentality when she first found out she was pregnant. After hearing what happened, Ye's father and mother's attitudes finally softened. The incident could only be considered an accident. Then, Cheng said to Ye's father and mother solemnly, "Uncle and aunt, I know this news comes suddenly, but I promise you that I will do my best to take good care of Qingning and our child. I love her in this little life that is about to come into this world. I hope to get your understanding and support." Hearing this, Father Ye was silent for a moment, his eyes swept back and forth between Cheng and Ye Qingning, as if looking for some answer. Finally, he sighed and spoke slowly, "Qingning, you have grown up and have your own ideas and decisions. As a father, I certainly hope you can be happy." Although there was a hint of blame and worry in his words, Ye's father's eyes gradually softened, and he was obviously trying to understand and accept this fact. Ye Qingning and Cheng smiled at each other and nodded gratefully. They knew that although this stage was difficult, they had taken an important step. In the days to come, they would use their actions to prove their determination and commitment and win the full blessing and support of Ye's father and mother. Afterwards, Ye's father and mother started to ask Cheng various questions. Cheng did not hide anything and answered all the questions truthfully. Soon, it was noon. Ye's mother cooked a table of food. They sat around the table and enjoyed the long-lost reunion lunch. The sunlight shone through the window onto the table, adding a bit of warmth to this warm scene. At the dinner table, Ye's mother kept picking up dishes for Cheng and Ye Qingning, with a loving smile on her face. She said to Cheng gently, "Cheng, Qingning has been spoiled by us since she was a child, and sometimes she is inevitably willful, you have to bear more. Now that she is pregnant, she needs your careful care." Father Ye looked more serious and deep. He put down his chopsticks, looked directly at Cheng, and said earnestly, "Cheng, I hand Qingning over to you in the hope that you can give her a happy future. I know that today's society is full of challenges and temptations, but I hope you can stick to your heart, be loyal to Qingning, and prove your commitment with practical actions. Remember, marriage is not just a matter between two people, but also the union of two families. You have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders." At this point, Father Ye paused, as if to organize his thoughts, and then continued, "We don't ask you to be rich and powerful, but we hope that you can treat Qingning sincerely, respect her, love her, and tolerate her. Give her strength and support when she needs it, and let her feel the warmth and security of home. I believe that as long as the two of you think in the same direction and work together, the future will definitely get better and better." Cheng was moved by what he heard. He nodded solemnly, his eyes full of determination and gratitude. "Uncle, aunt, don't worry, I, Cheng, will definitely live up to your trust. I will love Qingning with all my heart and protect her and our children. No matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, I will work hand in hand with her and face them together. I promised to give her a happy and healthy home. Ye Qingning listened to her parents' instructions and expectations for Gu Cheng, and her heart was filled with emotion. She gently held Gu Cheng's hand, and their eyes met in the air. Without saying anything, they knew each other's intentions. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the outline of a beautiful future life, which was coming towards them step by step. Chapter 21: The Weird Third Aunt of the Ye Family. The afternoon sun shone obliquely into Ye Qingning's room, covering this small world with a layer of soft golden light. Gu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. He realized that he was lying in a girl's room. The room was pink in color, and there was a faint fragrance around him, which was the same smell as Ye Qingning's usual body. There were also various photos of Ye Qingning when she was a child hanging on the wall, which made him feel at ease and a little embarrassed. He rubbed his temples, trying to dispel the drunkenness and discomfort. Recalling the speculative chat with Ye Qingning's father at noon, he gradually drank too much and thought it was no big deal. However, he was still drunk and lost consciousness after the alcohol took effect. He didn't expect to wake up here. He could vaguely hear Ye Qingning's gentle footsteps. He quickly sat up and tidied his slightly messy clothes. He felt both expectant and a little nervous. The door opened gently, and Ye Qingning walked in with a cup of warm water. Seeing her gentle eyes, Gu Cheng's uneasiness instantly dissipated. "Are you awake?" Ye Qingning asked softly, handing him the cup of water. "Drink some water to sober up." Gu Cheng took the cup, looked at her gratefully, and drank it all in one gulp. The warm water moistened his throat and seemed to take away all his fatigue and embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect that I would get drunk." Gu Cheng said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." Ye Qingning smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, it's my dad, he was happy to chat, so he asked you to drink. However, this also shows that my parents like you very much, they say you are very sincere and responsible." Hearing Ye Qingning's words, Gu Cheng felt a warm current in his heart. He looked at her seriously and said affectionately, "Qingning, thank you and your family. I will work harder to become someone you can trust and rely on. I will use my actions to prove that you are right to choose me." Ye Qingning's eyes were shining with happiness. She gently leaned on Gu Cheng's shoulder. The two of them sat quietly, enjoying this rare tranquility and warmth. Outside the window, the sun was still bright, as if blessing the couple. At this moment, several voices were heard downstairs, as if some guests had arrived. However, Ye Qingning frowned slightly, as he did not like the owner of the voices downstairs. Gu Cheng asked softly, "Qingning, are there guests coming downstairs?" "Well, she is the wife of my father's third brother, my third aunt. You stay upstairs, I'll go downstairs to take a look." As he spoke, Ye Qingning walked down the stairs slowly. When he got downstairs, Ye Qingning saw his third aunt and her son sitting in the yard downstairs of her house, drinking tea and talking to his father and mother. Ye Qingning quietly walked to the corner and listened to the conversation coming from there. "Third aunt, brother and sister-in-law, I heard that my niece Qingning brought her boyfriend back. Where is he? Please ask him to come down and take a look. Mother Yi, my old man had a drink with me at noon, so I asked him to go upstairs to Qingning's room to sober up and rest. Just call him down and let him have a good rest. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Third aunt, sister-in-law, what does Qingning's boyfriend's family do? Where is his hometown? What is his family's financial situation like? Father Yi, Xiaogu's family is from here. I don't know what their family does, and I don't care about their conditions. As long as he treats Qingning well, that's enough. Third aunt, big brother, that one tea do. You have to find out clearly. Qingning is a pretty girl with a high level of education. You have spent so much money to train her, you must ask for some kind of dowry. It won't be too much, 500,000 yuan, but you have to ask for some." Hearing this, Ye's father and mother remained silent. Seeing this, Ye Qingning's third aunt thought that Ye's father and mother had heard it, and decided to strike while the iron was hot. She continued, "Brother, look at your Yi family. You only have one daughter, Qingning. The second brother's family also has two daughters. We only have one son, Haoyu. When the time comes, you, as the eldest uncle, will have to help out. The old Yi family is counting on our Yi Haoyu to carry on the family line." Ye Qingning's third aunt was an extremely selfish person. She was the only one who gave birth to a son among the three brothers of the Yi family, while the other two families had daughters. She always regarded herself as a great contributor to the Yi family. They have always been sarcastic towards Ye Qingning's mother and second aunt. This time, they came because they heard that Ye Qingning brought her boyfriend back, and they came to instigate Ye's father and mother to ask for a high bride price, and then find a reason to give it to their son in the future. Upon hearing this, Father Ye snorted coldly and said, "Third sister-in-law, whether or not you want a dowry, and how much you want, is our family's business." Ye Qingning's third aunt continued to speak with a thick face, saying, "What's your family and our family? Aren't they all the Ye family's business? Besides, a daughter who is married off is like water spilled. Once she gets married, she is no longer a member of the Ye family, and the children she gives birth to will not have the surname Ye. How much do you still expect her to control you? Ask for more betrothal gifts so that you can have some money for your retirement." At this time, Ye Qingning walked out angrily and said, "Third aunt, stop instigating my parents here and stop interfering in my family's affairs." When Ye Qingning's third aunt heard this, her face darkened. "Qingning, how do you talk to your elders? What did you learn in college? Did it teach you to yell at your elders like this?" Aunt San continued to look at Ye Qingning's bulging belly and couldn't help but frowning. "Qingning, are you pregnant? Do you know that being pregnant before marriage is a disgrace to the family? You have ruined the reputation of the old Ye family. Brother, you see, I told her at the beginning that she didn't need to go to college, but you refused to listen. Look, you see, this is a disgrace to our family and a misfortune for them." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother became angry and said, "Third sister-in-law, you are going too far. This is not a feudal society. They are in a free love relationship, and if they get pregnant, then they get pregnant. It's too much to say such things that bring disgrace to our family." The third aunt of the Ye family sneered and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, women, if they get pregnant before getting married, it will lose their value. You are asking for a dowry of 500,000 yuan, but that is impossible." Ye Qingning's chest was heaving rapidly because of her third aunt's anger. At this moment, a pair of big hands hugged her shoulders, stroked her back, and said softly and gently, Okay, don't be angry, it's not necessary." Ye Qingning leaned in Gu Cheng's arms and was helped by Gu Cheng to sit on the sofa. "Why did you come downstairs? Didn't I tell you to stay upstairs?" Gu Cheng gently touched Ye Qingning's head and said, "My wife has been bullied, so I have to come down to support her." Ye Qingning felt warm inside when she heard that, but she was too shy to know what to say. Gu Cheng turned around and said to Ye's mother with a smile, "Auntie, Qingning is a little sleepy. Please take Qingning upstairs to rest. My uncle and I will just accompany this third aunt and chat with her." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother looked at Ye's father, who nodded. Ye's father then stood up and said, "Third sister-in-law, please sit down. Qingning is pregnant and will get sleepy easily. I'll take her upstairs first. You two can chat." Chapter 22. Gu Cheng calls out $1 million betrothal gift to support his wife. Gu Cheng sat down carefully, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, handed it to Ye's father, and said with a flattering smile, "Uncle, do you smoke?" He. Ye's father was slightly stunned, then took the cigarette. Gu Cheng quickly lit the lighter, brought the flame close to the cigarette in Ye's father's hand, and lit it for him. Then, Gu Cheng lit another cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and blew out a smoke ring. Gu Cheng looked at his third aunt who was sitting beside him, and said with a firm and confident look, "Third aunt, I can now give you an answer to the fact that you just mentioned that the child will not have the surname Ye. In fact, Qingning is pregnant with twins. So, I promise you and everyone here that when the children are born, one of them will take the surname Ye, and the other will take my surname Gu." After saying that, Gu Cheng took another deep puff of cigarette. Then he spoke again, "As for the issue of uncle and aunt's retirement, you don't have to worry about it. I am a local, and it will only take a few minutes for Qingning to go back to her parents' home." He smiled and looked at Ye Qingning's third aunt. Then, he continued, "As long as Qingning is willing, she can go home to visit her parents at any time, even every day. After all, she is married so close. Moreover, Qingning has always been a very filial child." Then, he turned his gaze back to third aunt, with a bright smile on his face. "And third aunt, you just mentioned the issue of the bride price, right? How much did you say it was? 500,000, right?" The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a teasing smile. Finally, he said firmly, "Who are you looking down on? Qingning is such a good girl to marry me, how can the betrothal gift be less than 1 in 100? 1 in 100 is the minimum." After listening to Gu Cheng's words, Ye Qingning's third aunt's eyes lit up. She looked at her son and was secretly happy in her heart. "It seems that we have really caught a big fish this time." At this time, Ye's father spoke, "Xiao Gu, as parents, we have never thought about how much dowry or anything else. As long as you two children are happy, we will be satisfied. His voice was gentle and sincere, which made people feel warm. However, Cheng did not let Ye's father finish his words. He interrupted him and said, "Uncle, I understand what you mean, but after Qingning and I get married, you and aunt will be my parents, and it is only right for me to give it to you and aunt." Hearing this, Ye Qingning's third aunt smiled and said, "Xiaogu, since you said so, we won't be polite. But you have to remember that the betrothal gift you promised is 1.01 million, you can't regret it." She stared at Cheng, as if she wanted to get a positive answer from his eyes. At this moment, Father Ye said with some dissatisfaction, "Third sister-in-law, how can you do this? When will it be your turn to decide on the betrothal gift for Qingning's marriage?" There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Then, Ye's father's voice became serious. "The amount of the betrothal gift should be jointly decided by me, Qingning's mother and Cheng's parents. This is a matter between the two families, and it is not your turn to make the decision." His eyes were firm and sharp. Father Ye looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. We have other things to deal with later, so we won't keep you here. Please do as you please." His expression was cold, as if he was ordering us to leave. Ye's father knew very well what kind of person his third brother's wife was, but because they were family, he had never bothered with her. As a result, she became more and more demanding and even set her sights on taking his daughter's dowry. After hearing what Ye's father said, Ye Qingning's third aunt did not get angry or annoyed. Instead, she stood up calmly, walked to the door with her son, said hello to Cheng, and then left. After they left, Father Ye took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to Cheng, and took one for himself. While he was groping for a lighter, Cheng quickly took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Father Ye. "Xiaogu, when you were resting upstairs just now, Qingning had already told us about you, including your work, family background, and your personal performance, etc. As a father, I am very happy to hear this. At the same time, I also know that you treat Qingning very well, so I am so relieved to leave her to you. Actually, my uncle has only one precious daughter, who has been spoiled since she was a child. Therefore, your aunt and I do not have too many material requirements for this wedding. As long as the two of you can live happily, we will be satisfied. Originally, Uncle was planning to discuss with your parents, and we would each contribute 300,000 yuan to buy you a house as a down payment. However, Qingning told me that your parents have already prepared a house, a car, and a shop for you. Everything is arranged properly without any shortage. In this case, let this 300,000 yuan be regarded as a family fund for your newlywed family. Please do not rush to refuse, because this is the dowry that your aunt and I have prepared for Qingning a long time ago. Although the amount is not much, it is also our heartfelt gift." Cheng thought to himself that this was the dowry given to Qingning by Qingning's parents, and he couldn't refuse the kindness of the two elders. "Anyway, we live close by, so I can come back more often to visit Qingning and find excuses to send him more red envelopes during festivals or something." So I agreed and said, "Okay, Uncle, I'll follow your arrangements." In this way, the two of them were like good friends, drinking tea, smoking, and chatting about all kinds of trivial matters. "Father Ye, Xiaogu, I heard from Qingning that you have been thinking about her since junior high school?" Cheng, hee, Uncle, I can't say I was thinking about her, I admired her. At that time, Qingning was in school. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, had good grades, and was good-looking. I can say that not only me, but many boys in school admired and had a crush on Qingning. Father Ye took a puff of his cigarette and glanced at Cheng. "You kid, you're just thinking about me, why bother talking about admiration or not? You're really too timid. When the college entrance examination was over, why didn't you muster up the courage to confess your love to Qingning? It is possible that you two would have been together a long time ago." Cheng, smiled and said, "Uncle, it's my fault. I was so scared at that time. I was afraid that if my confession failed, we wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore." Father Ye, humph, what a promising kid. How would you know if you don't try? What if you succeed? In this way, the two of them chatted and laughed, without being bothered at all. What Ye Qingning's aunt said just now did not affect their mood. Chapter 23, Meeting of Parents. The afternoon sun lazily sprinkled in front of the window. As time passed, the conversation between Cheng and Ye Qingning's father became more and more harmonious, like a pair of old friends who had been reunited after a long separation. They sat on the soft sofa in the living room, and the topic was like an endless source, constantly flowing. The two talked about interesting things at work, daily life, and family matters to future plans. Outside the window, the sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, like a natural painting, adding a bit of comfort to this warm scene. Unconsciously, the clock hand has quietly pointed to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Cheng raised his head and looked at the world dyed golden by the sunlight outside the window, and a trace of emotion surged in his heart. Time passed so quickly, as if just in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this moment, the golden sunlight seemed to be silently reminding them that it was time to end this pleasant conversation and enter another warm occasion. Cheng smiled and turned to look at Ye Qingning's father, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. He whispered, "Uncle, it is a great pleasure to chat with you, and time flies by inadvertently. You see, it is almost evening now. I think it is time to invite you, Auntie and Ye Qingning, to go to the restaurant we have reserved." My parents carefully selected the Fuchin Mansion restaurant, hoping that the food there can satisfy your taste buds, and the beautiful environment can also bring you a pleasant dining experience. When Ye Qingning's father heard what Cheng said, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. He patted Cheng's shoulder gently, with admiration in his eyes, and said with emotion, "Cheng, you are such a careful and thoughtful child. I have heard of the name of Fuchin Mansion for a long time, and I have always wanted to taste the special dishes there in person. I didn't expect that today I would have the opportunity to taste the delicious food of Fuchin Mansion thanks to you." After saying that, Ye Qingning's father turned around and looked at his wife and daughter, and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Let's go to this restaurant that everyone says is delicious and have a try?" Ye Qingning and her mother smiled at each other and nodded in agreement. They all knew that the dishes of Fuchin Mansion were famous for their unique flavor and exquisite cooking skills. It was undoubtedly a rare experience to be able to enjoy a sumptuous dinner there. At this time, Cheng stood up and invited Ye Qingning and her parents with a smile. "Since everyone has no objection, let's go." Ye Qingning took his parents' arms, left home, and headed towards Fuchin Mansion. Along the way, Ye Qingning and his parents laughed and talked constantly, and were in an extremely happy mood. As night fell and the lights came on, the front of Fuchin Mansion restaurant was brightly lit, and the soft light fell on the simple and elegant door lintel, making the entire restaurant particularly warm and solemn. Father and Mother Gu, dressed in decent clothes, stood quietly by the door with smiles on their faces, their eyes revealing expectation and joy. They looked into the distance from time to time, as if waiting for someone to arrive. At this moment, they were full of expectations for Ye Qingning and her parents, hoping that this meeting would be smooth and pleasant. Time passed by, and finally, a car slowly drove into view and stopped in front of Fuchunfu restaurant. The door opened, and Ye Qingning got out first. She was wearing a light blue dress, elegant and beautiful. Then, Ye's father and mother also got out of the car. They were dressed in formal clothes and looked gentle and kind. Seeing Ye Qingning's family coming, Gu's father and mother immediately showed warm smiles on their faces. They walked forward quickly to greet them, holding out their hands, showing their kindness and friendliness. Ye Qingning's parents also walked forward with a smile, and the two sides shook hands and greeted each other in a friendly manner. The atmosphere was harmonious. Finally, with a burst of brisk footsteps, Cheng slowly approached with Ye Qingning's parents. Cheng's face was filled with a happy and confident smile. He first introduced Ye Qingning's parents to his parents, and his words were full of respect. "Dad, Mom, this is Qingning's father and mother." Cheng watched the scene with a smile, then stepped aside so that both parents could meet face to face. Cheng's parents immediately stepped forward with warm smiles on their faces, and they stretched out their hands and shook hands tightly with Ye Qingning's parents. "Welcome, welcome. It's great to finally meet you." Mother Gu's voice was soft and warm, and her eyes were full of sincerity and kindness. She greeted Ye Qingning's parents warmly and expressed her great pleasure at their arrival. "Yes, we are also very happy to meet you." Ye Qingning's father responded with a smile. His voice was low and powerful, showing a stable and mature temperament. His eyes were firm and kind, and he showed sincere emotions when he looked at Cheng's parents. "I've heard Cheng mention you two a long time ago, and I've been looking forward to meeting you." Ye Qingning's mother continued, her voice clear and pleasant, with a hint of joy. Her eyes were bright and gentle, revealing her respect and affection for Cheng's parents. "Ha, we are the same. We have always wanted to know what kind of family can raise such an outstanding child." Father Gu laughed heartily, and his laughter revealed his appreciation and recognition for Ye Qingning's family. At this moment, the communication between the two parents was full of enthusiasm and friendliness. They greeted each other, introduced each other, and shared each other's joy and expectations. After a brief greeting, everyone came to the private room. After they sat down, Cheng said to the waiter, "Serve the food." The first dish served was a Fuchin River white fish soup. This dish was as white as jade. A spoonful of it revealed the delicate fish meat, which blended perfectly with the delicious soup and gave off an alluring aroma. The freshness of the fish meat and the clever combination of seasonings made it easy to taste the unique flavor of the Fujian River, which was very memorable. Then, a plate of Longjing shrimps was served. The shrimps were crystal clear and plump, paired with a few pieces of emerald green Longjing tea leaves, which not only had an attractive color, but also perfectly blended the fragrance of tea and shrimps. Take a bite, the tenderness of the shrimps and the fragrance of Longjing tea intertwined in your mouth, as if you were in a tea garden in spring, fresh and refined. Then, the waiter presented dompa pork. This dish is bright red in color, with fat and lean meat, and the meat is tender but not mushy, melting in the mouth. The rich sauce wraps each piece of meat, which is sweet and salty, fat but not greasy. It is a classic dish of Fujian Riverside restaurant, which makes people praise it. In addition, there is also Qiandao Lake fish head stew on the table. The fish head is made of deep water fish from Qiandao Lake, with tender meat, milky white soup and fragrant aroma. The fish head is slowly stewed with various spices and mushrooms, and every bite is an ultimate temptation to the taste buds. Several other delicacies such as steamed river crab, sweet-scented osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root were also served one by one. Each dish was carefully cooked, with good color, aroma, and taste. The river crab meat was sweet and fresh, with full crab roe. The glutinous rice lotus root was soft, sweet, and fragrant, with the fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus permeating it, giving it a unique flavor. Chapter 24. Both parents unanimously decided to get the marriage certificate first. As the dinner gradually came to an end, most of the delicacies on the table had been tasted, leaving only a warm atmosphere and satisfied smiles. The eyes of both parents not only showed appreciation for the food, but also expectations and care for their children's future marriage life. The parents of both sides sat together, and the atmosphere of the dinner quietly changed from lively conversation to a more warm and solemn dialogue. Most of the delicacies on the plate had been tasted, and the air was filled with the warmth and harmony unique to family members, as well as deep expectations for the happiness of future children and grandchildren. Gu Cheng's father wiped the corner of his mouth gently, his eyes full of love and expectation. He turned to Ye Qingning's parents and said in a gentle but firm voice, "My dear relatives, we had a really happy meal today. Seeing the children so happy, we as parents are so happy. Especially Qingning, she is not only the pride of your Ye family, but also our future daughter-in-law. The child in her belly is the hope of our two families." Ye Qingning's mother's eyes slightly reddened when she heard this. She gently held her daughter's hand, as if conveying endless maternal love and blessings. Yes, Qingning has been sensible since she was young. We watched her grow up step by step. It was not until she met Gu Cheng that we knew that she had really found her own happiness. Seeing that she is so happy now, we as parents are relieved. Gu Cheng's mother also interrupted at this time, her voice full of tenderness and expectation. "My dear relatives, our family has always attached great importance to this marriage. Qingning is not only beautiful and kind, but also pregnant with our Gu family's flesh and blood. How can we not cherish this fate? Therefore, we have already prepared a very sincere betrothal gift, hoping to express our respect and love for Qingning." As she spoke, Gu Cheng's mother took out a list of betrothal gifts from a delicate box beside her. It listed in detail various precious items in cash, each of which represented the Gu family's attention and expectations for this marriage. However, she did not rush to hand the list to the Ye family's parents, but first sought the opinion of Gu Cheng's father with her eyes. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and trust were touching. However, to everyone's surprise, the Ye family's parents did not show too much surprise or joy, but seemed more calm and indifferent. Ye Qingning's father shook his head gently, his eyes full of understanding and tolerance. "In-laws, we appreciate your kindness. But to be honest, the amount of the gift does not mean anything. We value the children's feelings and their future happiness more. As long as Qingning and Gu Cheng can love each other and face the ups and downs of life together, that is the greatest gift for us." Ye Qingning's mother also nodded in agreement, her voice full of tenderness and determination. "Yes, although our Ye family is not rich, we also know the principle of being content with what we have. We don't ask our daughter to marry into a wealthy family, we only hope that she can find someone who truly treats her well. Now that we see that Gu Cheng loves her so much, we are relieved. As for the betrothal gift, it's just a token of our appreciation. The key is to see what the children want." After hearing this, Gu Cheng's parents couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts. They knew that in this materialistic society, it was rare to meet such reasonable and loyal relatives. Therefore, they became more determined to cherish this fate. Then, Father Gu said, "My dear relatives, you see, Qingning is already 6 months pregnant. If we hold the wedding now, the time is too tight and it will not be good for Qingning's body and the fetus. She may feel very tired. So my suggestion is that they should go get their marriage certificate first, and then we can invite some important relatives to have a meal together to celebrate. After Qingning gives birth to the baby and recovers, we will hold a grand wedding. This will not affect the baby and will give Qingning enough time to prepare and rest. What do you think? He looked at the other person with sincerity and concern in his eyes. Ye Qingning's father heard this and showed a look of approval on his face. He gently patted the back of Gu's father's hand and said gratefully, "Brother Gu, you are absolutely right. We were also worried about this issue just now. Qingning's health and the baby in her belly are naturally our biggest concerns. Although the wedding is important, the health and safety of the child are the top priority. Your proposal is very thoughtful and we fully agree." Ye Qingning's mother nodded repeatedly, tears flashing in her eyes, but they were tears of happiness. "Yes, in-laws, you are so thoughtful. We were worried that the wedding preparations would tire Qingning, but now that you said that, we feel much more relieved. Getting the marriage certificate first, then celebrating in a small group, and then holding the wedding after Qingning recovers, this is indeed the best arrangement." Seeing this, Cheng quickly stood up, walked to Ye Qingning, gently put his arm around her shoulders, and said softly, "Qingning, don't worry, I will take good care of you and the baby. We will listen to you about the wedding, and do whatever makes you feel comfortable. The most important thing now is your health and our baby." Ye Qingning looked up at Cheng, her eyes full of love and trust. She nodded gently, with a hint of sweetness and shyness in her voice. "Well, I believe you. As long as we are together, we can have the wedding anytime." The parents of both sides smiled with relief when they saw this scene. They knew that the two children had found each other and were willing to go through the ups and downs of the future together. So, they began to discuss the next arrangements, including the date of obtaining the marriage certificate, the guest list for a small celebration, and the general plan for the future wedding. In a happy atmosphere, everyone unanimously decided to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate tomorrow, and then invite the closest relatives of both families and several good friends to witness this happy moment together. As for the wedding, it was scheduled for a few months after Qingning gave birth, when she recovered well, and then choose an auspicious day to hold a grand and warm ceremony so that all relatives and friends can share their joy and happiness. As night fell, the two families ended this meaningful dinner with laughter. With a beautiful vision of the future, they each set out on their way home. Cheng and Ye Qingning walked hand in hand on the way home, their hearts full of love and gratitude for each other. They knew that no matter how long and unknown the road ahead was, as long as they supported each other and worked together, they would be able to create a happy future that belonged to them. Chapter 25: The Ye family visits others. Today is a special day. Ye Qingning's family welcomes important relatives to visit. This traditional custom makes the whole Gu family immersed in joy and busyness. In order to express respect and enthusiasm for the guests, Gu's father and mother began to carefully prepare various fruits, snacks, cakes and tea at home early in the morning. They carefully placed each item, hoping to leave a good impression on the guests. At the same time, Cheng's aunts, uncles and uncles also came to his house early to help. They were full of blessings and expectations, and were happy for Cheng. Cheng's home in Fujian County is particularly lively. This 4-story modern villa is spacious and bright, with a stylish and atmospheric architectural style. The yard is covered with emerald green lawns and dotted with colorful flowers, like a beautiful painting. There is also an exquisite fish pond with a group of lively and cute koi fish, which play and swim in the water, adding vitality to the entire courtyard. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Ye Qingning's parents and relatives drove their cars or rode electric bikes to Cheng's villa. When Ye Qingning's parents, grandparents and other relatives were about to arrive at Gu's house, the whole family was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. Cheng's parents, aunts, uncles, and uncles were all mobilized. They wore the most appropriate clothes and their faces were filled with joy. Every detail was carefully taken care of, from the flowers at the door to the exquisite snacks in the living room, all of which showed the importance of this meeting. Cheng's father and mother stood at the door, anxiously waiting for Ye Qingning's family to arrive. Their eyes were full of anticipation and enthusiasm, as if they had waited too long for this moment. Finally, a luxury car slowly drove into the front door of Gu's house. The door opened, and Ye Qingning's father and mother got out of the car first. They were dressed in elegant clothes, with elegant temperament, and walked towards Gu's father and mother with smiles on their faces. "Welcome to our home," Father Gu said excitedly. He held Ye Qingning's father's hand tightly to express his warm welcome. Then, Ye Qingning's grandparents also got out of the car. The two elderly people were energetic and amiable. Gu's mother walked up to them, greeted them warmly, and invited them to come into the house together. At the same time, Gu Cheng's aunts, uncles and uncles also came forward and greeted Ye Qingning's family enthusiastically. Everyone exchanged greetings and laughter echoed in the air. At this moment, the distance between the two families was shortened. They communicated with each other, shared stories and laughter. The whole scene was full of warmth and harmony, making people feel the warmth of family affection. With the arrival of Ye Qingning's family, the Gu family became very lively. Everyone was immersed in this joyful atmosphere. Gu Cheng's aunts, uncles and aunts were also busy, some helping to arrange the chairs, while others preparing tea. Everyone hoped to welcome the guests from afar with the most thoughtful service. Ye Qingning's grandparents, supported by everyone, slowly walked into the living room. Although they were old, they were in good spirits, with kindness in their eyes. Seeing this, the Gu family members came forward to greet them, expressing their respect and care for the elderly. In the living room, Gu's mother had already arranged it in an orderly manner. Soft sofas surrounded an exquisite tea table, on which were placed various snacks and fresh fruits, emitting an enticing aroma. Gu Cheng's aunts and uncles were busy pouring tea for the guests. They were skilled and smiling, and every detail revealed their respect for the guests. Ye Qingning's family was infected by this enthusiasm, and they sat on the sofa and started a relaxed and pleasant conversation. Gu Cheng's father and Ye Qingning's father had a great conversation. Their topics ranged from family trivia to social hotspots. They laughed heartily from time to time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Gu Cheng's mother held Ye Qingning's mother's hand, and the two whispered, sharing each other's family life and parenting experience, as if they had endless things to say. As the elders in the family, Ye Qingning's grandparents received special care from the Gu family. Gu Cheng's uncle personally brewed the best tea for them and patiently introduced the varieties and brewing methods of tea. The two old people tasted the fragrant tea, praised it, and their faces were filled with smiles. Meanwhile, some younger relatives chose to stroll through the garden. The Gu family's garden is uniquely designed, evergreen and fragrant. They strolled along the flower path, admiring the colorful flowers and the well-arranged landscape, and stopped from time to take photos. The whole afternoon, the Gu family was immersed in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Whether it was the laughter in the living room or the leisurely stroll in the garden, people could feel the deep emotional bond between family members. And all of this stemmed from the warm hospitality and sincere treatment of the Gu Cheng family to Ye Qingning's family. Among the relatives who came to visit today was Ye Qingning's third aunt, who was very curious about Gu Cheng's home, so she started to wander around. When she saw the luxurious villa and the vast garden, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "The daughter of the Ye family has become rich." The third aunt of the Ye family pondered in her heart, with a sly smile on her face. She began to calculate how to get more benefits from this niece after Ye Qingning got married, and seek more benefits for her precious son. After all, such an opportunity is really rare, and she doesn't want to let it go easily. Thinking of this, Ye Qingning walked to the relatives in the living room, found a seat and sat down at random. At this time, Xingji said to Gu Cheng's parents, "Little Gu's mother, you see, you will soon be a family, but there are some things that Qingning's parents are too honest to say, so let me say them." When Ye's father and mother heard this, their faces suddenly darkened, and Ye Qingning's grandparents and all the relatives from Gu Cheng's family turned their eyes to Ye's third aunt. Seeing this, Mother Gu quickly responded with a smile, "Well, Aunt Qingning, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. We will be a family soon, there is nothing to be ashamed of." Father Ye wanted to stop his third brother's wife from speaking, because Father Ye knew that his sister-in-law had no good intentions. If she opens her mouth, something bad will happen. The two children are about to get their marriage certificate. If something happens and leaves a bad impression on Gu's parents and relatives, it will be very disadvantageous to her daughter's future. Chapter 26, The Third Aunt of the Ye Family's Troublemaking. In such a warm and harmonious atmosphere, Ye Qingning's third aunt suddenly broke the lively and peaceful atmosphere. Her voice was a bit sharp and picky, which made everyone present stunned. She stood up and looked directly at Gu Cheng and his family, with a meaningful smile on her lips. "Little Gu Ma, your Gu family is also a wealthy family. A wealthy family will definitely not be stingy, right?" Third aunt first said politely, but then changed the subject. "However, when it comes to marriage, we have to talk about it. Qingning is the baby of our family. She has good looks and education. Although she is pregnant, she must have a decent gift to marry into your family." At this point, Auntie San paused deliberately, as if observing the reactions of the Gu family. Then, she continued in an unquestionable tone, "I think the betrothal gift should be a lucky number, 1 million at least. There is also a shop in the county town, a 150 square meter suite in the county center, and a car worth about 400,000 yuan for Qingning's father. The property rights of these must be in Qingning, and my parents will hold and manage them on my behalf. These should not be excessive, right? As soon as these words came out, the living room fell into silence. The Gu family looked at each other, obviously shocked by the sudden high price demand for the bride price. Ye Qingning's face also became a little embarrassed and awkward. She didn't expect her third aunt to make such a request at this time. Ye's father, Ye's mother, and all the relatives of the Ye family all looked livid. Ye Qingning's grandparents were also very angry about what their third son's wife said. Just as Ye's father was about to speak, Gu Cheng spoke first. Gu Cheng said, "Well, it's not too much, no problem." Ye Qingning also hurriedly said, "Aunt San, what are you talking about? When did my parents have these requests? Some things can't be said casually." Ye's father also quickly said, "Lao Gu, our family has no such intentions. The betrothal gift and other matters are the same as we said yesterday." Auntie San was also anxious at this time and said, "Boss, Qingning is ignorant, are you also ignorant? You have raised Qingning for so many years, it is not easy, what's wrong with asking for a betrothal gift?" At this time, Ye Qingning's grandfather said sternly, "Old third, take care of your wife. What are you talking about? People who don't know would think that our Ye family is not marrying off, but selling our daughter." Suddenly, the originally lively and peaceful scene was made extremely awkward by the words of the third aunt of the Ye family. At this time, Gu Cheng's mother stepped forward, gently held Ye Qingning's hand, patted it gently, and said to Ye Qingning softly, "Qingning, we know how you and your parents behave, don't worry, it's okay." Gu Cheng stepped forward and continued to speak to everyone. "Third aunt is right, uncle and aunt, it is not easy for you to train such an outstanding young man. We will not look down on Qingning just because she is pregnant. Qingning, take out the things I gave you and show them to everyone." Hearing this, Ye Qingning instantly understood what Gu Cheng meant. He just wanted him to take out the 2 property ownership certificates in front of everyone to prove to everyone that he was valued by Gu Cheng and his parents. Ye Qingning did not hesitate and took out the 2 property certificates from his bag. This is a list of residences and shops in Hangzhou. Both have Ye Qingning's name written on them, and no other name. This house and shop are both located in the center of Hangzhou and are worth tens of millions. They were bought by Gu's father when Gu Cheng took her to the prenatal checkup in Hangzhou. Seeing this, all the relatives of the Ye family were shocked. They really couldn't imagine that the Gu family would be so generous as to give these 2 properties worth tens of millions to Ye Qingning. Of course, in addition to being shocked, everyone was more happy for Ye Qingning. After all, this is an industry worth tens of millions, and it belongs to Ye Qingning alone. In this way, even if Ye Qingning encounters any changes in the future, he will not have to worry about food and clothing. What is more important is that this proves how much the Gu family values Ye Qingning. It can even be said that this is more than just importance. Instead, he treated Ye Qingning as his own family. After all, who would casually give away a property worth tens of millions to someone else? Gu Cheng smiled and asked third aunt Ye whether there was enough space in the house or shop in Hangzhou. Facing Gu Cheng's questioning, third aunt Ye would not speak anymore. The other party had already given her a property and shop worth tens of millions, so what else could she say? But it was not under the name of Fujian County or Ye Qingning's parents, so it was not easy for her to get benefits for her son. She could only think of a way later. With the farce of Aunt Ye's third aunt over, it was time for lunch. In order to entertain Ye Qingning's relatives at home, Gu Cheng specially prepared a warm and grand lunch. He knew the importance of this visit, not only to deepen the friendship between the 2 families, but also to show his sincerity and intentions to Ye Qingning's family. In order to ensure the best quality and taste of lunch, Gu Cheng spared no expense to invite the chef of a well-known local hotel to cook. The chef and his team came to Gu Cheng's home a day in advance and began to prepare. They carefully designed the menu according to the changes in seasons and the taste preferences of relatives, with both traditional delicacies and innovative dishes, striving to ensure that every guest can find the taste they like. As the colorful, fragrant and delicious dishes were served one by one, the whole restaurant was filled with an alluring aroma. From exquisite cold cuts to steaming hot dishes, from refreshing soups to sweet desserts, each dish was like a work of art, pleasing to the eye and even more mouth-watering. Gu Cheng personally guided Ye Qingning's relatives to their seats and introduced the characteristics of each dish and the stories behind them. His words were full of respect and enthusiasm for his family, making everyone present feel his sincerity and dedication. During the dinner, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Relatives praised the deliciousness and exquisiteness of the dishes and expressed their sincere gratitude to Gu Cheng for his careful arrangements. Ye Qingning sat next to Gu Cheng with a happy smile on her face. She felt extremely fortunate to have found such a caring and considerate partner who knew how to respect and love her. The lunch came to an end amidst laughter and joy, but the warmth and beauty will remain in everyone's heart forever. This lunch was not only a feast for the taste buds, but also an exchange and integration of the soul, which made all the relatives of the Ye family very satisfied with Cheng. Chapter 27. Let us get the certificate. On June 11, 2019, the weather was clear and sunny. Cheng drove to Ye Qingning's house at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Although they were about to become husband and wife, Ye Qingning still lived in his own house in Fujian County because they had not yet obtained a formal marriage certificate. Yesterday, Ye Qingning had packed most of her luggage and moved to Cheng's house, leaving only some daily necessities. After receiving the marriage certificate today, she will officially move to Cheng's house. Ye Qingning's home is not far from Cheng's home, it can be said to be very close. If you drive there, it only takes 7 or 8 minutes to get there. Considering that Ye Qingning's pregnancy has entered the late stage and she is not able to move around easily, and her mother has not yet retired and cannot take care of Ye Qingning wholeheartedly, while Cheng's mother does not need to work at home, after discussion, it was decided to let Ye Qingning move directly into Cheng's home after receiving the marriage certificate so that he can take better care of her. They were going to get the marriage certificate today, and Cheng had made careful preparations yesterday. He found a professional photography team and a makeup artist. The photographer team consisted of 2 people, one responsible for video recording and the other for taking photos, so that they could record the entire process of getting the marriage certificate in all aspects. The makeup artist came to Ye Qingning's house early and put on a beautiful light makeup for her. At this moment, another group of photographers were following Cheng, who also brought them to the downstairs of Ye Qingning's house, quietly waiting for Ye Qingning to come downstairs. Not long after Ye Qingning came down, she was wearing a white dress, as beautiful as a fairy descending to the earth. Cheng couldn't wait to go forward and hold Ye Qingning's hand, and said to her affectionately, "Qingning, from today on, we are legal husband and wife." After saying that, he laughed, and his silly look made people laugh. Ye Qingning's face flushed slightly, and her hand was gently held by Cheng. She did not resist, but let him do it. After spending these few days together, Ye Qingning has gradually adapted to Cheng's intimate behavior. Cheng led Ye Qingning to the car, opened the door for her to get in, and carefully helped her fasten her seatbelt. Then, he walked to the driver's seat, started the car, and prepared to set off for the Civil Affairs Bureau. One of the photographers sat in the passenger seat, and the other photographer and makeup artist followed in another car. When Cheng and his party arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found that there were no other newlyweds waiting. Since today was not a special holiday or anniversary, there were relatively few people coming to register for marriage. Cheng and his party became the first couple to arrive today, which made Ye Qingning feel a little surprised and happy. The Civil Affairs Bureau's working hours are 8:30, but it is only 8:27 now, and there are still 3 minutes before work. Cheng and Ye Qingning decided to get off the car first and stand at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau waiting for it to open. They stood together hand in hand, with happy smiles on their faces. After a while, the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau was opened from the inside by the staff, and they officially started to handle business. The sun gently sprinkled in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and through the tall glass windows, it covered this space full of happy moments with a layer of golden brilliance. Cheng and Ye Qingning stood hand in hand at one end of the red carpet, their eyes flashing with infinite longing and determination for their future life. Cheng was wearing a custom-made white shirt, paired with a simple yet dignified black suit, looking particularly handsome, and tall Ye Qingning also wore a white shirt, but with a white lace veil as decoration. The breeze blew, and the white veil swayed gently, like the gentlest spring breeze, and her smile was as bright and moving as a newly blooming flower. They walked hand in hand to the window for marriage registration, sat down and began to fill out the declaration for marriage registration. They picked up the pen and wrote down their names and personal information in a flamboyant manner. After finishing, they handed over their household registration booklet, ID card, and the carefully prepared 2-inch half-length bare-head photo to the staff. After receiving the materials, the staff member quickly and carefully reviewed each document. She carefully checked whether the photo met the requirements and whether the documents were complete and valid. After confirming that everything was correct, the staff member began to ask the 2 people some necessary information, such as their occupations, home addresses, etc. The 2 people answered fluently and showed great tacit understanding. After completing the data review and information inquiry, the staff smiled and led the 2 to the oath-taking platform. The oath-taking platform was decorated very warmly, surrounded by flowers and green plants, creating a romantic atmosphere. The 2 of them held up the oath book together and swore the oath in unison. Cheng and Ye Qingning, we are willing to marry each other. From today on, we will jointly shoulder the responsibilities and obligations that marriage bestows upon us. Be filial to your parents, teach your children, respect and love each other, trust and encourage each other, understand and accommodate each other, support each other, and love each other for a lifetime. From now on, no matter good times or bad times, no matter rich or poor, no matter healthy or sick, no matter young or old, we will stand together through thick and thin, share weal and woe, and become lifelong companions. We must uphold the oath we made today, and we will certainly be able to uphold the oath we made today. Person who takes the oath, Gu Cheng. Swearer, Ye Qingning. On the side, a professional photographer followed the whole process, capturing every warm and touching moment with his camera. He sometimes leaned down to capture the delicate touch of the fingertips when the two exchanged rings. Sometimes he stepped back a few steps to record the grand picture of them hugging each other tightly and sharing this joy in the presence of relatives and friends. The shutter sounds came one after another, and each press was the most beautiful testimony of this love. After the ceremony, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning held the bright red marriage certificate and, under the guidance of the photographer, stood side by side or leaned against each other, leaving many precious photos in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Each photo recorded an important stop in their love journey and also indicated that they were about to join hands in a better stage of life. After the two people completed the oath, they signed the documents handed over by the staff. Then they followed the staff to the place where they could get the marriage certificate, and under the witness of both of them, the seal was slowly stamped on the marriage certificate. From this moment on, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning officially became husband and wife. It was also from this moment that Gu Cheng fulfilled his dream of more than 10 years and married Ye Qingning. After completing all the procedures, the two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand with their marriage certificate. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Cheng turned his head and stared at Ye Qingning, and slowly said, "Wife, I finally married you." Ye Qingning was very shy at the moment, her face blushed, and she timidly called out, "Husband." This day is the most unforgettable day in the lives of Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning. The photographer's lens has become an indispensable witness to their love story, freezing this happiness and sweetness forever in the long river of time. Chapter 28 Dinner with Friends to Celebrate. After the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they immediately asked the photographer and makeup artist to leave the scene. Before leaving, the photographer told them that it would take about a week to edit the videos and photos taken today, and promised to send them to them as soon as the editing was completed. Since it was only a little after 10 in the morning, there was still some time before the lunch meeting with friends. So the two of them discussed and decided to go shopping in the mall near the lunch meeting place. When they arrived at the mall, they walked hand in hand, enjoying this rare leisure time. At this time, Gu Cheng couldn't help but recall this time last year, when he and his roommates were enthusiastically discussing the issue of work after graduation, and they were still far apart at that time. However, only 1 year had passed, and now he was holding the hand of the goddess of his dreams, with her marriage certificate in his pocket, and even more unbelievably, the goddess was pregnant with their baby. This huge change made him feel extremely happy and satisfied, and at the same time, he also deeply felt the wonder and beauty of fate. At this moment, Gu Cheng really wanted to laugh out loud. Ye Qingning, looking at Gu Cheng's excited and silly face, really wanted to stay away from this idiot. It was simply too embarrassing. Did she marry such a fool? My husband was a well-known figure in school. He had good grades and was in the top 10 in his grade, not much worse than me. He was also good at sports and was the captain of the school basketball team. I remember that little girls used to give him love letters from time to time. No, he had to go back and read them to kill everything. Well, actually I wanted to take a look, hee. In the past, they would always show off in front of him, what a childish guy. In fact, Ye Qingning was also thinking that the world was really magical. At this time last year, he was dreaming of becoming an excellent lawyer. I imagined myself speaking out against injustice and engaging in a heated debate in the courtroom. Alas, later, I am now shopping in the mall with my idiotic husband, pregnant. What a life! Suddenly, Ye Qingning's nose twitched, and she closed her eyes and smelled it, then looked at Gu Cheng pitifully. "Hubby, I want to eat grilled sausage." Gu Cheng, seeing his wife's cute expression, immediately took out his cell phone, opened the search engine, and typed, "Can a 6-month pregnant woman eat sausages?" Ye Qingning saw him taking out his cell phone and thought he was going to buy something for her, but it turned out that her idiot husband was actually searching whether she could eat grilled sausages. What a pity! Gu Cheng searched for a while and came to the conclusion that, well, it was edible. He randomly took Ye Qingning's hand and walked towards the stall selling grilled sausages. When he arrived at the stall, Gu Cheng shouted, "Boss, 3 grilled sausages, 1 original flavor and 2 slightly spicy ones." Ye Qingning, hearing Gu Cheng shouting 3 grilled sausages, looked at Gu Cheng in confusion. 3 sausages? There are only 2 of us. Also, you added spicy food, What do you mean? Are you afraid that I will eat yours later? Gu Cheng scratched his head and said, I'm big, so I can eat two, but you're small, so you can only eat one. Ye Qingning, oh, no, there are three of us here, I have to eat two, one original flavor and one spicy one, Ye Qingning said with a bulging belly. Gu Cheng curled his lips and coaxed, good wife, the grilled sausages are too oily. Just eat one to satisfy your craving. You still have to eat later. While the two were arguing about who should get two sausages, the boss skewered the sausages and handed 3 sausages to Gu Cheng. Seeing Gu Cheng getting the grilled sausage, Ye Qingning looked at it eagerly, expecting Gu Cheng to hand it to him. But Gu Cheng took the sausage, picked up one, took a bite and started eating, as if he had forgotten about Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning refused to do it anymore. Hey, Gu Cheng, give me my sausage. At this time, Ye Qingning bared his little fangs, as if to say, if you don't give me the sausage right away, I will fight you. Seeing this, Gu Cheng raised the sausage in his hand and said, hey, if you want sausages, come and listen to my nice voice. Ye Qingning gritted his teeth as he looked at the mean Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was 187 centimeters tall, and when he raised his hand, it was only 172 centimeters tall, so Ye Qingning couldn't reach it at all. If you don't let me poop, I won't eat it, Ye Qingning turned his back, looking angry and as if he didn't want to eat anymore. Gu Cheng came behind Ye Qingning, slipped the grilled sausage past her nose, and said in her ear, you don't want to eat it anymore? I've eaten it all. Ye Qingning still had an expression on her face, saying, I don't want to eat it anymore, just do as you please. Gu Cheng was just about to slide the sausage past her nose for the second time. Ye Qingning grabbed Gu Cheng's hand, opened his mouth and bit the 2 sausages. Gu Cheng was afraid that the skewer would prick Ye Qingning, so he quickly let go. Ye Qingning took the sausage and started eating it happily. Gu Cheng said slyly, you are a crocodile, you eat so quickly. Ye Qingning took off a piece of sausage and said to Gu Cheng, yes, I am a crocodile, you have to treat me badly in the future. Then she glanced between Gu Cheng's legs. Gu Cheng felt a chill between his legs. He had unintentionally developed his wife's skills. He was finished. The two of them ate grilled sausages, chatted and laughed as they walked around. They passed by a milk tea shop and each bought a cup of milk tea. Ye Qingning was pregnant and couldn't drink iced milk tea, which made her feel very sorry. The time came, 11 o'clock, the two walked out of the mall and went to the restaurant. At this time, in the restaurant box, there were Ye Qingning's best friend Lin Yueshi, Xu Yuran, Gu Cheng's best friend, Wu Junhui, and a man, Sunny Yun, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning's high school classmate. When he heard that Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning had obtained their marriage certificate, he also followed Lin Yueshi and Xu Yuran. They were all classmates in high school and were chatting in the box at the moment. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning walked in hand. Everyone greeted Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning. Fatty Wu, Gu Cheng, you married our beautiful squad leader quietly and made her pregnant. You are amazing. Lin Yueshi, yo, you two still remember to come here, holding hands, you are showing off your love to us. Xu Yuran, Qingning, come here, quickly give the matchmaker a red envelope. Luckily, we only sent it downstairs that day, otherwise, you would have missed out on such a good match. When Ye Qingning heard Xu Yuran talking about this, he quickly covered her mouth and said, oh, Yuran, if you say it again, I will break up with you. Ye Qingning threatened weakly. Xu Yuran, you can choose not to tell me, but when your child is born, I will be his godmother. Ye Qingning, okay, you are the godmother. Lin Yueshi, hey, Qingning, I want to be a godmother too. Ye Qingning, okay, you can be my second godmother. At this moment, Ye Qingning heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw that it was Sunny Yun, the former vice class monitor of high school. Ye Qingning frowned slightly, thinking why this guy is here, could he be Gu Cheng's friend? Ye Qingning nodded slightly to Sunny Yun as a greeting. At this time, Gu Cheng said, have you ordered the dishes? Take a quick look at what you want to eat. My husband and I are treating you today. Chapter 29 Arrogant Vice Squad Leader Son. In this spacious, bright and elegantly decorated private room, the atmosphere was extremely warm at the moment. People naturally divided into 3 completely different groups, each immersed in pleasant conversation. The first thing that caught my eye was Ye Qingning and her 2 best friends. The 3 of them were sitting together, heads touching, with mysterious and excited smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were quietly discussing private topics that only girls could understand. From time to time, a burst of silver bell-like laughter could be heard. On the other side, Gu Cheng was sitting opposite the plump Wu. The two were chatting and laughing, having a great time. They shared bits and pieces of their lives, and those trivial but interesting little things made their communication seem particularly harmonious. Although Gu Cheng kept talking to Fatty Wu, his hands never stopped moving. It turned out that he was carefully peeling the tender and plump shrimps for Ye Qingning and placing them neatly on a plate beside him. In comparison, Sunny Yun's position seemed a bit deserted and awkward. From the moment he arrived here, he seemed to be an unwelcome presence. No one took the initiative to talk to him, and everyone's attitude towards him was obviously much colder. All this was because he had gotten the information from somewhere and had forced himself to attend the party. Although they were all high school classmates, Gu Cheng and Sunny Yan had never had much interaction. Back then, Gu Cheng was too lazy to take the position of deputy monitor when he was studying. Later, when the teacher found Sunny Yun, he gladly accepted it, which was equivalent to taking advantage of Gu Cheng's disdain. As for Wu Junhui, he was even more disgusted with Sunny Yun. In his eyes, Sunny Yun always liked to put on airs, relying on his position as the deputy monitor to act arrogantly and show off in the class. Moreover, Sunny Yun often reported to the teacher, which made Wu Pingzi very disgusted. As for Lin Yueshi and Xu Yuran, although they can't say they hate Sunny Yun to the extreme, they definitely can't say they have a good impression of him. In their eyes, Sunny Yun is simply too ordinary to be more ordinary. Let's talk about his appearance first. There is really nothing attractive about him. Then there is his height. He is only 1.73 meters tall. He is not noticeable in the crowd and has no advantages at all. In terms of academic performance, as the deputy monitor, he was only ranked 70th or 80th in the grade that year, which is really not outstanding. As for his family background, it is ordinary, nothing special to mention. And this guy always likes to show off, just like a ridiculous clown. Ye Qingning had only treated Sunny Yun with the same indifferent feeling as a classmate before. Back then, Sunny Yun had always been attentive to her intentionally or unintentionally. After entering college, he kept in touch with her frequently and even mustered up the courage to confess his love to her several times. From the moment she entered the door until now, Sunny Yun had been stealing glances at Ye Qingning intentionally or unintentionally. Ye Qingning was actually fed up with it for a long time, but today was the day to celebrate her and Gu Cheng's marriage certificate, and since he was already here, she couldn't say much. As for Sunny Yun himself, he loved Ye Qingning very much. He always believed that Ye Qingning had a special feeling for him, and he always believed that he was the only one who could match Ye Qingning in this world. This kind of self-confidence seemed to be innate and deeply rooted in his heart. Just last night, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. When Sunny Yan accidentally met Lin Yueshi and Xu Yuran, he happened to catch Ye Qingning calling Lin Yueshi. Ye Qingning's crisp and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Yueshi, Gu Cheng, and I went to get the marriage certificate today. Let's have a meal together as good friends to celebrate. This call was like a bolt of lightning that struck Sunny Yun's heart, making him instantly excited. Before Lin Yueshi responded, Sunny Yun couldn't wait to interrupt and said, "Oh, how can I be absent from such a happy event? I want to join in the fun." Just like that, Sunny Yun ignored the eyes of others and insisted on joining the dinner party. However, at that time, he didn't know what happy event everyone was celebrating. Only when he arrived today did he realize that not only Ye Qingning and her two best friends were there, but also Gu Cheng and Wu Junhui, and that what they were celebrating today was the marriage certificate of Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning. He had already arrived at that time, and when he heard about the celebration, he suddenly felt dejected. Ye Qingning had always been his white moonlight, the sweetheart, even his forbidden lover. The fact that she suddenly got married to Gu Cheng was something he couldn't accept all of a sudden. So when the time came today, he didn't say anything, just lowered his head to eat and drink. After a few glasses of liquor, and feeling dissatisfied, he picked up a glass of liquor and was about to toast Ye Qingning. Everyone was stunned by his sudden action. Sunny Yun was holding a glass of white wine and was about to pour wine for Ye Qingning with the bottle. Seeing this, Gu Cheng was ready to block it for Ye Qingning. He picked up a glass of wine and said, "Deputy Monitor son, thank you for coming today to celebrate the wedding of Ye Qingning, and Qingning is not convenient to drink, so I will drink this glass for Qingning." Sunny Yan listened to Gu Cheng's words, curled his lips slightly and said, "Gu Cheng, you are really good at tricking Qingning into getting him. It's such a pity, huh?" Gu Cheng felt uncomfortable after listening to Sunny Yun's words, but he didn't say anything. He thought he would not have much dealings with such an unimportant person in the future. After drinking, he sat down and continued to chat with Fatty Wu in the business of peeling shrimps for Ye Qingning. Sunny Yun continued to pour himself a glass and continued to toast Ye Qingning. At this time, Xu Yuran said, "Sunny Yun, you may be seriously ill. Qingning is pregnant, you should toast her." Sunny Yun took out a glass and said in the tone of deputy monitor, Chu Yuran, I toast to Qingning. What does it have to do with you? Besides, what's wrong with being pregnant? I just took a sip. I didn't say I had to finish it. Chu Yuran, this is not school anymore. You have entered society. If you don't understand the ways of the world, how can you survive in the future? Chu Yuran sneered. Sunny Yun, you also know that this is not a school. Then you have no right to criticize me. In school, you can still make a small report, but in society, with your salary of 5,000 yuan a month, what is that? Ha! At this time Fatty Wu spoke up, Sunny Yun, are you looking for trouble? Gu Cheng has already given you face by toasting you just now. Why do you keep toasting me when you know that the squad leader is pregnant? Chapter 30 Arrogant Vice Squad Leader Sun 2. Sunny Yun raised his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer, and swept his eyes coldly towards the chubby figure opposite him, mockingly saying, Fatty Wu, when I was in school, I knew clearly that you were just a little follower following behind Gu Cheng. I didn't expect that after entering the society for so long, you have not made any progress at all, and you are still obedient and flattering. Then, Sunny Yun raised his wine glass, walked slowly to the squad leader, and said, Squad leader, it is rare for us to be together today. I, Sunny Yun, came here specially to toast you a glass of wine. This is the friendship between you and me. Since Gu Cheng has already drunk the first glass, it is considered to be a phase for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunny Yun turned his gaze to the people who were making trouble. His face darkened instantly, and he said sternly, As for the second cup, I was originally going to toast the monitor sincerely, but before I could say anything, you guys couldn't wait to jump out and make a fuss. Humph, the monitor's husband Gu Cheng hasn't even spoken yet. Why are you guys meddling in this? At this point, Sunny Yun seemed to be getting angrier and angrier, his voice unconsciously rising 8 degrees. Besides, with Gu Cheng, I don't know what kind of shameless means he used to marry our beautiful, gentle, and virtuous class monitor. Isn't Gu Cheng just relying on his parents' money? Apart from that, what else can he show? How can he be worthy of such an excellent Qingning? After hearing this, Gu Cheng stopped peeling shrimps and gently pushed the plate full of shrimps in front of Ye Qingning. He adjusted his sitting posture slightly, leaned forward slightly, and then spoke slowly in a slow and steady tone. Today is the happy day for Qingning and I to get the marriage certificate. Originally, I didn't want to spoil everyone's fun or make things unhappy, so when you toasted me the first glass of wine, I drank it without hesitation. And I didn't take what you said before to heart. At this point, Gu Cheng paused for a moment, as if he was organizing what he was going to say next. Then, he looked straight at Sunny Yun opposite him and continued, However, now that things have come to this, since you have already said so much, let me have a good talk with you. You keep saying that I am not qualified, so I have to ask you. In what way can you, Sunny Yun, compare with me? In terms of appearance, you are ordinary and nothing special in terms of height. You are only about 1.7 meters tall, which is simply crushed compared to me. Let's talk about specialties. I have been the captain of the school basketball team since the first year of high school, and I have led the school team to successfully win the championship of the high school league for 3 consecutive years. At this time, Gu Cheng's eyes became more and more sharp. He raised his voice and continued, If we compare grades, there is nothing to say. The Zhejiang University where I study is a top-notch institution of higher learning in the country, and it ranks 3rd among the double first-class universities. When I took the college entrance examination that year, with my grades, I could easily choose any top university in the country, let alone Tsinghua University and Peking University. But what about you? Your grades are at most good enough to get into a second-tier university, huh? Lin Yueshi said, Deputy Monitor son, don't think we don't know that you have been thinking about Qingning since high school and he has been courting you in various ways. What about you? If you have this idea, not to mention that Qingning is already married to Gu Cheng, even if they are not married, you have no chance. Don't say we girls are snobbish. What do you have? I have average grades, average looks, average height, can't afford a house or a car, and I make 5,000 a month. Why do you think Qingning would fall for you? Is it because of your machismo, because you can get her to live with you in a rental house, or because of your foul breath? Ridiculous, haha. Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, he still looked at Ye Qingning and said to Ye Qingning, Qingning, I know you have always been interested in me, and you must have been deceived by Gu Cheng. At this time, Ye Qingning was eating the shrimp meat peeled by Gu Cheng. After swallowing it, he wiped his hands with a piece of paper and asked everyone, who invited this idiot? Then, he turned to Sunny Yun and said, Which eye of yours saw that I was interested in you? Where did I make you misunderstand? Although I, Ye Qingning, am not a person who despises the poor and loves the rich, and I don't have any high requirements for the height or appearance of my partner, but for you, I really don't have any feelings at all. In the past, when we were in school, I told you countless times that I had no feelings for you. When I was in college, you confessed to me, and I also told you many times that I had no feelings for you. You came here today. Although I didn't invite you, I didn't chase you away either. It would be great if everyone was having a lively time, eating and chatting happily. By the way, what about your position as deputy monitor? The teacher's first choice was Gu Cheng, the old class monitor. Gu Cheng talked to him first, but Gu Cheng didn't want to be the monitor, so it was your turn. Shrimp and pig heart. Classmate Sunny Yun, today, I am here to say it one last time. I don't have any feelings for you at all. From now on, please don't contact me. I am afraid that my husband will get jealous, so I will block your phone number and WeChat. Well, you've eaten and drunk, it's time for you to go. Don't disturb our gathering among friends. Take care, I want to see you off. Sunny Yun, after hearing Ye Qingning's words, his face turned dark and he looked at everyone viciously. Well, I didn't expect that. Ye Qingning, you are also a vain woman. Yes, I am not as tall as Gu Cheng, not as good looking as Gu Cheng, and not as rich as Gu Cheng's family, but things may change over time, so we'll just have to wait and see. After saying that, Sunny Yun left without looking back. At this time, Fatty Wu spoke. This guy is really funny. He is also very talkative. He must have read too many novels. Apart from anything else, the one here is better than him, haha. Okay, let us not let a stupid thing affect our mood. Come on, let us continue eating and drinking. As soon as Sunny Yun left, the box returned to its former peaceful and lively state. After this little episode, it did not affect Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning at all. The girls began to discuss the baby in Ye Qingning's belly, whether it was 2 boys, 2 girls, or 1 boy and 1 girl. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning did not find out the gender of the child during the examination, because they did not care whether it was a boy or a girl, they liked both. Chapter 31. Qingning, your husband is so clingy. At noon, the sun shone through the clouds, shining golden, warm and bright. After lunch, everyone walked out of the restaurant and gathered at the door. Ye Qingning was wearing a fresh and elegant floral dress, with her long hair falling on her slender shoulders like a waterfall. Next to her stood 2 good friends, Lin Yueshi and Xu Yuran, who were also dressed in youthful beauty and radiant. The 3 of them were discussing where to go in the afternoon with laughter, and finally the 3 of them unanimously decided to go shopping in the bustling commercial street together. At this moment, a tall and handsome figure appeared in front of them. It was Ye Qingning's husband Gu Cheng. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a gentle smile on his lips, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Ye Qingning softly, "Dear, do you really not need me to accompany you?" Before Ye Qingning could answer, the impatient Lin Yueshi waved her hands and said, Okay, handsome Gu. Don't worry, your wife won't get lost. We will send her back to you intact after shopping. After saying that, she winked mischievously. Xu Yuran at the side couldn't help but chuckle and said jokingly, "Oh my, I really didn't expect it, Gu Cheng. When you were in high school, you were a well-known cool and elegant schoolboy. Who would have thought that you would become a man who clings to his wife so much now? So, where did your cool style go?" These words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and happy. Ye Qingning smiled, her eyes showing tenderness like water, and said softly to Gu Cheng, "Gu Cheng, go and do your own thing, I'm going out to play with Yuran and Yueshi, you don't have to be with me all the time." Her voice was like a warm spring breeze, gently brushing Gu Cheng's heart. Hearing Ye Qingning's words, Gu Cheng nodded, but there was still a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He slowly responded, "Okay, but if you see something you like, just buy it, but don't think about saving money for me." His words were full of concern and pampering. At this time, Lin Yueshi on the side winked mischievously and said with a smile, "I know, brother Gu, we will definitely take good care of sister Qingning." Xu Yuran rolled his eyes helplessly and said to Gu Cheng unhappily, "Oh, okay, it's just going out for a walk, not to do anything earth-shattering, look how nervous you are." Gu Cheng scratched his head embarrassedly and chuckled, "Qingning may be pregnant, how can I not worry?" Xu Yuran waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Okay, stop talking nonsense and go to your work." As she said that, she pulled Ye Qingning and Lin Yueshi towards the car. Ye Qingning looked back at Gu Cheng with a happy smile on her face, and then got into the car with Xu Yuran and the others. As the car engine roared, the car gradually drove away from its original location and disappeared at the end of the road. Gu Cheng watched the 3 women leave, then turned and walked towards his car. After dinner, Fatty Wu went back to work, and the 3 girls went shopping together. Gu Cheng was alone and didn't know where to go. Finally, I plan to go home and check the business data and stock status sent by the store. On the other side, Xu Yuran drove the car skillfully, taking Ye Qingning and Lin Yueshi all the way to the bustling commercial street at lightning speed. Inside the car, the three women were like a group of happy birds, chirping and enthusiastically discussing various interesting topics. Qingning, Xu Yuran drove the car attentively while turning to look at Ye Qingning curiously and asked, "Has Gu Cheng always been so clingy?" Ye Qingning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gently stroked her bulging belly, a happy smile on her face, and answered softly, "It's actually okay, maybe it's because I'm pregnant now, and I'm already in my advanced stage of pregnancy, so he is particularly worried about me." Xu Yuran couldn't help laughing after hearing Ye Qingning's explanation. She recalled her encounter with Gu Cheng in high school and said with emotion, "Oh, my impression of him is still stuck in high school." At that time, he had excellent academic performance that was beyond the reach of others. He was also heroic on the sports field, and charmed a large number of girls. Coupled with that handsome and charming face, he was simply a celebrity in the school. However, at that time, he always gave people the impression of being very cold, and he didn't like to talk much. But when I saw him today, I found that he was completely different from before. Lin Yueshi smiled gently and said slowly, "People always change." Back then, Gu Cheng always had Qingning in his heart, and other women were not in his eyes at all. Xu Yuran was slightly startled, and then she said with emotion, "I really didn't expect that Gu Cheng was so infatuated that he had secretly loved Qingning for 10 years. TSK, if there was such a handsome and rich guy who had a crush on me for 10 years, I would definitely be willing to give him a nest of cute babies." As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing Xu Yuran's bold and straightforward words, the other two women present couldn't help but burst into laughter, and for a moment the laughter echoed throughout the carriage. Lin Yueshi laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She finally stopped laughing and said jokingly, "Oh, don't dream. Handsome and rich? Nowadays, even if a man throws a wink at you, you will probably rush over and pull him back to the room to get married." Xu Yuran's face immediately turned red when she heard this, and she said angrily, "Humph, stop talking nonsense. I'm not that casual. My standards are high. At least he has to be half as handsome and rich as Gu Cheng." After saying that, she turned her head away angrily and stopped looking at Lin Yueshi. At this time, Ye Qingning said slowly, "I didn't know before that Gu Cheng had liked me for so many years. At that time, I was devoted to my studies and never thought about falling in love. Qingning, if Gu Cheng confessed to you after the college entrance examination, would you agree to him? Would you apply to the same university with him?" Ye Qingning thought for a while and said, "Maybe. In fact, when I was in high school, I liked him very much. After all, he was handsome, good at sports, and had a good temper. I had no reason to refuse." Lin Yueshi, alas, this is Gu Cheng's fault. If you had been braver at the beginning, you would have had a child from school to marriage. Ye Qingning covered her mouth and smiled secretly. "Everything is fine now. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the result is good now. He and I are still together, married, and have a baby. It's just that the process of falling in love is missing," Ye Qingning said with a little regret. Xu Yuran said, "You two are destined to be together, but maybe it was not there at that time. Judging from Gu Cheng's current performance, the way he treats you in daily life can make up for the regret in the love process." Lin Yueshi, "Oh, Qingning, I envy you so much. I don't even know where my soulmate is." Chapter 32, Meeting Jun Yaki in a Luxury Store. The three women walked towards the commercial street, chatting and laughing. The sun shone on them, illuminating their youthful faces in light and cheerful steps. After a while, Xu Yuran parked the car skillfully, and then she and Lin Yueshi tacitly held Ye Qingning's arms on the left and right. They were like close sisters, and their relationship was harmonious and warm. Soon, they arrived at the door of a light luxury clothing brand store called Stradivarius. The store was decorated exquisitely and elegantly, and the clothing displayed in the window was novel and fashionable, attracting the attention of passers-by. When the three women entered the store, a waitress with a sweet smile immediately came up to them and said enthusiastically, "Welcome to Stradivarius." She bowed slightly and expressed her sincere welcome to these beautiful guests. The soft lighting in the store creates a comfortable and relaxing shopping atmosphere. The hangers are filled with clothes of various styles and colors, which are dazzling. After the waiter greeted them with a smile, his eyes inadvertently swept over the three women. He was stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face. "Ye Qingning, Lin Yueshi, Xu Yuran, it's you three." Hearing the voice, the three girls turned their heads almost at the same time, only to find that the waiter in front of them was actually their former high school classmate Jun Yaki. "Jun Yaki, I didn't expect to meet you here. You actually work here. Ye Qingning spoke first and greeted enthusiastically. Yes, monitor. Alas, there is no way. My college entrance examination results were not ideal, so I went out to work directly after graduating from high school. But you guys, today is Tuesday, how come you have time to get together? Don't you all have to go to work? Jun Yaki asked curiously. At this time, Xu Yuran took over the conversation and replied, I took a day off recently. As for Yueshi, her family has her own company and she has more flexible working hours. As for Qingning, she is pregnant now and is staying at home to take care of the baby. Pregnancy and fetal care? Jun Yaki inadvertently cast her eyes on Ye Qingning, who was beside Lin Yueshi and Xu Yuran. She carefully looked at Ye Qingning's slightly bulging belly. She had not noticed this change before. Now she looked closely and there was no doubt that it was the belly that was gradually getting bigger after pregnancy. Jun Yaki was so surprised that she couldn't help asking, Squad leader, you're married? How come I didn't know anything about it? When did this happen? Ye Qingning's face was filled with a happy smile, and she answered gently, Yes, Yaki, I just went to get the marriage certificate today, but I haven't held a wedding banquet yet. My husband and I have agreed that we will hold a grand wedding after I recover from giving. When Xu Yuran saw Jun Yaki so surprised, she said, Hey, why are you so surprised? In our school, among the people of the same age and class, only Gu Cheng is worthy of Qingning. Besides, Gu Cheng has been secretly in love with Qingning for 10 years. At this moment, Jun Yaki's heart was surging like a stormy sea. The three women had no idea that Jun Yaki had pursued Gu Cheng madly for a long time in high school. However, Gu Cheng ignored her at that time. Even at this time, Jun Yaki would still inquire about various news about Gu Cheng from time to time, and always had a beautiful fantasy of being with Gu Cheng for a lifetime. But at this moment, when she heard that Ye Qingning had tied the knot with Gu Cheng, a strong feeling of jealousy instantly surged in her heart. Looking back to her high school days, Jun Yaki's academic performance was terrible and she had no interest in her studies. However, it is worth mentioning that her appearance was quite outstanding. I remember that when she was in the first year of high school, Jun Yaki was attracted by Gu Cheng's handsome appearance at first sight, and she began to pursue him passionately and persistently. But no matter how hard she tried to show her affection, Gu Cheng never gave her any response, and even told her more than once that he already had someone he liked, and asked her not to pester him anymore. At that time, the naive Jun Yaki thought that this was just an excuse made by Gu Cheng to get rid of her entanglement. It was not until she heard this heartbreaking news today that she suddenly realized that what Gu Cheng said was true. It turned out that everything was true. It turned out that from the beginning, she was destined to be unable to enter Gu Cheng's heart. Thinking of this, Jun Yaki's heart was full of loss and pain. It turned out that the person Gu Cheng had always liked was Ye Qingning. Hello, Jun Yaki, since you work here, please introduce yourself to us. Jun Yaki quietly suppressed the jealousy in her heart and began to introduce clothes to the girls. The star product of our store, a dress that combines elegance and style. This dress is made of high-end custom fabrics, which are silky, light and breathable, giving you unprecedented comfort even in the hot summer. In terms of design, it cleverly combines retro and modern elements. The delicate lace is delicately spread along the neckline and cuffs, showing the feminine softness and gentleness without losing the sense of fashion. The waist is three-dimensionally cut to perfectly outline your body curves. At this time, Jun Yaki showed the ability of someone who has worked in light luxury for many years. She was able to introduce and explain the clothes selected by the girls in a professional and detailed manner. Chapter 33, Wife, you can spend money without worry, your husband and I have money. Qingning, look at this skirt. It suits you so well. You are already 6 months pregnant, but this skirt is not tight at all, it is very loose and will not restrict you at all. Moreover, its entire design is so exquisite and beautiful. Honey, go and try it. Lin Yueshi held up the skirt with a smile on her face and enthusiastically recommended it to Ye Qingning. At this time, Jun Yaki came over and introduced, this skirt is the latest style of this summer, and it is a limited edition specially made by Stradivarius and a well-known designer. But there is one thing I need to tell you in advance, because of its uniqueness and high quality, the price may be relatively higher. As soon as the voice fell, Xu Yuran walked over with light steps and said without hesitation, the price is not important at all. Gu Cheng dotes on Qingning so much that he doesn't care about that little money. Qingning, don't dawdle, go and try it quickly, let's all see what the effect is after putting it on. Jun Yaki listened to Xu Yuran's words silently, and a strong feeling of jealousy surged in her heart. She thought to herself that if Ye Qingning had not snatched her love away, then all of Gu Cheng's wealth would have belonged to her, and she would not have to work so hard selling clothes here. However, despite her jealousy, Jun Yaki remained calm on the surface, hiding her emotions very deeply. She just watched Ye Qingning take the dress quietly, then turned and walked towards the fitting room. Deep in her heart, she secretly thought, humph, even if Gu Cheng is married now, so what? As long as I want, one day I will do everything I can to dig him away from Ye Qingning. Not long after, Ye Qingning slowly walked out of the fitting room. She was wearing an elegant long skirt that seemed to be tailor-made for her, making her look even more elegant and fashionable. Although the long skirt was loose, it could not hide Ye Qingning's hot body curves. Especially after she became pregnant, her already plump and charming chest curves became even more turbulent, which made people look sideways. Although this is a loose long dress, when Ye Qingning wears it, others can hardly tell that she is 6 months pregnant. Instead, they think she is just a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and outstanding temperament, exuding a unique and charming charm. It fits perfectly, Qingning, it's really tailor-made for you. You can wear this dress when you are pregnant and you can also wear it after you give birth, Xu Yuran said excitedly. At this time, Lin Yueshi also said, Qingning, this dress really suits you, it perfectly brings out your temperament, especially your bigger breasts after pregnancy, which directly hold up the skirt and make you look more elegant. Ye Qingning rolled his eyes at Lin Yueshi, it was so embarrassing, she lowered her head to look at her chest, it was really getting bigger after she got pregnant, she was so distressed. Ye Qingning stood in front of the huge and bright floor-length mirror. She turned slightly to the left and right, carefully examining the skirt on her body. The skirt was as light and elegant as petals, swaying gently with her movements. The cut of the upper body just outlined her graceful figure. She had a happy smile on her face, and was obviously very satisfied with the skirt. Ye Qingning turned around happily, his eyes fell on Jun Yaki beside him, and he couldn't wait to ask, this skirt is so beautiful. How much does it cost? After hearing Ye Qingning's question, Jun Yaki looked down at the tablet in her hand, and quickly swiped the screen to check the relevant information. After a moment, she looked up and replied with a smile, this dress is not cheap, because it is a limited edition designed by a famous designer, so the price is 7,980 yuan. When Ye Qingning heard the price of the dress, she was also shocked. The price was 79.80, which was almost 10,000. It felt a bit too expensive, but she liked it very much. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Qingning took out her mobile phone, took a photo in front of the mirror, and sent it to Gu Cheng. Honey, does this dress look good? Ye Qingning happily sent a WeChat message to her husband Gu Cheng, attaching a beautiful photo of herself wearing the new dress. Almost immediately after the message was sent, Gu Cheng quickly replied, Dear, this dress is so beautiful. Especially when worn on you, it is simply perfect, as if it was tailor-made for you. Ye Qingning was very happy to receive the compliment from her husband, but she still hesitated and said, but it is very expensive, this skirt is almost 8,000. Gu Cheng responded without hesitation, 8,000 is nothing, buy it. If it is just hung on a hanger for display, people may think it is not worth the price. But once it is worn by my beloved wife, let alone 8,000, even 80,000 is definitely worth it. Buy it quickly. Hearing her husband's generous words, Ye Qingning smiled and replied playfully, then I will really buy it. Gu Cheng said in a firm and doting tone, go ahead and buy it. My husband has plenty of money, so don't save money for me. Ye Qingning was deeply moved and quickly replied, okay, thank you husband, I love you. Jun Yaki, who was in the store at the same time, saw Ye Qingning happily sending WeChat messages there, and secretly guessed that she must be chatting with Gu Cheng. She thought that Gu Cheng would never agree to let Ye Qingning buy such an expensive skirt. If Ye Qingning didn't buy it because the price was too high after trying it on, it would be a huge loss of face. Thinking of this, Jun Yaki couldn't help but reveal a gloating smile, fully expecting to witness the embarrassing scene of Ye Qingning making a fool of himself in public. Ye Qingning put away his phone and said to Jun Yaki, I want this dress. We'll pay for it together later. After saying that, you see the two little sisters trying on clothes. Jun Yaki didn't expect that Gu Cheng agreed to buy it for Ye Qingning. She felt even more jealous. The skirt cost 8,000 yuan, which was almost 1.5 months' salary for her. Xu Yuran and Lin Yueshi each selected a few sets of clothes, and Ye Qingning also selected 2 skirts. The 3 of them went to the front desk to pay together. In the end, Xu Yuran's clothes totaled 76.54, Lin Yueshi's clothes totaled 84.59, and Ye Qingning's clothes totaled 133.69. The 3 of them paid, walked out of the clothing store, put their clothes in the car, and then continued shopping. Jun Yaki watched the 3 of them buy a bunch of clothes in a chic manner, swipe their credit cards and leave. She was filled with envy, especially towards Ye Qingning. She secretly swore in her heart that she must pry Gu Cheng over so that she could buy clothes so freely in the future. Chapter 34 Drinking Milk Tea and Eating Cake. After placing the clothes they bought in the car, the three women walked hand in hand, chatting and laughing as they continued their pleasant shopping trip. As they walked, they came to a shoe store that looked quite fashionable and high quality, so the three of them walked in without hesitation. After careful selection, everyone bought the shoes they liked, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Shortly after leaving the shoe store, they passed by a famous milk tea shop, Le Cha. After a whole afternoon of shopping, they were already thirsty. Looking at the dazzling array of drinks on the menu, the three decided to go in and buy a cup of milk tea to quench their thirst and take a break. Walking into the store, the warm and soft lighting and the cozy and comfortable decoration style make people feel relaxed. The three women stood in front of the ordering counter, carefully browsing the tempting drink names on the menu. After a while, they each selected their favorite flavors. Xu Yuran chose a cup of sweet-scented osmanthus persimmon full of poetry and romance. Lin Yueshi chose a drink with large hand-peeled grape pulp, and Ye Qingning chose a refreshing tea called cold jasmine green grape. When they had chosen their drinks and were about to pay, Ye Qingning quickly took out her phone and completed the payment. She smiled and said to her two girlfriends, "You took the trouble to accompany me shopping today, so I'll buy you this drink." Hearing this, Xu Yuran's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. "Qingning, I have to say, your calculations are really brilliant. But, you want to get rid of me with just a drink? That's far from satisfying my big appetite, hee hee hee." She folded her hands in front of her chest and stared at Ye Qingning with a smile. Lin Yueshi on the side also quickly echoed, "That's right, Sister Qingning, one drink is not enough. I want to eat sweet and delicious cakes and delicious desserts." She pouted her lips and looked very cute. When Ye Qingning heard this, he nodded and said, Okay, let's go eat dessert now. As long as you are happy, anything is fine." As he spoke, his eyes were full of pampering and helplessness. Not long after, the waiter shouted enthusiastically, "Three beauties, the drinks you ordered are ready, please come and get them." The three girls walked over quickly, took their favorite drinks, and walked towards the nearby dessert shop, talking and laughing. Along the way, they discussed the tastes and styles of various desserts, as if they couldn't wait to taste those tempting delicacies. The three women walked into a dessert shop called Kumo with light steps. The decoration inside the shop was exquisite and warm, and the soft lights created a sweet and romantic atmosphere. They looked around and found that there were already many customers in the shop who were enjoying delicious desserts and drinks. Afterwards, the three of them sat down in a window seat. Not long after they sat down, a smiling waiter came over quickly with a menu and greeted them warmly. Xu Yuran took the menu and looked through it carefully. Her eyes were quickly attracted by a dessert called jasmine light tea cheese brulee. This brulee looked fresh and tempting, as if it exuded a faint jasmine scent. So, she ordered this dessert without hesitation. Lin Yueshi, who was sitting next to her, also studied the menu carefully. After some thought, she finally chose a whiskey chocolate cheesecake. The name sounds full of unique charm, making people curious about what kind of wonderful taste experience it will bring. Finally, it was Ye Qingning's turn to order. She thought for a moment, then pointed at the durian crepe cake on the menu and said to the waiter, "I want this." She smiled with satisfaction, obviously very satisfied with her choice. After a while, the waiter brought the exquisite cakes ordered by the three women. The cakes were beautifully shaped and exuded an alluring aroma. At the same time, 3 glasses of cool and refreshing drinks were placed on the side. The three girls happily tasted the delicious cakes, sipped cool drinks, and chatted non-stop, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. At this time, Lin Yueshi looked at Ye Qingning with concern and asked softly, "Qingning, you are now 6 months pregnant. What does it feel like to be pregnant? Is it very tiring and hard?" Ye Qingning frowned slightly and recalled, "The first few months were so uncomfortable. I always wanted to vomit, and the nausea was so strong that it was unbearable. At that time, I had no appetite at all when I saw food, not to mention how tormented it was. Fortunately, around the 4th month, the situation finally got better, at least the vomiting was no longer as frequent as before. But what came with it was that I became very easily tired, felt sleepy at the slightest provocation, and always felt like I wasn't getting enough sleep." Hearing this, Xu Yuran couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Even so, it's still very hard. It's hard to imagine that you have been silently enduring all this alone for such a long time. You are such a fool. Why didn't you tell us sisters when you had difficulties? If you had told us earlier, we would have taken good care of you. It's really too much to hide it from Yueshi and me." She pouted in pretending to be angry. Ye Qingning frowned slightly, and said helplessly, Okay, you don't know how sudden it was. I found out I was pregnant at that time. This news was like a bolt from the blue. I was stunned and at a loss. She shook her head gently, as if she could still feel the panic and confusion at that time. At the beginning, I really hadn't even decided whether to keep the child. My mind was in a mess, with all kinds of thoughts constantly pouring out. If I keep him, it means my life will change drastically. If I don't want him, I can't bear to make such a decision. Those days were really tormenting. Ye Qingning sighed softly. Then, as if she had found someone to rely on, she slowly leaned on Chu Yuran, wrapped her arms around Chu Yuran, and said coquettishly, "My dear Yuran, you are still the best to me. No matter what happens in the future, I will definitely tell you the first time, and I will never hide it from you again." After saying that, she winked at Chu Yuran mischievously. Chapter 35. Three girls visit a baby store. After the three women had enjoyed the delicious desserts and drank their drinks, they stood up and walked out of the cozy dessert shop. At this time, they looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was setting slightly. They took out their phones to check the time and found that it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. So, they smiled at each other and nodded in agreement, indicating that it was almost time to go home. Then, the three of them walked side by side towards the parking lot. On the way to the parking lot, they passed by a beautifully decorated maternal and child supplies store. Ye Qingning's eyes were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of goods in the store, and her originally calm eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Then, she turned around and said to her two friends, "Yueshi, Yuran, look, there is a maternal and child supplies store over there. How about we go over and take a look?" After hearing Ye Qingning's proposal, Lin Yueshi and Chu Yuran almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately responded in unison, "Okay." You know, Ye Qingning has been pregnant for 6 months, and as the child's future godmother, they both feel that they should carefully select some gifts for the upcoming godson or goddaughter in advance and prepare them well. Thinking of this, the three of them were all filled with smiles of happiness and expectation, and quickened their pace to walk into the loving maternal and child supplies store. Three young and beautiful women walked into the cozy maternity and baby store side by side. The dazzling array of goods in the store was dazzling. As soon as they entered the door, their eyes were immediately attracted by the colorful and diverse small clothes and skirts, as if they had entered a world full of childlike fun and hope. Just as the three of them were immersed in this lovely atmosphere, a smiling clerk came up and asked softly, "Ladies, are you buying baby clothes for your friends?" Chu Yuran nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, we are here to pick gifts for our friends. My bestie next to me is 6 months pregnant, so she wants to prepare some baby products in advance." After hearing this, the clerk quickly glanced at the other two people around Chu Yuran. One of them was slender and dressed fashionably, while the other was wearing loose clothes, but a closer look revealed that her belly was slightly bulging. The clerk immediately had the answer in her mind, and she locked her eyes on Ye Qingning. Although Ye Qingning deliberately chose loose clothes to cover her pregnant belly, compared to Lin Yueshi's fitted clothes next to her, and Chu Yuran just mentioned that she was buying them for her best friend, the pregnant woman in front of her was undoubtedly Ye Qingning. The clerk then asked, "Is this lady pregnant with a boy or a girl?" Ye Qingning replied, "I am pregnant with twins, but I am not sure whether it is a boy or a girl." The clerk nodded and replied, "Please come this way. You are 6 months pregnant, so you can prepare a lot of things, especially delivery supplies, commonly known as a delivery bag. A maternity bag is a set of important items that expectant mothers need to prepare before giving birth. These items are designed to ensure the comfort and safety of mother and baby during delivery and the early postpartum period. The following is a detailed list of maternity bags, divided into 2 parts, mother's supplies and baby's supplies. 1. Mother's products. Maternity clothing and daily necessities. Maternity clothes loose, comfortable, easy to put on and take off. Disposable underwear easy to change, reduces the burden of cleaning. Sanitary napkins or nursing pads for postpartum women. Slippers non-slip, warm. Hat to protect your head from the wind when you leave the hospital. Towels multiple, for wiping face, body, etc. Toothbrush, toothpaste, mouthwash cup. Wash basin, bucket for washing face, washing lower body, etc. Thermos cup for drinking warm water at any time. Belly band helps with postpartum recovery. Nursing pads to prevent milk leakage during breastfeeding. Breast pump is needed, helps drain breasts. In addition, it is best for the mother to prepare some emergency food and drinks for delivery to cope with physical exhaustion during delivery. The items recommended are as follows. Easily digestible food such as bread, biscuits, etc. High-calorie drinks such as Red Bull, chocolate, etc., used to replenish energy during delivery. Brown sugar for pregnant women helps replenish blood after childbirth. Next is baby supplies. Baby's clothing and bedding. Diapers, choose the appropriate size according to your baby's weight. Baby clothes, multiple sets, including monk clothes, onesies, etc., choose thickness according to season. Baby socks, hats. Blanket for wrapping the baby to keep warm. Baby bed sheets and blankets, make sure they are clean and comfortable. Baby's daily care products. Baby wipes for cleaning baby's skin. Baby towels, multiple, for bathing, washing face, etc. Baby shower gel, shampoo, choose mild and non-irritating products. Baby diaper cream to prevent diaper rash. Baby nail clippers to trim your baby's nails regularly. Baby feeding supplies. Baby bottles, at least 2, for easy replacement. Pacifier, choose the appropriate size according to your baby's age. Milk powder, a small can, just in case. Bottle brush, bottle cleaner for cleaning bottles. In addition, when the baby is older, other supplies will be needed. Baby stroller, convenient for taking your baby out. Baby safety seat to ensure baby's safety in the car. It is recommended that mothers start preparing their maternity bag around 6 to 8 months of pregnancy so that they have enough time to select and organize it. Adjust the contents of the maternity bag according to the season and hospital requirements to ensure all items are appropriate for the current environment and needs. Pack the items in the delivery bag into different bags and mark the name and quantity of the items on the bags to make them easier to find and use. Make sure the weight and volume of the delivery bag are within an acceptable range and easy to carry and move. With the above checklist and precautions, expectant mothers can prepare their maternity bag more comprehensively and be fully prepared for a smooth delivery and the early postpartum period. Listening to the clerk's explanation, the 3 girls were also confused and basically had no idea about it. Shu Yuran asked Ye Qingning, "Qingning, have you made any preparations?" Ye Qingning thought for a while and said, "I haven't tea prepared yet. I originally thought that 6 months was still enough time and I could buy it slowly." After listening to what the clerk said, it seems that these things should indeed be prepared. Then Ye Qingning said to the clerk, "Please get me a copy of all the things you mentioned. Let's buy everything today." Chapter 36. Before I was born, I was already loved by my 2 godmothers. Ye Qingning stood in front of the pile of shopping bags, frowning slightly, with a look of helplessness and distress in her eyes. She looked at the pile of items in front of her and muttered to herself, "Oh my, why did I buy so many things at once?" These were all the baby products she carefully selected, from soft clothes to cute toys, and she couldn't put them down. However, at this moment, reality posed a problem for her. Chu Yuran's small car simply could not accommodate so many things. Ye Qingning bit her lip and fell into deep thought. After a while, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something, quickly took out her cell phone, and dialed Gu Cheng's number skillfully. There was only a series of beeps, and the call was quickly connected. "Hey, wife. Have you guys finished shopping?" Gu Cheng's expectant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Honey, when I was coming back, I passed by a maternity and baby store and saw all those cute things inside. I couldn't help myself and bought a lot of things that my baby would need in the future. But Yuran's car is too small to hold so many things. Please come pick me up and help me carry these things home," Ye Qingning said a little embarrassedly. When Gu Cheng heard this, he was stunned on the phone at first, and the picture of piles of baby supplies filling the car appeared in his mind. There are so many things that the baby will use in the future, and there is no room for them? He murmured to himself, and after being stunned for 2 seconds, he immediately came back to his senses and replied, Okay, dear, don't worry, I'll be there soon." After that, he hung up the phone in a hurry and prepared to go to pick up Ye Qingning. At this time, Gu Cheng was at home, looking at the store's business data and stock situation for the past 2 days. When he received Ye Qingning's call, he immediately took the keys, went downstairs, got in the car, and set off to Ye Qingning's place. About 10 minutes later, a black car slowly approached the entrance of the maternity and baby store where Ye Qingning was. As the car stopped steadily, the door opened, and Gu Cheng walked out of the driver's seat. He closed the door neatly, then walked towards the parking area and parked his car properly. After doing all this, Gu Cheng turned and walked towards the door of the maternity and baby store. When he stepped into the store, the first thing he saw was 3 women gathered together, happily choosing baby clothes. They picked up one piece and looked at it carefully. Sometimes they lifted up another piece and looked at it from front to back. Everyone's face was filled with a smile of happiness and expectation. Seeing this, Gu Cheng could not help but quicken his pace and walk towards them. Soon, he came to his wife Ye Qingning and called softly, "Wife, I'm here, how did you choose?" At this time, Ye Qingning was concentrating on choosing a light blue dress. Hearing her husband's familiar voice, she turned around suddenly. At a glance, she saw Gu Cheng walking towards her in a hurry, and the figure seemed both anxious and full of love. Ye Qingning gently put the delicate little clothes in her hand aside, then walked slowly towards Gu Cheng not far away. Her graceful figure was as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. After walking to Gu Cheng, Ye Qingning gently took his broad palm and led him to the place where the little clothes were placed. After arriving at the destination, Ye Qingning bent down, stretched out her slender white fingers, and carefully picked up a few small and exquisite clothes. These small clothes were colorful and of different styles, and each one seemed to contain endless childlike fun and warmth. "Hubby, come and take a look," Ye Qingning said coquettishly, and handed one of the blue clothes to Gu Cheng. The blue dress was as pure and beautiful as a cloud in the blue sky. It was soft and smooth, and there were exquisite patterns embroidered on it, which made people love it at first sight. Gu Cheng stared at the little blue dress in Ye Qingning's hand, his eyes full of doting. This little piece of clothing seemed so cute to him, as if he could feel the innocence of the future baby when he put it on. "Wow, these little clothes are so cute. But, my dear wife, we don't know the gender of our baby yet," Gu Cheng said as he gently stroked the delicate little clothes. Ye Qingning smiled and replied, "Hubby, what does it matter? For newborn babies, no matter what color combination they choose, it doesn't matter to them. And babies grow up very quickly, and many things will be eliminated soon. For example, these small clothes will probably have to be replaced soon. So, let's just buy some for now, and don't worry too much about the baby's gender." After hearing what Ye Qingning said, Gu Cheng nodded thoughtfully, expressing his agreement. "Well, what my wife said does make sense. Well, let's start choosing." So the couple enthusiastically selected various baby products. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came, "Hey, handsome Gu is here too." Gu Cheng turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Chu Yuran. At this moment, Chu Yuran and Lin Yueshi were each carrying a large shopping basket filled with all kinds of baby supplies. Gu Cheng stared at the full shopping baskets in the hands of the two women in front of him with interest. A teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said jokingly, "Look at the two of you, could it be that these full baskets are gifts from the two godmothers to their godsons and goddaughters?" When Chu Yuran heard this, she raised her chin slightly, her face full of pride, and said coquettishly, "Of course not. Since I am a godmother, I must prepare gifts in advance to please my unborn godson and goddaughter." As she spoke, she patted the shopping basket gently, as if it was filled with rare treasures. Lin Yueshi on the side also echoed and said to Gu Cheng with a smile, "That's right, Gu Cheng, you are really lucky. Look, your baby children haven't been born yet, but there are already two such caring godmothers who have prepared all the gifts, and they may even help take care of the children in the future. You just need to wait to be a father easily." Hearing this, Gu Cheng couldn't hold back any longer, and he raised his head and burst into a hearty laugh, which echoed throughout the entire mall, attracting the attention of many people around him. The happiness in his heart was simply indescribable. Please click on the free gifts. Fatty thanks you all. Chapter 37, How Can a Son Be Better Than a Daughter-in-Law? Gu Cheng carefully drove the car into the parking space, then quickly got out of the car and opened the door to welcome Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning got out of the car lightly, carrying the clothes she bought in the afternoon. Gu Cheng was holding a lot of maternal and child products, which were carefully selected by the three girls. There were many kinds of soft baby clothes, cute toys, exquisite milk bottles, etc., which almost filled the entire trunk. Gu Cheng took some of the items from Ye Qingning's hand and walked side by side with her towards home. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, talking about the future baby's appearance and growth plan, their hearts full of expectations and happiness. Soon, they arrived at the door of their home. As soon as they parked the car, Gu's mother came out with a smile. She looked at Ye Qingning lovingly and asked kindly, "Qingning, where did you go to play this afternoon?" Ye Qingning smiled and replied, "Auntie, I went shopping with my two good sisters this afternoon." After that, she gently shook the shopping bag in her hand, indicating that she had gained a lot today. After hearing this, Gu's mother raised her lips slightly, and deliberately smiled and teased, "Oh, you still call me auntie? Is the change fee I gave you yesterday due so soon?" Ye Qingning blushed when she heard this. She realized that she had forgotten to change her words. After all, she had just received her marriage certificate yesterday, so she was still a little uncomfortable. However, she quickly adjusted herself and called out sweetly, "Mom." When Mother Gu heard this, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face, and she quickly responded, "Hey my dear daughter-in-law." As she spoke, she walked forward, gently took Ye Qingning's hand, and walked into the house together. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked into the house, talking and laughing, completely ignoring Gu Cheng, who was in great pain and overwhelmed by the bags behind him. He was seen carrying several bags with difficulty in his left hand, which were filled with bottles, pacifiers, and other things, and pushing a baby stroller with his right hand, which was filled with all kinds of diapers, colorful bibs, and soft baby tissues. Not only that, he also had several bags of baby clothes tightly tucked under his armpits, which looked like they might fall out at any time. "Mom, please help me get some." Gu Cheng panted, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his face full of dissatisfaction and grievance. "My hands can hardly hold it." However, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law seemed not to hear his shouts at all, and still walked straight into the house without looking back. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked into the house, talking and laughing. As soon as they entered the door, they cast their eyes on the pile of clothes that Ye Qingning bought in the afternoon. Ye Qingning smiled and gently picked out 2 from the many bags and handed them to Gu's mother, saying softly, "Mom, I picked these for you when I was shopping this afternoon. Please try them on to see if they fit you." Mother Gu happily took the bag and carefully took out the clothes from it. She first carefully examined the style, color, and fabric of the clothes, then gently stroked them with her hands, her eyes full of love. Then, she held the clothes tightly in her arms as if she were holding a treasure, and kept saying, "Oh, Qingning is so thoughtful. This dress looks really good." After that, Mother Gu turned around and walked towards her room impatiently, ready to try on the new clothes. Just then, there was a slight noise at the door. It turned out that Gu Cheng came in with something in his hand. He was carrying a lot of things and moving towards the elevator with difficulty. The weight of the large and small packages made him unable to straighten his back, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ye Qingning turned her head subconsciously after hearing the voice. When she saw Gu Cheng's miserable appearance, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She stood up quickly and walked to Gu Cheng's side. While reaching out to take the packages from his hand, she scolded him, "Why did you buy so many things? You didn't even ask someone to help carry them together." Gu Cheng had a bitter face and frowned as he complained, "You two walked in talking and laughing, and I shouted at you several times from behind, but you ignored me." He looked like a wronged child. Hearing this, Ye Qingning couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and laugh secretly. She glanced at Gu Cheng coquettishly and said softly, Okay, it's all my fault. It's my fault. I actually forgot about you. Honey, don't be angry. Let's go quickly and take these things upstairs and put them in the storage room." As she said that, she reached out and gently pulled Gu Cheng's sleeve. Gu Cheng shook his head helplessly, but still followed his wife obediently. The couple walked towards the elevator with large and small bags of items in their hands. These things were a variety of baby products, everything. Ye Qingning bought all the early supplies for the 2 babies at once. Fortunately, their house was equipped with an elevator, otherwise they would have to run back and forth several times to carry so many things. After entering the elevator, Gu Cheng pressed the floor button. As the elevator slowly rose, he and Ye Qingning smiled at each other, as if the little episode just now had disappeared. Not long after, the couple worked together to pack up all the items and put them neatly in the right place. Then, they went downstairs together. At this time, Gu's mother downstairs had already changed into the new clothes that Ye Qingning had specially bought for her. Gu's mother stood in front of the bright glass in the living room, looking left and right, and seemed to be quite satisfied with the new clothes her daughter-in-law bought for her. When Ye Qingning and Gu Cheng appeared at the stairs, Gu's mother saw them immediately. She waved her hands and shouted with a smile on her face, "Qingning, come here and help Mom to see if this dress looks good on me." Hearing Gu's mother's call, Ye Qingning quickly quickened her pace and walked to her mother. She first looked up and down, then looked at Gu's mother seriously, with a sweet smile on her lips, and whispered, "Mom, you look so beautiful in this dress. It's exactly like an 18-year-old beautiful girl. Ah, my daughter-in-law is still the best. She is sweet-mouthed and good at talking. Unlike that kid Gu Cheng, what's the point of giving birth to him? He only knows how to make me mad." After saying that, he started taking pictures in front of the glass again. The more he looked at the things his daughter-in-law bought, the more satisfied he was, and he felt very happy in his heart. Chapter 38, Husband, are you being so nice to me? Is there some conspiracy? As night fell and the lights came on, the village was shrouded in a faint night. After dinner, Gu Cheng gently took Ye Qingning's soft little hand and walked together on the quiet village path. The moonlight fell on them like water, reflecting the figures of the two leaning on each other. They walked slowly around the village, feeling the gentle breeze at night and listening to the chirping of insects in the grass. Along the way, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning whispered to each other, sharing each other's little fun stories of the day, and laughter echoed in the air from time to time. When they returned home, the lights in the corridor seemed particularly warm. After going upstairs, Cheng considerately went into the bathroom first, fetched a basin of warm water for washing feet, and carefully placed it in front of Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning smiled and sat down, gently put her feet in the water, and the warm feeling instantly spread throughout her body. At the same time, Cheng turned around and walked into the kitchen, carefully washing the fresh fruits he had just bought. This season was the time when plums were on the market in large quantities. The plums were round, plump, and brightly colored, exuding an alluring aroma. Cheng knew that Ye Qingning had a special liking for these sour and sweet plums recently, so he bought some more on purpose. After a while, Cheng brought the cleanly washed plums to Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning happily took the fruit plate, picked the largest and reddest plum and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour juice immediately overflowed in her mouth, making her squint her eyes and reveal a satisfied smile. At this time, Cheng squatted down, gently picked up the towel, and carefully wiped Ye Qingning's small and delicate feet. Her feet were slender and soft, her skin was white as jade, as delicate and moving as a newly blooming lotus. Her toes were neat and slender, as delicate as a carefully carved work of art. Ye Qingning chewed the sweet and sour plums, her cheeks puffed up like a cute little squirrel. She looked at her husband, who was carefully wiping her feet, and said with a smile, "Husband, why are you so good to me? I feel like I can't take care of myself after giving birth to the child, and it seems that I can't live without you at all." As she said this, she blinked mischievously. "Do you have any conspiracy? You are so good to me, and I can't get out of it, huh?" Cheng smiled gently, without stopping, and carefully and gently wiped Ye Qingning's small, delicate, white and tender feet. He raised his head, gazed at his wife affectionately, and slowly said, "Silly girl, I have liked you for so many years, and I finally married you home, so of course I have to treat you twice as well. If I really have any conspiracy, it is just to keep you by my side for the rest of my life, to take care of you and love you like this forever." Hearing this, Ye Qingning's face bloomed with a smile as bright as a spring flower. She shook her feet contentedly, then suddenly stretched out her toes and gently lifted Cheng's chin. Her eyes moved, and she said with a bit of teasing and sweetness, "Husband, then you must keep it up. If one day you dare not be nice to me, humph, maybe one day I will take our babies and run away secretly. Let's see what you will do then." After saying that, she shook her head proudly. Cheng quickly caught Ye Qingning's cute little feet, then gently held them to his mouth and kissed them gently. His eyes were full of affection and tenderness, and he slowly said, "How could I give you a chance to escape? Honey, it's too late to run now. We are married, and from this moment on, you are my wife. Don't think about running away from me anymore. Moreover, I will love you more and more every day, and treat you better, so much so that you won't want to leave me." At this moment, Ye Qingning suddenly felt Cheng kissing her feet. She couldn't help but cry out coquettishly, "Oh," and said quickly, "It's so itchy, and my feet are dirty, don't kiss them." Hearing this, Cheng just smiled and responded lovingly, "It's not dirty, baby, you just washed it clean." After that, he gently kissed Ye Qingning's instep. Ye Qingning glanced at Cheng coquettishly. Her eyes seemed to be able to seduce people, but there was also a hint of shyness and worry. She thought to herself, "My husband has become more and more lustful recently, which is really scary." When she thought about what might happen at night, she couldn't help but shudder. What if Cheng suddenly got beastly at night and wanted to do that to her? But then I thought, I have already obtained the marriage certificate with him and have become a legal couple. According to common sense, if he has any needs, it seems difficult for me to refuse directly. And now, although I am 6 months pregnant, as long as I move gently, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Such thoughts kept circling in her mind, and Ye Qingning's cheeks gradually turned red, as tempting as a ripe apple. Oh, why did she start to have such wild thoughts? How shameless! The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She shook her head quickly, as if to throw all those embarrassing thoughts out of her mind, and kept muttering in her mouth, "Ba ba ba. Don't think about it anymore, it's too embarrassing." Cheng picked up the basin of still slightly hot foot washing water, slowly walked to the door, and then carefully poured it out. After returning to the room, he quickly took off his coat and got into the warm bed. When he looked up, he saw his wife sitting by the bed, with a shy blush on her pretty face, as tempting as a ripe apple. Cheng raised his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile, and jokingly said, "Wife, what are you thinking about? Look at your little face, it's as red as a monkey's butt." Hearing this, Ye Qingning was startled and quickly responded, "Oh, no way. Is my face red? Maybe the air conditioner in this room is too high." As she said that, she quickly grabbed a plum from the plate at hand, stuffed it into her mouth guiltily, and took a big bite. The sweet and sour juice instantly filled her mouth, but she had no time to taste it. She just lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Cheng. Ha ha ha! Looking at Ye Qingning's appearance, Gu Cheng also laughed. Okay, eat quickly, and then go back to bed and watch TV. Dear readers, you can write some ideas for subsequent plots in the comment section. If you have good ideas, Fatty will use them as references and present them in subsequent plots. Chapter 39 Gu Cheng's Hands That Do Evil Things, Striving to Reach the Top. After Ye Qingning finished eating the sweet plum with satisfaction, she slowly stood up and walked to the bed, then lay down gently and put her hands on her slightly bulging belly. At this time, Gu Cheng, who was sitting next to her, stared at Ye Qingning's belly for a long time, his eyes full of expectation and thought. After a while, he finally couldn't help but say, "Wife, you are 6 months pregnant now. Can we consider starting prenatal education for the babies?" Ye Qingning was stunned when Gu Cheng suddenly mentioned this topic. To be honest, she had never thought about this before. Because she has always lived alone and was very busy at work, she didn't even have time to take a breath from morning to night, so she had no time to take care of the issue of prenatal education. Ye Qingning frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said softly, "Honey, let's go buy some books about prenatal education tomorrow. We will start prenatal education for the babies tomorrow." After that, a happy and expectant smile spread across her face. Gu Cheng nodded, and after thinking seriously, he responded, "Well, you are right. It just occurred to me that we don't know enough about prenatal education, and we don't even know the basics. I really don't know how to start prenatal education. How about this, tomorrow I will search for some relevant information online, and then buy a few more professional prenatal education books, study them carefully, and start prenatal education for babies when I am sure of it." As he spoke, he gently stroked Ye Qingning's slightly bulging belly with his hand, his eyes full of tenderness and love. Then, Gu Cheng looked at Ye Qingning and said firmly, "Okay, that's it. I will check all the necessary information tomorrow, and then we will go together to choose suitable prenatal education books." Hearing this, Ye Qingning nodded happily, with the corners of her mouth raised into a beautiful arc, and replied with a smile, "Okay, husband, everything is up to you." As she spoke, Ye Qingning gently lay down on Gu Cheng's strong and powerful thighs, then lazily took out her mobile phone and began to play leisurely. Because the angle between the two of them was quite special, Gu Cheng was high above, and his eyes inadvertently fell on Ye Qingning's plump chest, and the beautiful scenery in front of him was in full view. At this moment, a strange feeling spread throughout Gu Cheng's body like an electric current, his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and some charming thoughts emerged in his mind uncontrollably. Gu Cheng quietly picked up his phone, tapped his fingers on the screen quickly, and typed a line of words, "Pregnant women can have sex when they are 6 months pregnant." In the blink of an eye, a variety of search results popped up in the browser, dazzling. Gu Cheng concentrated on sifting through the many answers and finally found a reply that looked more professional. He couldn't wait to click on the reply and read it carefully. The general meaning was that, under normal circumstances, when a pregnant woman is in her 6th month of pregnancy, she can have sex appropriately, but she needs to pay attention to the frequency and the gentleness of the movements, etc. Gu Cheng silently memorized this key information in his heart, and a subtle guilty feeling appeared on his face. However, after doing all this, Gu Cheng suddenly felt guilty. He hurriedly deleted the browsing history, as if he was afraid that someone would discover his little secret. Then, he hastily exited the browser and quickly switched to a certain audio app, pretending to be happily watching short videos as if nothing had happened. Gu Cheng lazily leaned on the back of the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand, but his eyes moved away from the screen from time to time, secretly glancing at the collar of Ye Qingning's loose pajamas beside him, revealing the charming scenery looming. Time passed quietly, and after a long while, Ye Qingning fell asleep on the pillow without knowing when, lying on her side with her back to Gu Cheng, and playing with her mobile phone attentively. At this moment, Gu Cheng's eyes turned, and a cunning thought came into his mind. He turned around, stretched out his arms and quickly hugged Ye Qingning's slender waist, and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly that was pregnant with new life. However, this restless hand did not stop there, but like a cunning little mouse, it quietly moved upwards little by little. Just as Gu Cheng's restless hand, like a cunning little snake, silently climbed up to the mysterious and attractive peak, Ye Qingning seemed to have expected it and acted as fast as lightning. Her slender jade hand accurately captured Gu Cheng's evil claw, and then pulled it hard, pulling it back to a safe area from the edge of success. At this moment, Ye Qingning's pretty face, which was originally as white as snow, had already turned red, as delicate and beautiful as a ripe apple. Her beautiful big eyes flashed with shame and anger, and she kept cursing Gu Cheng in her heart, this abominable guy. It was just to touch the belly, but he dared to move up little by little, secretly, he is simply a big villain. What kind of mess is he thinking in his mind? However, although she was very angry, Ye Qingning was too embarrassed to get angry with Gu Cheng directly, so she could only grit her teeth secretly, and at the same time tried to calm her heart that was beating wildly because of nervousness and shyness. At this moment, Gu Cheng clearly felt that the hand with ill intentions and wanting to do something bad was being gently and firmly moved back to the position of his stomach. His heart was filled with reluctance and loss. It was only a little distance away. Since his wife didn't take his hand away completely, she shouldn't be angry. Just now, if he just moved forward a little bit, he could successfully climb to his wife's towering Mount Everest. Gu Cheng pretended to be calm, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. He secretly made up his mind that after a while, when his wife was concentrating on playing with her phone and her mind was completely relaxed and no longer on guard against him, he would carefully and quietly move his hand up little by little. Humph! Today, I must climb my wife's Mount Everest no matter what. Dear readers, please move your hands, watch the ad for a while, and click on the free gift. Thank you again, Fatty. Chapter 40. After hard work, Gu Cheng finally got the meat. After what happened just now, Gu Cheng was already familiar with the action. He moved his dishonest hands carefully and bit by bit, like a cunning fox, quietly approaching the target. On the other side, Ye Qingning was keenly aware that Gu Cheng's evil hand was beginning to stir again, and was slowly and firmly moving upwards. At this moment, her heart was full of entanglement and struggle. Should she pretend not to notice and let him succeed? However, she still had a little fear in her heart, worried that if Gu Cheng tasted the sweetness, he would become more aggressive and try to go further. After all, at this moment, she had clearly noticed that the little guy under Gu Cheng had an abnormal reaction. Just when Ye Qingning was still racking his brains, struggling internally, not knowing whether he should continue pretending to be confused, suddenly, Gu Cheng, just like those brave mountaineers who had gone through untold hardships and finally succeeded in climbing to the top of the world Mount Everest, successfully climbed up Ye Qingning's soft Mount Everest. Ye Qingning only felt a broad and powerful hand gently covering her soft body. At that moment, she seemed to be hit by a strong electric current, and every inch of her skin instantly became soft and weak. An unprecedented strange feeling surged into her heart like a tide. You know, pregnant women are more sensitive than ordinary people, and Ye Qingning has no relevant experience. Although she is pregnant, the last experience was completely an accident. She was unconscious at the time and could not really experience this wonderful and complicated feeling. But at this moment, everything is so real and clear, making her nervous and a little overwhelmed. At this moment, Gu Cheng was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He finally got in touch with the forbidden area. The soft touch and scale were simply beyond his control. Gu Cheng had this experience once, but he was drunk that time. When he woke up the next day, he could not remember any feeling at all. At this moment, Gu Cheng felt as if his heart was being gnawing at by millions of ants. Little Gu Cheng was also in an eager state, as if he wanted to break free from his restraints. At this moment, Ye Qingning suddenly turned around and came face to face with Gu Cheng. At this time, Ye Qingning's face was flushed, he was breathing heavily, and stared at Gu Cheng. The moment Ye Qingning turned around, her peak also escaped the clutches of the devil, and the two of them looked at each other in a very ambiguous way. Suddenly, Gu Cheng held Ye Qingning's head with one hand, quickly moved forward and kissed Ye Qingning's cherry lips. Facing Gu Cheng's sudden attack, Ye Qingning quickly counterattacked, and immediately, the two kissed passionately. Gu Cheng's evil claws began to wander unscrupulously on Ye Qingning's body. At this moment, the breath of spring in the room reached its peak. At this moment, although Gu Cheng's heart was burning and full of wildness, he still retained his rationality. He gently took off Ye Qingning's clothes. In a short while, there was no trace of shoes on the two people. Gu Cheng turned over and came up. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with a strange atmosphere. The two people entered into an intense and in-depth communication in all aspects. Some excerpts that readers don't like to read are omitted here. 10,000 words are omitted here. An hour later, Ye Qingning was covered with a blanket, nestling in Gu Cheng's arms. At this moment, Ye Qingning's face was still flushed with shame, as the two of them had just had a deep conversation. At this moment, the two of them are already a formal, complete couple. Gu Cheng, you damned fellow. I didn't expect you to be secretly planning something bad. Just now, after I pulled your restless hand back for the first time, you actually dared to move secretly again. Do you think I would not notice it? Humph, I'm pregnant now, how can you still think of these crooked ideas? You are such a bad guy, a big bad guy, a super bad guy. At this moment, Gu Cheng was using one hand to gently support Ye Qingning's head as a pillow, while the other hand was dishonestly covering the softness of his wife. He was seen laughing slyly, and secretly said in his heart, I finally got a taste of the sweetness. With this beginning, it will be much easier to eat meat in the future. Ye Qingning glared at Gu Cheng coquettishly, and said unhappily, well, you are getting bolder and bolder, aren't you? You know that I am pregnant and it is inconvenient, but you are still so ungrateful. Gu Cheng hurriedly smiled and explained flatteringly, "Oh, my dear wife, it's because you are too charming, I can't help myself." He. After saying that, he giggled like a child. At this moment, Gu Cheng was very satisfied and in a very happy mood. After all, he finally got the piece of fat meat he had been longing for, so he naturally had to do everything he could to please his wife. So, he kept saying sweet words, trying his best to make Ye Qingning happy, fearing that if she was unhappy, she would never let him touch her again next time. Ye Qingning rolled her eyes at Gu Cheng coquettishly, her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. After all, this man had already eaten her up completely, but he still had the mind to talk nonsense here. Thinking of this, Ye Qingning couldn't help but blush, as tempting as a ripe apple. At this moment, Ye Qingning's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the passionate lovemaking just now. The difference from the last time was that she had no feelings or memories at all because she was drunk. However, this time it was so real and so clear that every detail was deeply imprinted in her heart. She silently recalled every bit of what had just happened, and the wonderful feeling made her intoxicated. Ye Qingning thought to herself, this stinky guy, although he acted a little impulsively, he still had some conscience. At least he was not completely blinded by desire, and his actions were not so rude. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose up, revealing a faint smile. With that, the two of them were contented, hugged each other, and fell into a deep sleep. After going through this, they could be considered a true couple. From then on, the two of them were truly close and there was no barrier between them. Chapter 41. Ye Qingning is about to give birth. After that unforgettable night, Gu Cheng happily returned to their hometown with Ye Qingning and began a peaceful and expectant life. During this time, Ye Qingning rested and took care of her, while Gu Cheng took care of her wholeheartedly, making her feel endless love and warmth. Since Ye Qingning was already quite pregnant and had difficulty moving, the couple decided not to return to their home in Hangzhou for the time being. In this way, they stayed in their hometown for more than 3 months. Time passed quickly, and now Ye Qingning's pregnancy has entered more than 9 months, and there are only 4 or 5 days left before the baby is born. During this period, Ye Qingning underwent many prenatal examinations. Every time they heard the doctor say that the baby in her belly was very healthy, Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning would smile at each other, their hearts full of joy and anticipation for the coming of a new life. As the due date approached, Gu Cheng took great care of Ye Qingning and stayed with her for the past few days. He was afraid that the slightest negligence would cause any discomfort or danger to Ye Qingning. Whether Ye Qingning stood up or walked, Gu Cheng would always reach out to help her at the first time. Even if Ye Qingning just frowned slightly, Gu Cheng would be very nervous and hurry to ask if she was feeling unwell. In this warm little home, there is a strong love and good expectations for the future. Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning are waiting for that special moment, the birth of their love. The countryside in the early morning of late September is not as noisy as the city. In the morning, the air in the countryside is filled with a fresh and slightly moist breath, as if nature is gently opening its eyes that have been sleeping all night and slowly waking up. The first rays of morning light in the sky gently fall on the fields and villages, coating everything with a layer of light golden light. In the distance, a veil-like mist lingers in the mountains, lingering with the breeze, and is gradually dispersed by the rising sun, revealing the outline of lush mountains and forests. In the rice fields, the tender green rice seedlings are more vibrant under the morning light, with crystal dew hanging on the tips of the leaves, shining brightly, as if they are the most exquisite pearls of nature inlaid in the green ocean. Occasionally, a few crisp bird calls break the quiet morning. They are either jumping on the branches or flying in the sky, welcoming the arrival of the new day with cheerful songs. On the village roads, people who got up early started their busy day. Some of them carried hoes on their shoulders, while others carried bamboo baskets in their hands. They walked towards the fields with light steps, their faces filled with anticipation for a good harvest and love for life. The smoke from cooking rises, interweaving with the morning light, forming a warm and harmonious rural picture. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains into the room. Gu Cheng slowly woke up from his sleep. At this moment, his claws were covering Ye Qing's peak. Gu Cheng carefully pulled his hand out, and then, he tried to move as lightly as possible and tiptoed out of bed like a cat. Gu Cheng walked quickly to the bathroom and turned on the tap. The cool water calmed him down a little. He picked up the toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it, and began to brush his teeth carefully. After washing up, he quickly washed his face and wiped the water droplets with a towel. Then, he walked to the closet and picked out a set of comfortable clothes to put on. After everything was ready, Gu Cheng walked down the stairs. As soon as he got downstairs, an alluring aroma hit his nose. It turned out that Gu's mother had been busy in the kitchen for a long time, preparing a sumptuous breakfast. Seeing Gu Cheng coming down, Gu's mother smiled and asked, "Where is Qingning? Why hasn't she gotten up yet?" Gu Cheng scratched his head a little embarrassedly and replied, "Mom, Qingning is still asleep. I saw that she was sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake her up. I'll send her a portion after I finish my meal." After hearing this, Gu's mother nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good, Qingning is about to give birth, and she really needs more rest." Gu Cheng sat down at the dining table and ate his breakfast in no time. Before long, he had devoured the food in front of him. Then, he stood up, took a breakfast, and prepared to send it to Ye Qingning upstairs. The morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains into the room, soft and warm. Gu Cheng carefully carried the carefully prepared breakfast and tiptoed into the bedroom. He saw that Ye Qingning had woken up, and her beautiful eyes were staring straight at the ceiling, as if immersed in her own thoughts. "Wife, are you awake?" Gu Cheng called softly, with a gentle smile on his face. "When you wake up, get up quickly, wash up, and then come to have breakfast. I've brought breakfast to your room." As he said this, he gently placed the breakfast on the bedside table. When Ye Qingning heard Gu Cheng's voice, she slowly sat up from the bed, turned her eyes to him, and asked with a hint of laziness and coquettishness, "Husband, what delicious food do you have for breakfast today?" Gu Cheng hurried to the bedside, sat down next to Ye Qingning, and patiently answered, "Mom specially made your favorite oatmeal porridge, boiled eggs, fresh milk and sweet toast for you. How is it? Is it rich?" After hearing this, Ye Qingning raised her lips slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. She nodded and said, "Well, they are all my favorites. Thank you, husband and mother." After that, she prepared to get up and get out of bed. Seeing this, Gu Cheng hurriedly put down the breakfast in his hand, stood up quickly, stretched out his hands to support Ye Qingning, and said with concern, "Dear, go slowly and be gentle. You are about to give birth to a baby, so you must be careful." Supported by Gu Cheng's strong and warm arms, Ye Qingning moved slowly like a delicate flower. Ye Qingning gently and carefully moved down from the bed. Then, under Gu Cheng's considerate guidance, they walked towards the bathroom together. After entering the bathroom, Ye Qingning first walked to the toilet to take care of her personal problems. As her pregnancy progressed, she urinated more and more frequently. At this time, Gu Cheng stood silently by the side, carefully preparing everything for Ye Qingning. He gently squeezed out a proper amount of toothpaste and put it on the tooth cup. Then, he poured warm water of suitable temperature into the cup and placed a soft towel. When Ye Qingning finished using the toilet and came to the sink, she was pleasantly surprised by the scene in front of her. All the items needed for washing were neatly placed there, and even the toothpaste had been squeezed on the toothbrush by Gu Cheng. Seeing all this, Ye Qingning's heart instantly surged with a warm current, and a feeling of happiness and sweetness filled her whole body. So, she couldn't contain her inner joy, and pounced on Gu Cheng like a happy little bird, stretching out her arms and hugging his neck tightly. Then, she tiptoed slightly, kissed Gu Cheng's handsome face affectionately, and whispered, "Thank you, husband, I love you." Chapter 42 Little Leak Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning was wearing loose and comfortable maternity clothes, sitting lazily on the soft sofa in the living room. She was holding a bowl of steaming oatmeal porridge in her hand, slowly putting it into her mouth one spoonful at a time. At the same time, she kept complaining to Gu Cheng beside her, "Husband, when can we give birth to these two little guys?" As she said that, she put down the spoon in her hand and looked at her bulging belly with a sad face. "I am really feeling very uncomfortable now. I can't eat a lot of things. I have to avoid this and that. I can't even go out to play. Woo, 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 I am so unhappy. I feel so sad. I feel like tears will fall at any time." Ye Qingning's voice was a little coquettish and aggrieved, which made people feel pity. Gu Cheng sat aside, concentrating on peeling boiled eggs for Ye Qingning. His movements were gentle and skillful, and he had peeled eggs countless times during this period. Hearing his wife's complaints, he quickly stopped what he was doing, turned around, looked at Ye Qingning with eyes full of pampering, and comforted her softly. Okay, my wife is the best. It's just a few days, our son and daughter will come out to meet us soon. Just hold on a little longer, and the dawn of victory is just around the corner." After saying that, he reached out and gently touched Ye Qingning's hair. Looking back on the past few months, the young couple couldn't help but be curious and secretly checked the gender of the babies. The result made them overjoyed. Ye Qingning was pregnant with twins. This news undoubtedly brought great joy and expectations to the whole family. At this time, Gu Cheng had already handed the peeled boiled eggs to Ye Qingning and said gently, "Wife, I have packed all the things you need for delivery. If the baby in your belly doesn't move in a few days, let's go to the Women's Health Hospital in advance, it will be safer." However, at this moment, Ye Qingning couldn't help but slightly frown her crescent-shaped eyebrows. Her fair and delicate face also showed an unhappy expression. She pouted her mouth slightly, and her eyes were full of reluctance and a little worry. "Ah, we have to go in advance?" Ye Qingning exclaimed softly, with a hint of dissatisfaction and resistance in her voice. "I really don't want to stay in the hospital, husband. Can we not go to the hospital?" "Okay." As she said this, she looked at Cheng beside her with clear eyes like water, gently grabbed the corner of his clothes with both hands, and began to act coquettishly. Seeing this, Cheng's eyes were full of love and pity. He stretched out his broad and warm palms, lovingly touched Ye Qingning's silky hair, and then comforted her in an extremely gentle tone. "Be good. If the due date is exceeded and the babies still have no reaction to being born, then we have to go to the hospital. After all, in the hospital, if there is any emergency, there are professional doctors and nurses on call at any time to deal with it in time. If you are at home, you may be in a hurry because of insufficient preparation, which will be dangerous for you and the baby, so the wife must be obedient." Ye Qingning pouted her cherry red and cute little mouth, tears flashed in her eyes, her face was full of grievance, and she said with a hint of tears in her voice, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After saying that, she sniffed gently. Cheng on the side looked at Ye Qingning with eyes full of pity. He stretched out his slender and powerful arms, and gently hugged Ye Qingning tightly in his warm and broad arms. He lowered his head, put his lips close to Ye Qingning's ear, and comforted and coaxed her in an extremely gentle and doting tone. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear wife. Hold on a little longer, there are only a few days left. When our babies are born smoothly and come out of your belly, you will be completely liberated. At that time, you can do whatever you want. I will always be with you and take care of you." As he spoke, Cheng gently patted Ye Qingning's back, as if this would give her more strength and courage to face the upcoming delivery moment. The sun shone through the window onto the dining table. Ye Qingning, who had just finished a delicious breakfast, stretched herself, then walked to the desk as usual and gently pressed the power button on the computer. As the familiar startup sound rang out, she skillfully opened the stock trading software, her eyes fixed on the rows of jumping numbers and curves on the screen. In recent months, Ye Qingning has developed a habit of checking stock quotes every day, especially the stock called Wingtech Technology that Cheng bought. Recalling September 23, the stock soared to a peak of 85.1 like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. At that time, Ye Qingning was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, the good times did not last long. Since then, the stock price has begun to fall back. In the past few days, whenever Ye Qingning saw the falling curve, her heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much. She would anxiously ask Cheng almost every day, "Should we sell it and put the money in the bag?" Cheng always shook his head calmly, indicating that the stock had not yet reached his ideal price. You know, the price when Cheng first opened a position was 18.56, which was a very low price, so facing the slight correction in the past few days, he didn't care at all. As of yesterday's close, in just 2 days, the stock had lost more than 200,000 yuan. Looking at the decreasing number in the account, Ye Qingning was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but she could do nothing. After all, the investment decision still had to be made by Cheng, so she could only worry on the side. Today, Ye Qingning opened the stock software as usual and began her daily monitoring of the market. It was 9:45 a.m. on September 26. At this time, the entire market of Wingtech Technology was red, with a slight increase. Ye Qingning was very happy when he saw the stocks he bought were in the green as soon as he turned on the computer. He felt that today must be a good day and the stocks would definitely recover from the decline of the previous 2 days. But after Cheng took a few quick glances, he had an idea in his mind. Although today's market looks good and it seems that there will be a big rise today, for an old stock investor like Cheng who graduated with a finance major, he feels that the market will continue to fall today, or even fall sharply. But he is a long-term investor, so he will not move. Sometimes, stock trading is very simple. Just choose stocks with good performance and good themes, wait for them to reach a low point, set an expected target for yourself, and then leave it alone and continue to wait. For Ye Qingning, a novice, they were extremely happy when they saw the market open red in the morning, but some cried in the afternoon. Cheng looked at his wife, this little leak, and couldn't help but feel funny. Chapter 43 Pain in the middle of the night, Ye Qingning is about to give birth. Outside the delivery room, Cheng, Gu's father, Gu's mother, and Ye's father and mother all paced back and forth with solemn expressions. Their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, anxiously waiting for the news of the arrival of a new life. Time was frozen in the early morning of October 1, 2019. The whole world seemed to be immersed in tranquility. However, Ye Qingning, lying in the single ward of the Women's and Children's Hospital, had no sleepiness. She was originally sleeping soundly, but was suddenly awakened by a severe abdominal pain. The pain came like a tide, wave after wave, waking her up instantly. Ye Qingning subconsciously reached out to wake up Gu Chang, who was dozing on the small table beside the bed, and said in a panic, "Husband, my stomach hurts." Gu Chang, awakened by Ye Qingning's cry, opened his eyes suddenly. When he saw Ye Qingning's painful expression, his heart tightened and he immediately realized what was about to happen. The baby was about to be born. He didn't dare to delay at all, and quickly got up and rushed to the nurses' station, calling loudly for the nurses and doctors while running. Not long after, a group of nurses and doctors rushed to the ward. The doctor quickly examined Ye Qingning and said seriously, "The amniotic fluid has broken, and the mother is now beginning to have uterine contractions. Prepare to send her to the delivery room." Hearing this news, Gu Chang became more and more nervous. He looked at Ye Qingning's face distorted by pain, and his heart was filled with heartache and worry. The nurses quickly pushed Ye Qingning into the delivery room, and Gu Chang followed closely behind, trying to give his wife strength and courage with his caring eyes. Before entering the delivery room, Ye Qingning held Gu Chang's hand tightly, with tears in her eyes. "Husband, I'm so scared." Gu Chang gently patted the back of her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, dear, I will always wait outside for you and the baby to come out safely." As the door of the delivery room slowly closed, Gu Chang could only wander anxiously outside the door. Every time he heard Ye Qingning's screams, his heart felt like being stabbed by a needle. But he knew that at this moment, the only thing he could do was to pray silently, hoping that Ye Qingning could give birth to the baby smoothly and that both mother and child would be safe. Outside the delivery room, the anxious Gu Chang kept pacing back and forth, with a layer of fine beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. Sometimes he stopped and held his head with his hands, looking anxious. Sometimes he looked up at the closed door of the delivery room, his eyes full of worry and expectation. Suddenly, as if a flash of inspiration came to him, Gu Chang slapped his head and muttered, "Oh! How could I forget about this?" Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, slid his fingers across the screen quickly, found the phone numbers of his parents and father-in-law and mother-in-law, and clicked on them without hesitation. As the phone rang rhythmically, Gu Chang's heart began to hang in the balance. Not long after, his mother's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello? Son, is Qingning about to give birth?" Before Gu Chang could answer, his mother couldn't wait to continue, saying, "Your father and I will be there soon." "Don't worry, we will be there soon." Gu Chang quickly responded, "Yes, Mom, Qingning started having an attack about 10 minutes ago. The doctor just pushed her into the delivery room. You and Dad should come here quickly. I still need to call my father-in-law and mother-in-law." After saying that, Gu Chang hurriedly hung up his mother's phone and immediately dialed his mother-in-law's number. As soon as the call was connected, Gu Chang shouted anxiously, "Mom, it's not good. Qingning is about to give birth, and everyone has already entered the delivery room." When Ye's mother heard this, she instantly lost all her sleepiness. She sat up with a start, stretched out her hand and pushed Ye's father, who was still sleeping beside her, shouting, "Old man, wake up. Our daughter is going to give birth." After being pushed by his wife, Father Ye suddenly woke up after hearing the news. He hurriedly opened the quilt and asked while putting on his clothes, "When did you go in? What's the situation?" "Oh. Stop asking questions. Hurry up and put on your clothes, we have to rush to the hospital. Once we get there, everything will be clear. You two old people, don't waste time, hurry up, put on your clothes, get in the car, and drive directly to the hospital." At this moment, Gu Chang was standing at the door of the delivery room anxiously, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pot. He was so anxious, thinking of his wife who was suffering from the pain of childbirth and screaming in pain from time to time, his heart was almost twisted into a ball. In a flash, at this heart-wrenching moment, a nurse walked out of the delivery room quickly. Seeing this, Gu Chang rushed over as if he had seen a life-saving straw. "Nurse, nurse. How is my wife now?" Gu Chang asked anxiously, his eyes full of worry and concern. The nurse raised her head, glanced at Gu Chang, and replied slowly, "Don't worry, the mother is in good condition, the baby's position and other indicators are also very normal. But here is a document about the painless delivery injection that needs to be signed by the family members. Are you the husband of the mother? If so, please sign here, and I will arrange for the painless injection for the mother immediately." As she said, the nurse handed the document in her hand to Gu Chang. Hearing this, Gu Chang did not dare to delay for a moment, and quickly picked up the pen, signed his name in a flamboyant manner, and then carefully handed the document to the nurse. After the nurse took the signed document, she left in a hurry, and hurriedly prepared the painless injection. Time passed by minute, and about half an hour later, something unexpected happened. Gu Cheng's parents and Ye Qingning's parents arrived at the hospital at the same time. This is really a coincidence. It turned out that Gu's parents and Ye's parents met unexpectedly at the hospital gate. They arrived almost one after the other, so naturally they went upstairs together. When both parents came to the ward, Ye's mother was particularly anxious because she was concerned about her daughter's safety. She couldn't wait to ask Gu Cheng, "How is Qingning now? How long has she been in the operating room?" Facing his mother-in-law's anxious question, Gu Cheng quickly stood up and answered respectfully, "Mom, don't worry, Qingning has been in for almost 40 minutes. The nurse came out once before. She said Qingning and the child are in good condition, just asked me to sign a document about the painless injection, and then went back to the operating room." When the parents on both sides heard that everything was normal, they put their worries to rest. They sat together on the bench at the door of the delivery room waiting. However, Gu Cheng couldn't sit still and paced back and forth. P.S. Dear readers, if you have any ideas about the follow-up, please write them in the comments section for discussion. Chapter 44, Babies are born, mother and child are safe. Shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun shone through the hospital windows onto the corridor outside the delivery room. At this time, the atmosphere outside the delivery room seemed a little tense and full of expectation. Gu Cheng paced back and forth anxiously, looking up at the closed door of the delivery room from time to time. Although Gu's father looked calm on the surface, his slightly clenched fist still revealed his inner anxiety. On the other side, Ye's father sat quietly on the bench, staring at the door of the delivery room, as if he wanted to see through the door to see his daughter Ye Qingning, who was trying hard to give birth inside. At the same time, Gu's mother and Ye's mother did not stay here. They were very thoughtful and knew that Ye Qingning would be very weak and hungry after giving birth. So as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, the two mothers hurried back home and prepared to cook soup and meals for Ye Qingning so that she could enjoy nutritious and delicious food to replenish her energy as soon as possible. On the chair in the corridor, there is a bunch of gorgeous flowers. Gu Cheng bought this bunch of flowers at about 6:30 in the morning. Before it was completely light, Gu Cheng could not wait to contact the nearby flower shop and place an order. Afterwards, he rushed to the flower shop to pick up the carefully selected flowers. At this moment, this beautiful bouquet is emitting a faint fragrance, as if it is quietly waiting for the arrival of a new life and the safe return of the mother. Suddenly, in the silent corridor, a crisp and slightly hurried sound of footsteps came without warning. The sound came from far away, as if carrying some unknown message, and instantly attracted Gu Cheng's attention. He turned around subconsciously and saw two familiar figures walking towards him. It turned out to be his mother and mother-in-law who had returned. The two mothers were holding something in their hands. Gu Cheng looked closely and found that each of them was carrying a thermos bucket, which must have been filled with steaming porridge or soup. The other one was holding some buns wrapped in a paper bag and a few drinks, which seemed to be prepared for breakfast for everyone. As soon as Mother Gu came up to him, she couldn't wait to ask, "Son, how is the situation? Did the doctor and the nurse come out to say anything?" Her face was full of concern, and her eyes were fixed on Gu Cheng, as if she wanted to see the answer directly from his expression. Gu Cheng quickly replied, "Mom, don't worry. The nurse just came out. I asked her and she said everything is normal and the operation went very smoothly. She also told us to just wait here and it will probably be over soon and the patient should be out soon." Hearing this news, the two mothers breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their tense nerves relaxed a little. Then, they handed over the breakfast in their hands with a smile and said gently, "Come on, everyone, have some breakfast first. You must be starving after staying up all night last night." Before he finished speaking, Father Gu and Father Yi quickly reached out to take the breakfast and began to eat it voraciously. After all, they were really hungry, and now they were a little more relaxed, so their appetite also came up. At this time, Ye's mother carefully picked out a portion of steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, gently handed them to Gu Cheng, and earnestly reminded him, "Xiao Chang, you should eat something quickly. There are still many things that you need to worry about later, so don't let your body get ruined." Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Gu Cheng quickly reached out to take the steaming breakfast, looked at his mother-in-law with gratitude, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Mom. Don't worry, I'm in good health." After that, he carefully held the breakfast in his palm, as if it was an invaluable treasure. Then, Gu Cheng hurried to the bench by the corridor and sat down gently. He bent down slightly and began to enjoy this loving breakfast. He was seen holding a bun in his left hand and soy milk in his right hand, eating with relish. However, even though his mouth was full of food, his eyes never left the door of the delivery room. At this moment, Gu Cheng's heart had already flown to the delivery room, worrying about his wife Ye Qingning, who was giving birth, and the babies who were about to be born. He stared at the closed door, his eyes revealing a complex mixture of anxiety and expectation. Every second seemed like a long century to him, and he was afraid that if he was careless, Ye Qingning and the babies would suddenly walk out of the delivery room and he would not notice it in the first place. Everyone sat around the dining table, enjoying a delicious breakfast. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was already 9:30. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the door of the delivery room, followed by a creak, and the tightly closed door was slowly pushed open. Two nurses, smiling, carefully walked out of the delivery room holding two delicate little babies. Their steps were light and steady, as if they were holding the most precious treasures in the world. One of the nurses raised her head, glanced at the people anxiously waiting around, and then raised her voice and shouted, "Where are Ye Qingning's family members? Who is Ye Qingning's family member?" Her voice was clear and pleasant, echoing in the air. Hearing the nurse's call, Cheng, who had been standing by the door anxiously, instantly became spirited. He rushed forward without hesitation, and responded loudly while running, I am Ye Qingning's husband." At this moment, his face was full of excitement and joy. Seeing this, the nurse smiled and said to Cheng, "Congratulations, sir. Madam has successfully given birth to a pair of twins, both mother and child are safe." After that, she gently handed the slightly older baby in her arms to Cheng and introduced gently, "This is the eldest, a lovely baby girl, weighing 6.3 gene." Immediately afterwards, another nurse handed the little one in her arms to Cheng and added, "This is the second child, a handsome boy, weighing 6.2 gene." Cheng happily took the two babies one by one, holding the elder sister in his left hand and the younger brother in his right hand, his eyes full of endless love. He carefully looked at the two newborn babies in front of him, and saw that their skin was a little wrinkled because they were immersed in amniotic fluid for a long time, but even so, it still couldn't cover up their innate beauty and cuteness. Both babies have long eyelashes, like two delicate little fans. Their pink skin is like a newly blossomed flower, delicate and tender. Cheng just stared at his two children quietly, with an indescribable happiness and warmth surging in his heart. It took Cheng a long time to come back to his senses. He carefully handed the babies to his mother and Ye's mother, who were standing by and couldn't wait to hug their grandchildren, so that the two elderly people could also feel the joy and warmth brought by the new life for the first time. Chapter 45. Oh, why is it wrinkled like an old man? After carefully handing the two babies to the mothers, Cheng quickly turned around and looked at the busy nurse with an anxious face, and asked anxiously, "Miss Nurse, where is my wife? Why hasn't she come out yet?" His eyes were fixed on the nurse, as if he wanted to get an answer from her immediately. When the nurse heard Cheng's question, she looked up and saw the man in front of her looking so anxious because his wife had not yet appeared. She couldn't help but feel envious. She smiled and comforted Cheng, saying, "Sir, don't worry. The mother is in good health now. She just needs to rest for a while. Please wait patiently for a moment. She will be pushed out soon." After that, the nurse continued to do other things. At this time, Gu's father, Gu's mother, and Cheng's father-in-law and mother-in-law were gathered together, looking at the two lovely new lives with joy. Ye's mother looked up inadvertently and found that Cheng was still staring at the door of the delivery room, and his anxious look made her feel deeply relieved. She secretly felt that her son-in-law was a rare good husband who cared about her daughter wholeheartedly. So, Ye's mother gently handed the child in her arms to Ye's father beside her. Then, Ye's mother walked to Cheng's side, patted his shoulder gently, and said softly, "Xiao Cheng, don't worry too much. Didn't the nurse just say that everything is normal? Qingning will definitely come out in a while." As they were talking, the delivery room was opened again and a bed was pushed out. Out came Ye Qingning, who had just given birth. Cheng saw his wife being pushed out and hurried over to greet her with flowers in his arms. "Wife, you've worked hard," Cheng said softly, and then carefully placed the bouquet of beautiful flowers in his hand on Ye Qingning's bed. At this time, Ye Qingning was in good condition overall. Although his body was a little weak, his mental state was not depressed, but his face was full of deep fatigue. As soon as Ye Qingning saw Cheng, she immediately asked eagerly, "Husband, where are the children?" Hearing Ye Qingning's question, Gu's mother and Ye's mother, who were sitting beside her, hurriedly stood up and gently handed the children in their arms to Ye Qingning, so that she could see her babies who had just been born. Cheng also hurried to the bedside and said to Ye Qingning gently, "The children are here. My mother and your mother are holding them. Dear, don't worry too much. The most important thing now is to have a good rest and take care of your body." Ye Qingning turned her head slightly and her eyes fell on the children. When she saw the two little guys clearly, she couldn't help but frown and muttered with a little disgust, "Oh, why are these two children so ugly? They are wrinkled like little old men." However, despite complaining like this, her eyes were full of love and pity as a new mother. After hearing what Ye Qingning said, everyone burst into hearty laughter. That laughter was like flowers blooming in spring, full of vitality and joy. Ye's mother, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle when she heard her daughter's mumbling. She said gently, "Silly girl, what are you talking about? This is how babies look when they are just born." Then, Ye's mother patiently explained, "This is because the baby has been immersed in warm amniotic fluid before birth, so the skin looks a little wrinkled. But don't worry, they will naturally look good in a few days. Our two little ones are so beautiful." Cheng, who was standing next to her, also smiled and looked at his wife, and comforted her softly, "Wife, just relax. You know, with such excellent genes from both of us, how could our baby not look good? Don't worry, it won't be long before the babies will slowly unfold like buds about to bloom, becoming pink, tender, and chubby, and they will definitely look very cute." After saying that, he gently held Ye Qingning's hand, his eyes full of love and expectation. After hearing her husband talking to her mother, Ye Qingning's heart finally settled down. Her tense nerves gradually relaxed, and fatigue surged like a tide. So, Ye Qingning gently closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully on the bed. The nurse carefully pushed Ye Qingning back to the ward, whispered a few words of caution, and then left quietly. Cheng quietly gazed at the woman in front of him, Ye Qingning, who had fallen into a sweet dream and had a peaceful face, with a heart full of love. Then, he walked quietly to the bedside of the two children, looking at them gently and attentively. The two little guys were sleeping peacefully, their little cheeks were rosy, as adorable as ripe apples. Looking at their peaceful sleeping faces, Cheng's mouth corners lifted up involuntarily, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "This is my child." Cheng murmured to himself, his voice filled with indescribable joy and pride. "I, Cheng, actually have such a lovely child." At this moment, he felt extremely satisfied. With his beloved wife, these two babies who came into the world like angels, and healthy parents, Cheng felt as if he owned the whole world. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "God has been so kind to me. He has given me such a happy family, which makes me feel endless warmth and happiness." At this moment, Cheng secretly vowed to use all his love to protect this family, protect every family member, and let this happiness continue forever. After taking a look at the two sleeping babies, Cheng took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures of the two babies according to the angles. He wanted to post it on his moments to show off his babies and also let his relatives and friends know the news. After a while, Cheng took a few photos and edited a paragraph of text. "Ding dong, welcome my babies to this world. The elder sister weighs 2.5 genes and the younger brother weighs 1.2 genes. From now on, we begin a wonderful life for our family of 4, 2 kids in one house, 3 meals a day, for seasons. I hope you will have a loving sibling relationship and grow up together safely, healthily, and happily." After a while, Cheng's circle of friends exploded with messages of various blessings, and WeChat messages kept ringing. Various WeChat messages of blessings came one after another. Cheng quickly turned his phone to silent mode and replied to the blessing messages from relatives and friends one by one. Chapter 46, Naming the Babies. After many hardships, Ye Qingning finally completed the delivery. Since she had a normal birth and recovered well, she was discharged from the hospital after only 3 days. She went to the confinement center that the couple had booked in advance to recuperate and rest during the confinement period. At this moment, the warm and comfortable room of the confinement center was filled with laughter. Ye Qingning's two close friends were busy around two cute babies who had just come into the world. After these precious 3 days of growth, the two little guys had changed significantly from the wrinkled little old men when they were just born. According to the hospital doctors, usually the babies will completely get rid of their wrinkled appearance within 1-2 weeks and become plump and adorable. However, before that, the wrinkled appearance of these two babies was often ruthlessly complained and disliked by their mothers. Every time Ye Qingning saw the babies' wrinkled faces, she couldn't help but curl her lips and mutter, "Oh my, why are they so ugly?" However, although she said dislike, the love in her eyes could not be hidden no matter what. At this moment, the sun shines through the window into the living room. Ye Qingning and her two best friends sit together, discussing with great interest what nicknames to give to the two newborn babies. Shu Yuran excitedly suggests, "These two little guys were born in the early morning, why don't we call them Zhao Zhao and Chen Chen? How refreshing and pleasant it sounds." However, Lin Yueshi on the side mercilessly rolled her eyes at Shu Yuran and said bluntly, "Oh, Yuran, the nickname you gave is too common, not cute at all. In my opinion, since the eldest is a cute girl, she should be called Tang Bao and the second is a handsome boy, just call him Fu Bao. This is not only cute, but also nice to hear, right? Qingning, what do you think?" Ye Qingning couldn't help but find it a little funny to watch the two girlfriends in front of her, who were like lively treasures, arguing over the nicknames for their children. Hearing that they both turned their eyes to her at the same time, expecting her to give her opinions, Ye Qingning thought for a moment, then turned to look at Gu Cheng, who was sitting on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone leisurely, and asked softly, "Husband, please express your opinion. Which name do you think is better?" Gu Cheng put down his phone, thought seriously for a while, and then slowly said, "Well, I have an idea. Why don't we choose a character from the future big names of the little ones as their nicknames? This is simple and can be related to the big names. In this way, let's concentrate on thinking about what kind of big names they should choose." After listening to what Gu Cheng said, the three women all felt that it made a lot of sense. Gu Cheng's method was good, as it achieved both fame and status in one step. Immediately, the four of them took out their mobile phones and started to search the internet. Ye Qingning searched for a while, seemed to have thought of something, looked up and asked Gu Cheng, "Husband, is there anything particular about your family? Do you want to calculate the time and see what the baby is missing from the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Or is there anyone in the family who wants to name the baby according to generation names?" Hearing Ye Qingning's question, Gu Cheng immediately replied, "I have asked my parents, and there is nothing particular about it. My family does not believe in calculating the time or naming according to generational characters. We can just do what we like." Hearing this and listening to Gu Cheng's words, Ye Qingning continued to search on the internet. At this time, Lin Yueshi said, "I found a good name. The eldest sister's full name is Gu Shuyan, and her nickname is Yan Yan. The second brother's full name is Gu Shuyang, and his nickname is Yang Yang. What do you think?" Ye Qingning thought for a while and thought it was a good name with a scholarly feel. He said randomly, "Well, it's a good name. Number 1 is pending. Let's discuss which one to use after everyone has thought of it." At this time, Chu Yuran also said excitedly, "I have also found a good one. The big sister's full name is Gu Ruwashi, and her nickname can be Ruoruo or Cici. The little brother's full name is Gu Yanchuan, and his nickname is Xiaochuan." Chu Yuran finished speaking with an expectant look on her face, waiting for Ye Qingning's comments. After listening, Ye Qingning nodded and said, "This one is not bad either, so let's choose number 2. At this time, Ye Qingning asked Gu Cheng, as an old father, "What do you think of naming your 2 babies? Tell us about it." When Gu Cheng heard Ye Qingning asking him, he smiled mysteriously and spoke slowly. "The second baby is a boy, and I am thinking of naming him Gu Rueishuan." The word Rue is often used to symbolize good luck and continuous good fortune, implying that the child will have a safe and smooth life, full of happiness and good luck. The word Xian means tall and spacious, and is often used to describe a person's extraordinary bearing and lofty ambitions. It implies that the child will be open-minded and achieve extraordinary success in the future. As for the nickname for the second baby, you can use the word Xian, so he can be called Xian. Dabeo is a girl. I am thinking of calling her Gu Wanqing. The word Wan describes a woman who is gentle and kind, giving people a kind and warm feeling. It means that the girl has a gentle personality and treats people decently and generously. The word Qing means clear and pure, implying that the girl's heart is pure, as transparent and flawless as clear water. At the same time, it also means that we hope she can keep a clear head and distinguish right from wrong. Dabeo's nickname can be Cheng, so he can be called Qingqing. The 2 names, Gu Rueishuan and Gu Wanqing, not only reflect the solemnity and elegance of the surname Gu, but also contain beautiful meanings. The name of the boy implies good luck and lofty ambitions, while the name of the girl implies gentleness and purity of heart. The 2 names complement each other and together show the unique temperament and bright future of the twins. After listening to Gu Cheng's explanation, the 3 girls were stunned, especially Ye Qingning and his 2 best friends. They were focused on looking for names on the internet. They only looked for nice names on the internet and did not think about the meaning of the names at all. But Gu Cheng was different. He thought of a name by himself, and then looked up the meaning of the name according to his idea. Ye Qingning had always thought that Gu Cheng was just sitting there playing with his phone, and he was a little angry, thinking that everyone was thinking of names for their babies, but he was the only one playing with his phone. Now he realized that this guy had been thinking of names and looking up the meanings of names. After listening to Gu Cheng's name and the meaning of the characters in the name, Ye Qingning nodded frequently, expressing his approval, and quickly gave the first place to Gu Cheng. Wait for the baby's grandparents to listen and decide which one to use. Chapter 47: Painful Breastfeeding Relief. In the afternoon, the sun shone through the clouds, casting a warm glow. Father Gu, Mother Gu, and Ye Qingning's parents walked into the warm and quiet gate of the confinement center together. They smiled, their hearts filled with anticipation and joy for the new life. At this time, Ye Qingning was sitting by the bed, watching the two cute babies tenderly. Seeing the parents of both sides coming, she gently stood up to greet them, and patiently and in detail explained to both parents the names that Cheng had carefully chosen for the babies in the morning, Gu Ruishuan and Gu Wanqing, as well as the beautiful meanings contained in the names. Father Gu nodded slightly, his eyes fell on the baby, and he said softly, "The name Gu Ruishuan is full of auspiciousness, and the word Xian also means majestic and imposing. He will definitely become a graceful man in the future." Mother Gu nodded repeatedly, indicating that she agreed with her husband's opinion. Ye Qingning's father also said, "Gu Wanqing is a wonderful name. The word Wan fully shows the gentleness and tenderness of a woman, and the word Qing is even more fresh and refined. I believe that our granddaughter will grow up to be a graceful and elegant lady." Ye Qingning's mother smiled and agreed, "Yes, both names are very good, very sophisticated." The parents of both parties carefully considered the two names, and the more they thought about them, the more satisfied they were. After a heated discussion, they finally agreed to use these two names as the babies' names. Thus, the names of the eldest and the youngest were determined. The eldest was named Gu Wanqing, and the youngest was named Gu Ruishuan. Then, everyone started to discuss the nicknames for the babies. Ye Qingning suggested, since the eldest baby is called Gu Wanqing, why not call the nickname Qingqing, which sounds both friendly and easy to pronounce? Everyone agreed. Then, Cheng also smiled and said, then the little baby should be called Xian, which is simple, easy to remember, and nice to hear. In this way, the eldest baby's nickname was Qingqing, and the little baby's nickname was Xian. Although Cheng once said that one of the children would take Ye Qingning's surname after they were born, after discussion with Ye's father and mother, it was still better for the child to take Cheng's surname. At this time, it didn't matter so much whether the child took the father's or the daughter's surname. At this moment, the room is filled with an atmosphere of happiness and joy, and everyone has a bright smile on their face. For this newly formed big family, the babies' names are not only a name, but also a deep blessing, carrying the endless love and expectations of their loved ones. Father and Mother Gu sat around Debeo with smiles on their faces, gently stroking her pink cheeks, and calling her affectionately, "Qingqing, my little Qingqing. You must grow up quickly." Debeo seemed to understand what her grandparents said. Her big eyes blinked, her little mouth opened, and she giggled. Her two chubby little hands kept waving in the air, as if she was responding to her grandmother's love enthusiastically. At this moment, Father and Mother Gu looked at their adorable granddaughter smiling at them so brightly, and their hearts were almost melted. Especially Mother Gu, whose eyes were full of love and tenderness, and that gaze seemed to be able to wrap people up. However, just as everyone was immersed in this warmth, the little baby Xian beside him suddenly burst into tears. This sudden laughter instantly attracted everyone's attention, and even the busy nanny at the confinement center hurriedly put down her work and walked quickly to Xiaobao to check on him. The nanny skillfully opened Xiaobao's diaper and looked down to see that the little guy had pooped. So, without saying anything, she carefully picked up Xiaobao and walked towards the bathroom to clean him and change his diaper. Seeing this, Cheng, who had been accompanying him, also hurried in. He stood aside, watching the nanny's every move intently, afraid of missing any details. He saw the nanny first fetch a basin of warm water, gently wipe Xiaobao's butt with a wet towel, then carefully apply diaper cream, and finally change Xiaobao into a brand new diaper. Cheng watched this series of operating procedures intently, silently memorizing each step in his mind, thinking that he would do these things personally for the babies in the future. The nanny was just at work, taking care of the little baby's poop and changing his diaper, and the older baby started crying loudly. Cheng hurried forward, carried Debeo into the bathroom, and asked the nanny to guide him while he washed and changed Debeo's diaper. He first gently picked up Debeo and placed him on the soft cushion he had prepared in advance, making sure the baby felt comfortable and safe. Debeo stopped crying and stared with a pair of curious eyes, seeming to be both looking forward to and a little confused about what was about to happen. Cheng's eyes were full of doting. Then, Cheng carefully untied Debeo's old diaper, his movements so gentle as if he was afraid of disturbing the tranquility. He gently lifted Debeo's little feet and wiped the baby's butt with warm wet wipes, paying attention to every detail to ensure that the baby's skin received the most gentle care. After cleaning, Cheng took out a clean, soft diaper from the side. He first gently pulled open the velcro of the diaper, then gently placed the diaper under Debeo's butt, adjusting the position to ensure that it fits the baby's body. Then, he quickly and accurately fixed the velcro on both sides of the diaper. His movements were both skilled and full of love. Finally, Cheng checked the diaper again and wrapped Debeo in warm clothes again after confirming that it was correct. He gently picked up Debeo, with a happy smile on his cheeks and the light of fatherly love in his eyes. Debeo seemed to feel the warmth and peace of mind from his father, and snuggled in Gu Cheng's arms without crying or making a fuss. This scene has become one of the warm and beautiful memories of this family, witnessing Gu Cheng's attentiveness as a father and his love for his babies. After finishing everything, Gu Cheng put Debao back into her crib. Ye Qingning, watching Gu Cheng taking care of the baby so carefully and considerately, and his usual pampering and love for her, felt warm inside. After a while, the experienced nanny came over gently, and she reminded Ye Qingning with a smile, "Madam, it's almost time to feed the baby." Hearing this, Ye Qingning's originally calm face instantly became sad. You know, in just a few days, every time Ye Qingning fed her baby, it was a nightmare experience for her. Although this little guy is small, when he eats milk, the suction power of his little mouth is really amazing. Every time he sucked so hard that Ye Qingning's delicate skin broke and bled, the pain was really unbearable. For this reason, Ye Qingning had already developed a deep resistance to breastfeeding in her heart. Seeing his wife in such pain, her husband Gu Cheng felt very distressed and made a suggestion, which was to use a breast pump to suck out the breast milk first, and then put it into a bottle to feed the baby. However, after several attempts with great expectations, the couple was disappointed. The little guy seemed to have a natural resistance to the bottle. As soon as he saw the bottle approaching him, he would hold his cute little mouth tightly, and put on a stubborn look as if he would cry for you if you dare to feed me with the bottle again. Ye Qingning was also helpless and could only bite the bullet and continue feeding the two little ones herself. There was no other way. They were her own children and she couldn't just watch them go hungry and cry. As a mother, Ye Qingning couldn't bear to do this. The nanny handed Debao to Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning took Debao, unbuttoned her clothes, and put Debao close to her. After Debao came into contact with it, he immediately began to suck vigorously, taking big gulps of milk. Then, a feeling of pain came towards Ye Qingning. Chapter 48, Mr. and Mrs. Gu Cheng are glad for their decision. At this moment, Debao was concentrating on sucking on her pacifier, enjoying her food with gusto. Meanwhile, Xiaobao was looking at her sister eagerly, wondering, how come my sister has already started eating, but it's not my turn yet? Thinking of this, the little guy pouted and burst into tears. Gu Cheng, who was busy in the living room, rushed in like an arrow when he heard Xiaobao's cry. He picked up Xiaobao from the cradle and gently patted his back, saying, "Baby, don't cry, Daddy is here." However, no matter how Gu Cheng coaxed him, Xiaobao still cried loudly. Gu Cheng had no choice but to call an experienced nanny, but even a professional nanny was useless. Xiaobao still kept crying loudly. Ye Qingning heard Xiaobao's heart-wrenching cry in the room. As a mother, her heart was suddenly clenched into a ball, and she was in great pain. She hurriedly shouted to Gu Cheng, "Hurry up and hold Xiaobao for me." Seeing this, Gu Cheng was a little helpless, but he did not dare to delay, and hurriedly and carefully handed Xiaobao to Ye Qingning's arms. After Ye Qingning took Xiaobao, he gently moved Xiaobao to the other side. Oddly enough, as soon as Xiaobao touched that familiar spot, his crying stopped. He opened his little mouth, bit it without hesitation, and then began to suck with all his strength. He looked so adorable. At this moment, Ye Qingning was leaning on the back of the bed like an exhausted cow. Her two arms were around Debao and Xiaobao respectively, and the two cute babies were like hungry birds, clinging to their mother and sucking milk as hard as if it was the most delicious food in the world. Ye Qingning had a look of despair on her face, looking up at the ceiling blankly, as if trying to divert her attention to relieve the constant stabbing pain in her chest. This pain came in waves like a tide, making it almost unbearable for her, but out of her deep maternal love for her children, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Fortunately, Ye Qingning had a lot of milk to feed the two greedy little ones. After more than half an hour of hard eating, Debao and Xiaobao finally had their stomachs filled and stopped sucking contentedly. At this moment, the two little guys still held the pacifier tightly in their mouths, as if they were afraid that someone would take away their beloved rice bowl. However, not long after, they closed their little eyes and fell into a sweet dream. Seeing this, Gu Cheng and the nanny hurriedly picked up a child each, carefully transferred them to the specially prepared crib, and gently covered them with a soft quilt to ensure that they could sleep peacefully and comfortably. After going through this long and painful breastfeeding process that lasted for half an hour, Ye Qingning finally breathed a sigh of relief and secretly sighed in her heart, "It's finally over." Although her body was still a little sore, seeing the two babies sleeping peacefully, all the hard work instantly disappeared, replaced by full of happiness and satisfaction. After the two babies fell asleep, Ye Qingning was finally able to take a rest. At this moment, the confinement center had just served the afternoon meal. In the quiet afternoon of the confinement center, the sun shines through the exquisite curtains into the spacious and bright restaurant, adding a bit of warmth and comfort to the carefully prepared afternoon tea time. A confinement meal with good color, aroma, and taste is placed on the table. The first thing that catches the eye is a colorful fruit platter, with fresh strawberries, golden mangoes, and emerald green kiwi slices arranged in a staggered manner. It is not only pleasing to the eye, but also rich in vitamins and minerals, providing necessary nutritional supplements for postpartum mothers. Next, there is a bowl of hot soup, perhaps the carefully selected Chinese wolfberry and red dates stewed chicken soup. The soup is clear and mellow, exuding a light aroma, which is both nourishing and warming to the stomach, and helps the body recover and regulate after childbirth. Next to it is a small dish of exquisite steamed egg custard, which is delicate and tender, melts in the mouth, and brings gentle comfort to the taste buds of mothers. In addition, there are several carefully prepared light meals, such as steamed sea bass, which is tender and boneless, and paired with the fragrance of shredded green onion, ginger, and soy sauce. It not only retains the original flavor of the ingredients but is also easy to digest. Stir-fried seasonal vegetables are made of fresh seasonal vegetables, which are bright in color and crisp in taste, adding a touch of fresh green to the whole meal. Finally, don't forget to prepare a bowl of warm whole grain porridge, such as millet and red date porridge. The porridge is soft, sticky, and sweet. It not only warms the body but also the heart. The rich dietary fiber helps promote gastrointestinal motility. It is one of the ideal meals during confinement. The entire afternoon food at the confinement center not only focuses on nutritional balance and taste combination, but also reflects the meticulous care and protection for postpartum mothers, so that every mother who stays can enjoy the double nourishment of the taste buds and the soul during this special period. In this confinement center with a pleasant environment and attentive service, the amount of food served at each meal is not large, but the number of meals is staggering. Moreover, the food provided here is mainly light in taste and follows the scientific principle of eating small and frequent meals. There are so many delicious dishes to choose from fresh vegetable salads to nutritious lean meat porridge, from nourishing chicken soup to sweet and delicious fruit platters. At this moment, Ye Qingning sat upright in front of the dining table covered with an exquisite tablecloth. She looked focused, holding a small and exquisite spoon in her right hand, carefully scooping a little food from the plate in front of her, and then slowly putting it into her slightly open mouth. She ate very slowly, each bite was just a small spoonful, and then she began to chew slowly. It was as if she was savoring a rare delicacy, unwilling to let go of any taste. You know, since giving birth to the baby, she had gone through a long period of breastfeeding and postpartum recovery, and she was already starving, her chest almost touching her back. Breastfeeding, a seemingly simple but in fact extremely difficult task, is a huge test of physical strength and energy for a woman who has just given birth and is still relatively weak. If she had not been lucky enough to stay in this postpartum care center with thoughtful services, and if there had not been professional and experienced nannies to help take care of the baby every night, so that she could sleep peacefully and safely, then by now, she would have been tortured and exhausted. Cheng looked at Ye Qingning, who looked exhausted, and a strong feeling of pity welled up in his heart. He secretly thanked himself for his wise decision to come to the confinement center. If he had not made such a decision and chose to stay at home for confinement, then at this moment, this young couple would probably have been tortured to exhaustion and miserable. Although my mother and mother-in-law took good care of me at home, I still had to do a lot of things myself. Especially at night, my baby would wake up frequently and cry during his short sleep cycle, which undoubtedly brought great trouble and fatigue to the couple. It was like an endless nightmare and it was unbearable. However, now that we are in the confinement center, everything has become easy and worry-free. Not only are there complete service facilities, but there are also professional nursing staff who can carefully take care of the mother's bodies and help them recover as soon as possible. At the same time, there is an experienced medical team responsible for taking care of the baby. No matter what emergencies the baby encounters, they can be properly handled in the first place. In addition, there are special nannies on duty at night, so the couple can finally sleep well and enjoy the rare quiet time. Chapter 49, Two Babies Are 1 Month Old. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the two babies' full-month celebration day has arrived. Cheng and Ye Qingning specially booked 30 tables of banquets in a well-known local restaurant in advance for this grand banquet to entertain the relatives and friends of both parties and the many friends of both parents. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was blowing. Cheng and his wife arrived at the restaurant door early, eagerly waiting for the arrival of the guests. They were dressed in their best clothes, with happy and expectant smiles on their faces, and warmly welcomed every concierge who arrived. At the same time, two babies who had just turned 1 month old were sleeping quietly in the room, being carefully cared for by professional nannies. After all, there were many people coming today, and in order to ensure that the babies could get the best rest, Cheng and Ye Qingning decided not to let them show up for the time being. At this time, Ye Qingning's two best friends, Xu Yuran and Lin Yueshi, appeared hand in hand. Xu Yuran's lively and cheerful personality was fully revealed. As soon as she walked in front of Cheng and his wife, She couldn't wait to ask, Qingning, where are my goddaughter and godson? I miss them so much. Ye Qingning chuckled softly and replied, they are still sleeping, and there is a nanny looking after them inside. Hearing this, Xu Yuran and Lin Yueshi hurriedly greeted Gu Cheng and his wife, and then hurriedly walked into the restaurant, full of joy to see Gu Wancheng and Gu Rueishuan, the two extremely cute babies. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded quietly. The third aunt of the Yi family, an elder who was known for her sharp words, slowly walked into the banquet hall. There seemed to be some subtle criticism and dissatisfaction in her eyes. When she saw Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning arm in arm, welcoming every guest with a smile on their faces, she couldn't help but sneer. Oh, look at how grand this full moon banquet is, it's really enviable. The voice of the third aunt of the Yi family was neither too high nor too low, just enough for the people around to hear clearly, but with a bit of deliberate sarcasm. At the beginning, it was agreed that one child would have the surname Yi, but what happened? Both of the precious children took the surname of the Gu family. Our Yi family is really generous. Her tone expressed dissatisfaction with Gu Cheng's failure to fulfill his promise, as well as blame for Ye Qingning's failure to stick to her position, and even more so, frustration and unwillingness that the family tradition had been broken. As soon as these words came out, the originally lively atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment, and the guests' eyes turned to this side, and a subtle awkwardness filled the air. Ye Qingning's smile froze slightly when she heard this, but soon returned to normal. She gently held Gu Cheng's hand, giving him silent support and encouragement. Gu Cheng looked calm. He knew the character of the third aunt of the Yi family very well, and understood the deep meaning of her words, but at this moment, he was more of a lover for his wife and children, and a firm belief in his future life. Third aunt, you are too kind. Gu Cheng spoke gently, his voice was not loud but clear and powerful. Qingning and I are both parents of the children. We naturally hope that they can grow up healthy and happy. The children's surnames are the result of Qingning and I discussing with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The surname is just a symbol and it does not represent anything. No matter what the children's surnames are, they are the treasures of our two families and our common hope. In the spacious and gorgeous banquet hall, the lights were bright and the music was melodious. Father and Mother Yi were teasing their two lively and lovely children with loving faces, and they laughed out loud at the children's innocent actions from time to time. At this moment, a sudden noise came from the door, which instantly attracted their attention. Mother Yi frowned slightly, turned to look at Father Yi, with a hint of doubt and worry in her eyes. She quickly gave Father Yi a look that seemed to say, go and see what's going on outside. Father Yi understood what she meant. He gently patted Mother Yi's hand and nodded comfortingly, telling her not to worry. Then, he slowly stood up, straightened his straight suit, and walked quickly towards the door of the banquet hall with steady and powerful steps. Soon, Ye's father came to the door of the banquet hall. He saw Gu Cheng and his wife standing with Auntie Yi with a smile on their faces, and they seemed to be talking enthusiastically. Ye's father was curious and asked, Xiao Chang, what are you doing? It's so lively, what are you talking about? Ye Qingning, who had been paying attention to the situation here, saw her father coming over and hurried to his side. She lowered her head slightly, leaned close to her father's ear, and told him everything that had just happened in a soft but clear voice. Father Yi listened to his daughter's story quietly, his face gradually becoming serious. When Ye Qingning finished speaking, he took a deep breath, looked firmly at third aunt Yi, and said in a serious and unquestionable tone, third sister-in-law, what is the surname of my own grandchildren, whether it is Yi or Gu, this is our own internal affairs. As an outsider, don't worry about these things. After hearing this, the third aunt of the Yi family immediately showed a disdainful smile on her face, and she sneered, humph. I don't care about so many things. It's just that your son-in-law patted his chest and swore that one of their children in the future would have the surname Yi. But now, look at the current situation, both children have the surname Gu. I was just curious to ask what the situation was. At this point, the third aunt of the Yi family suddenly turned to the eldest brother of the Yi family and raised her voice and said, oh, brother, what you said is really unpleasant. What do you mean I am an outsider? I am only thinking about our old Yi family, so I asked. How come it is my fault in your case? Okay, I am too nosy, it is all my fault, isn't it? After saying that, the third aunt of the Yi family snorted again in a yin-yang tone, then turned around and walked quickly into the banquet hall. The third aunt of the Yi family walked into the banquet hall with her head held high, looking arrogant, as if the entire banquet hall belonged to her family. Seeing this, Ye's father hurriedly walked towards Gu Cheng, who was standing beside him, with a trace of apology and concern on his face, and slowly said, Xiao Chang, don't take what happened just now to heart. The matter of the child's surname Gu was decided by Qingning's mother and I after careful consideration. It really has nothing to do with you. It is definitely not because you are untrustworthy or something like that. At this point, Ye's father couldn't help but frown slightly, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with the behavior of the third aunt of the Ye family, and continued, Qingning's third aunt is a person who never controls her mouth. She just talks nonsense all day long. You must not take her irrelevant words seriously. Gu Cheng listened to his father-in-law's explanation, and a warm current suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately showed a sunny smile and responded cheerfully, Dad, don't worry. I don't care about this little thing at all. My heart is as bright as a mirror. How can I be bothered by such nonsense? Then, Gu Cheng gently patted Ye's father on the shoulder and said with a smile, Dad, you go in first. Qingning and I will be here to welcome the guests. We will definitely arrange everything properly and ensure that everyone can attend this banquet happily. Chapter 50. The full moon banquet for the two babies ended successfully. All the guests gathered and took their seats, and the full moon banquet for the two little ones began. Gu Cheng, as a father, raised his glass and spoke to the guests. Dear friends and relatives, good evening. In this warm and joyful moment, I, Gu Cheng, stand here with my heart filled with immense gratitude and happiness. Today is the full moon day of our twins, a boy and a girl, and it is also a wonderful moment for our small family to celebrate and share this God-given joy. Here, on behalf of my wife and our lovely little angels, I would like to express my sincerest welcome and deepest gratitude to every guest present. From the moment they were born, every smile and every blink of their eyes were like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, warming our hearts and illuminating our lives. Over the past month, their growth and changes have made us deeply realize the difficulty and joy of being a parent, and have also strengthened our determination to protect their healthy growth and give them endless love and care. Today, everyone can take the time to attend this full moon banquet, which is not only a great support and encouragement to our small family, but also a deep blessing to our new life. Your arrival makes this celebration more meaningful, and also makes this joy infinitely magnified and flows in everyone's heart. Here, I would like to especially thank my parents and parents-in-law. It is your selfless dedication and careful teaching that have taught us how to love and how to take responsibility. Thank you to my wife Ye Qingning. It is your strength and tenderness that have filled our family with love and harmony. I would also like to thank every friend present here. It is your companionship and support that have made us no longer alone in the journey of life. Let us raise our glasses together to toast the healthy growth of the twins, and to the happiness and well-being of all the relatives and friends present here. May this joy and blessing, like the moonlight tonight, gently shine upon everyone, and may our friendship and family affection be as perfect and beautiful as this full moon. Thank you all again for coming. I hope that in the coming time, we can all be surrounded by happiness and witness more beautiful moments of life together. Thank you everyone. Gu Cheng was holding a glass of fine wine with a smile on his face. He looked around, his eyes met with every guest present, then he raised his glass and said in a loud and sincere voice, Dear friends and relatives, I am honored to be able to gather here today to celebrate the full moon of my two little babies. This journey is inseparable from your care and support. Here, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to every guest. After that, Gu Cheng raised his head and drank the fine wine in the glass. His heroic gesture won warm applause from everyone present. As Gu Cheng finished his thanks, the guests in the room picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the sumptuous food in front of them. The delicious dishes were mouth-watering, including the juicy roast suckling pig, the fragrant braised fish, and the delicate dompa pork. Amidst the laughter and joy, time passed quietly, and the full-month banquet for the two babies gradually came to an end. After the banquet, the guests who lived nearby stood up, shook hands with Gu Cheng and his family one by one, and left with full blessings. For those guests who traveled far away, Gu Cheng had already thoughtfully arranged comfortable hotel accommodation for them to ensure that they could get enough rest. The full moon banquet was very lively, and both the host and the guests had a great time. Finally, when all the guests left, Gu Cheng looked at the empty banquet hall, his heart full of emotion and joy. This full moon banquet not only made the two little babies feel the deep love from their relatives and friends, but also further deepened the friendship between them. It can be said that this banquet really made the guests and the host happy, and everyone set off on the journey home with joy. After bidding farewell to many guests, Gu Cheng carefully protected Ye Qingning, the nanny and the two adorable babies, and they set out on the journey back home. Their destination was the warm and comfortable confinement center. Originally, the duration of one period in the confinement center was set at 28 days, but after careful consideration, Gu Cheng believed that this short period of 28 days was far from enough for Ye Qingning to fully recuperate and recover. Therefore, he decisively decided to renew the contract for another period. In this way, Ye Qingning would need to stay in the confinement center for a full 56 days before she could return home with peace of mind. At this moment, the two little guys seemed to be under a spell and had already fallen into a sweet dream. Cheng gently handed the children to the nanny, who was responsible for taking care of them at night. Ye Qingning and Cheng returned to Ye Qingning's room in the confinement center hand in hand. Looking back at the banquet tonight, Cheng was very busy. Facing all the relatives and friends, he toasted and thanked them at each table, not daring to be negligent. There were more than 30 tables, and each table had a glass of wine. Before he knew it, Cheng had drunk more than 30 glasses of fine wine. Although Cheng usually had a good alcohol tolerance, he was drunk at this moment after drinking so much, and his steps were slightly staggering. As soon as he returned to the room, Cheng rushed into the bathroom, took a quick shower, and then fell headfirst onto the small accompanying bed next to him, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In fact, at first Ye Qingning had insisted on asking Cheng to rest on the big bed next to her. After all, the couple had not slept in each other's arms for a long time. However, Cheng was always concerned about his wife's physical condition, fearing that his drunken snoring or turning over would disturb Ye Qingning's sweet dreams and affect her rest, so he resolutely chose to sleep on this narrow accompanying bed. Ye Qingning sat quietly beside the bed, gazing tenderly at Cheng, who had already fallen asleep. Looking at his quiet and peaceful sleeping face, Ye Qingning couldn't help but feel 1,000 emotions welling up in her heart. Looking back on the past year, it seemed like a long and wonderful journey. She still remembered that she met Cheng by chance at the class reunion, and the gears of fate began to turn. The accident quietly changed their relationship, and a beautiful love story began. Later, Ye Qingning went to work in Shanghai. However, life is always full of surprises and challenges. At this time, she found out that she was pregnant. In the bustling and noisy city of Shanghai, she endured the discomfort brought by pregnancy alone, and at the same time she had to work hard to make a living. Those days were really hard. Fortunately, when she mustered up the courage to find Cheng gave her endless warmth and comfort. He told Ye Qingning with a firm look that no matter what difficulties she encountered in the future, he would always be by her side and protect her and her son. Those affectionate promises were like the warm sun in winter, illuminating the softest corner of Ye Qingning's heart. Not only that, Cheng's parents also cared for Ye Qingning and treated her like their own daughter. It was because of their family's support and tolerance that Ye Qingning was able to successfully complete the transformation from a girl to a wife and then to a mother. Without Cheng's careful care and full protection along the way, Ye Qingning knew that she would not be able to adapt to these huge changes in life so quickly. Now, looking at her lover sleeping beside her, Ye Qingning is full of happiness. She knows that as long as Cheng is there, the future will be full of sunshine and hope. Chapter 51: Buying breakfast fruit for my wife in the morning. The first ray of sunlight in the morning quietly penetrated through the gap in the curtains, gently brushing Cheng's face, bringing a hint of warmth and freshness. He slowly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. He was lying on the accompanying bed in the confinement center, surrounded by a familiar and quiet environment, and the air was filled with a faint, barely perceptible scent of baby milk, which was the unique and purest smell of life for newborns. Cheng rubbed his temples. The laughter and joy at the full moon banquet last night seemed to still echo in his ears. The slightly out-of-control drunkenness due to joy has now turned into a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He remembered that last night, he toasted one glass after another with the blessings of relatives and friends. Every sip was a celebration of this rare happiness and an expectation of infinite possibilities in the future. However, the magic of alcohol was ultimately no match for the satisfaction and exhaustion in his heart. In the end, he fell asleep in this loving embrace. Waking up at this moment, Cheng's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of emotion and responsibility. He gently stood up and looked at the two little lives sleeping quietly in the crib not far away, his twin brother and sister. Their little faces looked particularly soft in the morning light, and the occasional subtle breathing sounds were like the most beautiful melody in the world, which instantly melted Cheng's heart. He realized that the celebration last night was not only an expression of joy for the arrival of the children, but also a declaration that he was about to embark on a new stage of life. As a father, he shouldered a greater responsibility and mission, to use his own hands to support the two little lives, to give them the most solid support and the warmest embrace. Cheng got off the bed quietly, his steps unconsciously light, for fear of disturbing the tranquility. He walked to the crib, looked at the children quietly, and made a silent promise in his heart: no matter how rough the road ahead is, he will be their strongest support, accompany them to grow up, and face the storms and rainbows of life together. At this moment, Cheng's heart was filled with unprecedented determination and strength. He knew that from this moment on, his life would become more colorful because of the arrival of these two little lives, and he would continue to move forward and grow in this journey of love. Gu Cheng tiptoed to the bedside, his eyes gently falling on his daughter and son who were sleeping soundly. They were lying there quietly, their little faces slightly red, their breathing steady and even. He carefully reached out his hand, gently pulled up the quilt that the two little guys had kicked away, and covered them carefully, fearing that a trace of cold air would invade their warm dreams. Although the two little guys are still young, they have already shown their mischievous side. They are restless when sleeping and always like to kick the quilt into a mess. Gu Cheng shook his head helplessly, but his face was filled with a happy smile. After covering the children with blankets, Gu Cheng's eyes naturally turned to his wife Ye Qingning, who was also sleeping soundly. Her beautiful face looked particularly attractive under the moonlight, but at this moment her feet were playfully exposed outside the blanket. Seeing this scene, Gu Cheng couldn't help but laugh, thinking, the sleeping postures of this daughter and son are really like their mother. With a heart full of love, Gu Cheng walked forward with a smile, and gently lifted up Ye Qingning's quilt to cover the exposed feet. Looking at his wife's peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but lean over and place a gentle kiss on her forehead. After doing all this, Gu Cheng turned around and walked towards the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and washed his face with warm water to wake himself up completely. After washing, he gently opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, trying not to make any noise so as not to wake up his family who were sleeping soundly in the house. In the early morning, the sun had just risen and the soft sunlight sprinkled on the earth. Gu Cheng walked out of the confinement center with brisk steps. It was still quite early, just a little after 7 in the morning. The entire confinement center seemed exceptionally quiet, with only a few early birds singing happily on the branches. Most of the staff who were usually busy had not come to work yet. The reception desk at the confinement center was empty and silent. Gu Cheng skillfully opened the door of the confinement center, and then walked to the car parked beside him with steady steps. He reached into his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, lit a cigarette with skillful movements, put it to his lips and took a light puff. Standing next to his car, Gu Cheng was lost in thought while smoking quietly. He was thinking about what kind of breakfast he should buy for his wife who was in confinement after childbirth. After all, the meals provided by the confinement center have always been too light, and Ye Qingning has been in confinement for a whole month. Her body has almost recovered, so she should be able to eat some heavier food to change her taste. Gu Cheng stood there, frowning slightly, staring into the distance thoughtfully. The cigarette in his hand was almost burned out, with only a small piece left. After a moment, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the last puff of smoke. Then he raised his hand, gently pinched the cigarette but with his index finger and thumb, twisted it hard, and completely extinguished it. Then, he turned his wrist and accurately threw the cigarette butt into the trash can beside him. After doing all this, Gu Cheng straightened his collar and walked towards the car parked on the side of the road. He opened the door, swiftly got into the driver's seat, then skillfully inserted the key and started the engine. With the low roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the parking space and drove towards the breakfast shop he had already thought of. The destination of Gu Cheng's trip was a breakfast shop famous for its crab soup dumplings. Although the shop was small, its business was extremely hot, with an endless stream of diners coming to taste the delicious food every morning. Especially his crab roe soup dumplings and crab roe steamed dumplings, which are unique, delicious, and unforgettable. Gu Cheng's wife has a special liking for these two delicacies. Every time she comes here, she can feast on them and enjoy them very much. Thinking of this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly, and he unconsciously stepped on the accelerator, hoping to get to the store as soon as possible and bring back the breakfast that his wife had been longing for. While driving on the road, Gu Cheng was concentrating on driving, his mind was wandering, thinking to himself, I will buy breakfast first, and then go to the fruit store. My wife is a little foodie on weekdays, and she especially likes all kinds of fruits. Now she is so tired of feeding the baby, I have to buy more of her favorite food to coax her. He thought seriously about which seasonal fruits are suitable for purchase in this season. Well, grapefruit and dragon fruit should be the delicious fruits of the season. I have to pick a few fresh and sweet ones to bring back for my wife to try. By the way, oranges are not bad either. They are sweet and sour and rich in vitamin C. My wife will definitely like them. As for watermelons, although they are full of water, they are still a little cold after all. Just buy a little to satisfy your craving. However, forget about durian. Although it has a unique flavor and a rich taste, the smell is really too strong. We are still living in a confinement center. If we buy them back, the smell will easily affect other people and have a bad influence. It is better to buy them for my wife to enjoy after we get home. Thinking of this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but reveal a doting smile, as if he had seen the satisfied and happy look of his wife when she tasted these fruits. Chapter 52, The Obedient and Lovely Debao and Xiaobao. The morning sun shines through the curtains, dappling on Gu Cheng's way home. He is carrying a full shopping bag in his hands, with a gentle smile on his face. The bag contains the breakfast he prepared for his wife Ye Qingning, her favorite crab roe soup dumplings and crab roe dumplings, steaming hot and fragrant, as if they can instantly awaken all the memories of the taste buds. Not only that, he also carefully selected several fresh fruits, the golden grapefruit, symbolizing reunion, the bright red dragon fruit, implying a prosperous life, and the yellow oranges and green watermelons, each of which exudes natural sweetness and vitality, as if to condense the beauty of the entire season into this moment. Gu Cheng pushed open the door, his steps brisk and full of expectation. Inside the house, a warm and familiar atmosphere blew over him. It was the smell of home, the most peaceful harbor in his heart. He gently put down the shopping bag in his hand and walked towards the bedroom. He just heard Ye Qingning's slightly lazy but happy voice coming from inside. She seemed to have just woken up from a sweet dream and was enjoying the tranquility and comfort. "Qingning, are you awake? I brought you breakfast and your favorite fruit." Gu Cheng's voice was gentle and doting, like a spring breeze, gently blowing through Ye Qingning's heart. Hearing this, Ye Qingning's face blossomed with a smile as beautiful as a flower. She quickly tidied herself and walked out of the bedroom. The scene before her warmed her heart. Exquisite crab roe soup dumplings and crab roe steamed dumplings were placed on the dining table, and next to it was a colorful fruit plate. Every bite of food revealed Gu Cheng's deep love and care for her. "Hubby, I really love you so much. You always think of what I want. You are always so considerate. I can no longer leave you." Ye Qingning's voice was full of emotion. She walked to Gu Cheng and gently leaned into his arms. At this moment, all the happiness and sweetness seemed to be condensed in this small space, which made people yearn for it and cherish it even more. In this way, the two shared this simple but warm breakfast. The air was filled with the smell of love and happiness, making this morning particularly beautiful and unforgettable. The morning sun shines on the dining table in front of Ye Qingning, adding a touch of warmth to this ordinary morning. She sits at the table, wearing light home clothes, with a happy and satisfied smile on her face. The crab roe soup dumplings and crab roe steamed dumplings bought by Gu Cheng are neatly placed on the exquisite porcelain plate, steaming hot and fragrant, as if inviting her to taste the first delicacy of the morning. Ye Qingning gently picked up a crab roe soup dumpling and carefully bit a small hole in it. The delicious soup instantly poured into her mouth. The richness of the crab roe and the deliciousness of the soup intertwined together, awakening all her taste buds. She closed her eyes and savored the love from her husband Gu Cheng, her heart filled with happiness. Then, she picked up another steamed dumpling and bit through the thin skin. The aroma of crab roe and the delicious meat bloomed in her mouth. Every bite was an ultimate temptation to her taste buds. She ate while looking out the window at the sunshine, feeling the tranquility and beauty, as if the whole world had stopped. Beside, a cup of warm milk was quietly waiting for her to taste. Ye Qingning picked up the milk and took a sip. The silky taste and light milk fragrance spread in her mouth, forming a perfect match with the delicious crab roe soup dumplings and xiaolong bao, making this breakfast even more perfect. While eating, she looked in the direction of Gu Cheng, who was sitting next to the two babies and teasing them. Her heart was filled with dependence and love for Gu Cheng. She knew that this was not just a breakfast, but also a reflection of Gu Cheng's doting on her, and Gu Cheng's meticulous care and love for her. In such a morning, with her lover and delicious food by her side, Ye Qingning felt that this was her happiest and most satisfying moment. At this moment, Gu Cheng was half squatting on the soft carpet, his face filled with a loving and doting smile. His big hands were gently waving in front of his children, as if he was happily interacting with the two little babies. His twins, sister Qingqing and brother Xianxian, were dressed in cute baby clothes, like two little angels born into the world. Their little faces were filled with innocent smiles, and their eyes were shining with curiosity and excitement. Qingqing's left hand and Xuanxuan's right hand reached out to Gu Cheng's big hand at the same time, as if they were little explorers who wanted to grab their father's big hand and feel his sense of security and warmth. Gu Cheng's big hands gently wrapped around their small hands. His movements were gentle and powerful, as if conveying silent love and strength. Debao's sister Qingqing and Xiaobao's brother Xianxian seemed to feel this special connection. Their small hands tightly grasped Gu Cheng's fingers and giggled. The laughter was crisp and pleasant, like the most beautiful music in the summer morning. Gu Cheng began to gently shake their hands, as if they were performing an interesting dance. Qingqing and Xianxian smiled even more brightly, their eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and their little faces were filled with happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only this warm and beautiful picture. Gu Cheng's eyes were filled with infinite love for these two little lives. He knew that no matter how many storms there would be in the future, he would be their strongest support. Qingning and Xianxian also felt the warmth of their father in this deep fatherly love. This simple interaction was not only a joyful interaction, but also a testimony to the deep emotions between them. At this time, the nurse of the confinement center came in. In the soft and bright confinement center room, the air was filled with the fresh scent of baby milk. The sunlight shone through the half-closed curtains and gently sprinkled on the two baby beds placed side by side, adding a bit of warmth to this warm and professional scene. Nurse Li, wearing a neat nurse uniform and with a gentle and professional smile on her face, was carefully performing a physical examination on the two babies, Qingning and Xianxian, who were just over a month old. Her movements were gentle and skillful, and every time she touched them, the two little ones opened their eyes wide and stared at the nurse, not crying or making a fuss, looking very cute and well-behaved. First, Nurse Li gently wrapped Qingning in a soft baby blanket, carefully undressed him, and gently placed a warm stethoscope on his chest, listening carefully to the tender and powerful heartbeat, her eyes full of admiration for the miracle of life. Qingning seemed to feel the nurse sister holding something against her body, giggled, and showed a happy expression on her little face, occasionally waving her little hands, as if communicating silently with Nurse Li. Then, Nurse Li turned her attention to the little treasure Xianxian. She also gently undressed Xianxian and examined every inch of his skin with a professional eye to ensure that no possible minor abnormalities were missed. During the examination, Nurse Li also whispered softly from time to time, soothing the two little guys with gentle words, making them feel safe and comfortable. After the examination, Nurse Li carefully put clothes back on Qingning and Xianxian. She patted the two little babies gently and gave them a hug of encouragement and love, as if to tell them, "You are all healthy and great." The entire examination process was filled with Nurse Li's professionalism and meticulousness, which not only put Qingning and Xuanxuan's parents at ease, but also made the joy of becoming parents for the first time more complete and profound. Chapter 53 My Aunt is Here. The sun shines through the light curtains and sprinkles on every corner of the room where Ye Qingning lives in the confinement center, adding a touch of warm golden color to this space full of the joy of new life. Ye Qingning has just finished a nutritious, delicious breakfast and is sitting on the edge of the bed, her face filled with the happiness and satisfaction of being a new mother. Her eyes are filled with both anticipation for a new life and infinite tenderness for the twins in her arms. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a lively figure jumped into view. It was Gu Cheng's cousin, Gu Xiling. This girl, who had just turned 18, was 8 years younger than Gu Cheng. Her personality was like a spring elf, naughty and full of energy. She was wearing a colorful dress, her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, with a bright smile on her face, and she was holding a bag full of toys and baby supplies in her hand, which was obviously carefully prepared for visiting her two little nephews-nieces. "Wow, sister-in-law Qingning, I'm here to see you. Let me see my little nephew." Gu Xiling shouted as soon as she entered the door, her voice full of excitement and curiosity. She walked straight to Ye Qingning and gave her a big hug, as if she wanted to pass all the joy and blessings to her through this hug. Gu Cheng glared at his little cousin gently. She was 18 years old now. Gu Cheng said, "Speak softly and don't scare the children." Gu Xiling stuck out her tongue mischievously. Then, she bent down impatiently and stared at the two little babies lying in the crib carefully, her eyes flashing with surprise and fondness. She stared at the two little babies with love in her eyes. "Oh, how can my little nephew-daughter be so cute? Look at the eyes and the nose, it's just like a smaller version of Gu Cheng." As Gu Xiling spoke, she reached out and gently touched the baby's hand, so gently that she was afraid of disturbing the tranquility. The two little babies seemed to feel the love from their aunt and blinked their big black eyes, as if responding to Gu Xiling's enthusiasm in their own unique way. Ye Qingning looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, his heart was filled with tenderness and gentleness. In this small space, because of Gu Xiling's arrival, it added a bit of home warmth and joy. Gu Xiling squatted beside the crib, gently holding her sister Qingqing's little hand in both hands, and the two seemed to be having a silent conversation. She gently shook her sister's hand, imitating the baby's voice, making the little one giggle. The clear laughter was as sweet as a silver bell, filling the whole room with laughter. Her younger brother Xianxian was not to be outdone. He stared at his aunt Gu Xiling with wide, curious eyes, as if he also wanted to join in this joyful game. Seeing this, Gu Xiling immediately turned her attention to her brother. She gently held her brother in her arms and rubbed her cheek against his soft face. Her brother was amused and giggled, kicking his hands and feet, as if expressing his joy and excitement. While teasing Xiaobao Xianxian, Gu Xiling communicated with him in gentle words. Although Xiaobao Xianxian could not understand, he obviously felt the love and warmth from his aunt. During the play, Gu Xiling had a happy smile on her face and her eyes sparkled with love for her two little nephews. Her love and care for them was beyond words. The twin brother and sister also seemed to like this little aunt very much and kept giggling. Gu Cheng smiled as he watched his lively and lovely little cousin playing with his two children. The children's laughter was like silver bells, and the little cousin tried her best to tease them in various ways, making the two little guys laugh and giggle. Seeing this warm and joyful scene, Gu Cheng couldn't help but feel warm in his heart and felt extremely relieved. After all, he has always loved this little cousin since she was a child, and now it seems that all his efforts are worth it. At this moment, Gu Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Ziling, when did you come back?" Gu Ziling, who was playing and laughing with the two babies, heard her cousin's question and paused for a moment, but soon continued to play with the children, while answering Gu Cheng's question, "I came back last night." Then she seemed to remember something and added, "Actually, I got home yesterday, but it was almost 10 o'clock. I thought my sister-in-law and the babies might have gone to bed a long time ago, and it was so late, so I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't come last night. So, early this morning, after breakfast, I couldn't wait to come over to see my little nephew and niece." As I said this, I touched the two children's heads affectionately. After hearing this, Gu Cheng continued to ask with interest, "Ziling, can you tell me what it feels like to go to college?" His curious eyes fell directly on his cousin. You know, Gu Cheng's cousin is a top student. In the first half of this year, she was successfully admitted to Zhejiang University with her outstanding grades, and coincidentally, she and Gu Cheng were alumni. Hearing her brother's question, Gu Zijing couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said to Gu Cheng unhappily, "Huh, brother, you really fooled me. I thought I would be able to relax and feel at ease after entering university, but who knew that the courses in the Department of Finance are even more difficult than those in high school? I feel like I'm back in high school now. I don't have the freedom that college students are supposed to have anymore. Every day I have to deal with one subject or another, and the workload is almost as heavy as it was in high school. Alas." Gu Zijing sighed deeply and complained with a sad face, "I now seriously suspect that I am not a freshman, but a senior." As she spoke, she shook her head helplessly, and her beautiful face was now shrouded in sorrow. Gu Cheng, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing his sister Gu Ziling's complaints. As an older brother, he was naturally very aware of the heavy workload of the finance department's courses. For most ordinary students, it might be manageable, but for someone like Gu Zijing who was determined to take the postgraduate entrance examination and become a top student, it was very different. After laughing, Gu Cheng looked at his sister and comforted her earnestly and caringly, "Okay, Xiling, don't be so depressed. Study hard and don't rush to work. Finish your graduate studies first. As for finding a job, I'm here. When you graduate, I'll help you find a satisfactory job." After that, Gu Cheng gently patted Gu Zijing's shoulder, his eyes revealing determination and encouragement. Chapter 54 Gu Cheng, a considerate and caring man, is a good role model for men. At a quiet noon in the confinement center, the sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled into Ye Qingning's room, adding a bit of warmth to this slightly monotonous space. Because Ye Qingning was still in the confinement center, it was inconvenient for her to go out. Therefore, at noon, Gu Cheng considerately brought a sumptuous takeaway lunch. He and his cousin Gu Xiling sat around Ye Qingning's bed and ate the delicious food from a specialty restaurant. On the table, the takeout boxes are steaming hot and filled with aroma. There are steamed sea bass, tomato beef brisket, stir-fried chicken, garlic spare ribs, and each dish is so delicious and tasty that it will whet your appetite at first sight. Gu Cheng and Gu Xiling ate and chatted, laughing from time to time, and the atmosphere was harmonious and pleasant. However, she couldn't eat these delicious dishes. At this time, Ye Qingning bit the spoon and looked at Gu Cheng pitifully, begging with her eyes. Maybe, because of the doctor's special instructions, she couldn't eat. Gu Cheng gently coaxed her and said, "Be good, wait until you recover completely, I will take you to eat enough, you can't eat now." Ye Qingning looked at her meal with grievance. In front of her was the light postpartum meal that she had eaten day after day and had become a little tired of. Ye Qingning's eyes revealed a trace of resentment and helplessness. She could only watch Gu Cheng and Gu Xiling feasting on the food, enjoying the delicacies that she could not taste at the moment. She felt a little envious and a little regretful. After all, during this special period, she still has to breastfeed, and she cannot eat many foods because they are not good for the baby. Therefore, her diet is strictly restricted, and foods that are too greasy or spicy are listed as taboos. She gently stirred the porridge in the bowl, her eyes drifting to the tempting takeaway delicacies from time to time, but she had to force herself to look away and focus on the postpartum meal in front of her, which was light but beneficial to her body's recovery. This helplessness and resentment flowed in her clear eyes, which made people feel pity. However, despite some regrets in her heart, Ye Qingning always had a gentle smile on her face. She knew very well that Gu Chang was doing this for her own good. Today he was entertaining his cousin Gu Xiling. Usually, Gu Chang would accompany Ye Qingning and they would eat very light meals. During this special period, the company and care of family members were more precious than any delicious food. After everyone finished lunch, Gu Chang started to prepare milk powder for the two babies. After more than a month, the two babies finally started eating milk powder. Now, breast milk is the main food, supplemented by milk powder. Ye Qingning finally felt a little more relaxed. Gu Chang is carefully preparing lunch for two babies who are just over a month old milk. He is skilled in this. He first mixes cold boiled water and hot water in proportion to a temperature of about 45 degrees, which can ensure that the milk powder is fully dissolved without destroying the nutritional components of the milk powder and avoiding scalding the baby. Gu Chang opens the milk powder can, uses a special milk powder spoon to accurately scoop out the right amount of milk powder, slowly pours it into the bottle, and gently shakes it until the milk powder is completely dissolved and forms a uniform and delicate milk liquid. On the side, Gu Xiling stared with curious eyes, concentrating on observing Gu Chang's every move. She looked at Gu Chang's big hands full of love and patience, flexibly moving between the bottle and the warm water, and every movement revealed his careful care for the baby. Gu Chang's face was filled with a gentle smile, which was a kind of satisfaction and happiness that only a father can experience. When Gu Cheng finished the last bottle, he dripped a drop of milk from the bottle on the back of his hand, felt the temperature of the milk, and then gently put the nipple to the baby's mouth. Seeing the baby sucking with satisfaction, Gu Xiling couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion in her eyes. She never thought that Gu Chang, who seemed rough on weekdays, could make milk powder so skillfully, and every detail was handled just right, as if this was a skill he was born with. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled at making milk powder." Gu Xiling couldn't help but whispered, with surprise and admiration in her tone. Gu Chun looked up and smiled slightly, with a fatherly light in his eyes. "As long as it's for the children, no matter how difficult it is, I can learn it." At this moment, Gu Xiling deeply felt the power of family affection, which can make a person so powerful and omnipotent. And Gu Chang, with his actions, interpreted this deep and great fatherly love. Ye Qingning, who was standing by, had a happy and slightly teasing smile on his face, and said softly, "Ziling, you don't know, since the first day your brother moved in, he has been very attentive. Every day he would concentrate and meticulously watch every step of the nanny taking care of the baby. Whether it was the gentle movements when changing the baby's diaper, or the careful care when bathing the baby and washing the little butt, or the precise control of the water temperature and proportion when making milk powder, he learned every aspect very carefully." At this point, Ye Qingning couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and then said, "Even I, as a mother, am not as skilled as your brother. So now, whenever your brother is around, if he needs to change the baby's diapers, bathe the baby, wash the baby's butt, or make milk powder, he won't let me intervene at all, and he does it all by himself." She gently stroked her belly and continued with a smile, "I really have to thank your brother, because he is so dedicated, I can be considered to be much more relaxed. Look, I almost eat and sleep every day, I can be lazy. As a result, I can't lose weight, I feel like your brother is about to make me a pig." After saying this, she couldn't help laughing. Gu Xiling sat quietly by the side, listening to Ye Qingning's story with full concentration. Her eyes sometimes flashed with curiosity and yearning, and sometimes revealed a trace of emotion and envy. When Ye Qingning finally finished her story full of happiness and warmth, Gu Xiling couldn't help but utter a heartfelt sigh of admiration. "Sister-in-law, I really envy you." Gu Xiling's voice was full of sincerity and desire. "When I give birth to my child in the future, if I can enjoy the same treatment as you, then I will be satisfied." As she said this, she sighed softly, as if she had already begun to look forward to the beautiful scene in the future. Then, Gu Xiling seemed to have made up her mind and said firmly, "No, from now on, I will find a husband and marry someone according to my brother's standards. If I can't find a husband as good as my brother, then I would rather not marry for the rest of my life." Her eyes were firm and persistent, and there seemed to be no room for negotiation. "Anyway, it's no big deal. I will leave all my property to my nieces and nephews. Humph, let these two little guys take care of me in my old age," Gu Xiling said, laughing mischievously. Chapter 55, Two little babies come home and are loved by the elderly. Ye Qingning spent 2 relatively long months in the confinement center. Today, she finally returned home from the confinement, a day full of joy. The sun shone through the gauze curtains, dappled in the neat and warm bedroom, adding a bit of brightness to this special day. Her face was filled with the gentle glow of a new mother, and her eyes were shining with infinite longing for future life. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window into the room, as if covering the entire space with a layer of soft golden gauze. In the room, the faint atmosphere of joy became stronger and stronger, like a wisp of light smoke floating in the air. Ye Qingning got up early, wearing a carefully selected set of elegant clothes. The color of this dress is fresh and elegant, and the tailoring is appropriate. It not only shows the tenderness of a new mother, but also reveals a trace of solemnity and reserve when returning home. At this time, Cheng was busy sorting out various things in the room. He first carefully folded Ye Qingning's clothes one by one and put them into the box, and then began to pack the items needed by the two babies: soft diapers, nutritious milk powder, exquisite and cute milk bottles, soft special tissues, and those small and exquisite clothes. He carefully checked every item to make sure nothing was missed. On the side, two newborn babies were quietly nestling in the arms of Gu's mother and Ye's mother. They gently rocked their arms, sang lullabies tenderly, and had loving smiles on their faces. After more than an hour of hard work, Cheng finally finished sorting and moving all the items. Today, Gu's father specially drove a spacious and comfortable Toyota Alpha business car. The reason for choosing this car is that there are many people in the family and it can easily sit secondly. He hopes that Ye Qingning can sit more comfortably on the way home. At this time, Ye Qingning, accompanied by Cheng, slowly walked out of the room. She was greeted by the fathers of both parties, with smiles on their faces and expectant eyes. Ye Qingning and Cheng followed behind, followed by Gu's mother and Ye's mother, who were holding the little ones. The two mothers coaxed their little grandson's nephews and walked out behind Cheng and his wife. Father Yi, holding flowers in his hands, celebrated Ye Qingning's confinement, his eyes full of love for his daughter. Today, the two little ones' aunt also came to welcome her sister-in-law out of confinement. She was also worried about the two little ones, so she came to the confinement center early to wait. With each warm greeting, Ye Qingning felt the unprecedented warmth of family. Surrounded by the crowd, she set off on the journey home with gratitude. Outside the car window, the scenery along the way seemed to be singing for the family reunion. The sun was brighter and the breeze was blowing, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. When arriving at Cheng's house, the door had already been decorated with festive decorations, and the small home seemed even warmer and more lively because of the reunion. The moment she entered the door, Cheng's grandparents, and Ye Qingning's grandparents had been waiting at home for a long time. The family members gathered together, laughing and talking, and Ye Qingning deeply felt the power of home. It was a place that could give each other the most solid support at any time and in any situation. This day not only marked the successful end of Ye Qingning's confinement life. When Cheng and Ye Qingning walked into the house with their cute twins, the whole house instantly became lively. Cheng's grandparents, and Ye Qingning's grandparents, as if they had made an appointment in advance, all rushed to the door from all corners and surrounded the two little ones tightly in the middle. This pair of twins is of great significance to the immediate relatives of both sides, because they are the first and fourth generation members of the family, and they deserve to be the eldest. Moreover, it is such a rare combination of twins, which makes everyone very happy. In ancient times, such a status was as noble as the eldest great-grandson or great-nephew, and was definitely a pampered baby in the family. At this moment, a group of old people showed their most gentle and kind side. They either bent down to carefully look at the children's pink faces, or gently stroked the children's soft hands and feet, their eyes full of love and joy. The grandfathers completely ignored their usual prudent image and tried their best to amuse the children. Some made exaggerated and funny expressions, some imitated the sounds of animals to attract the children's attention, and some danced and performed like naughty children. For a moment, laughter filled the whole room, as if a joyful feast was being staged. These two little guys are not shy at all. They are so brave and know how to show respect to others. Their little hands are waving in the air like they are conducting a grand concert. Their little mouths are laughing non-stop, and their laughter is so clear and melodious that it seems to spread throughout the house. This cheerful scene makes all the old people laugh so hard that they feel so happy. For a while, the whole living room was filled with laughter and talking. It was so lively. Cheng and Ye Qingning, the loving couple, stood aside, watching everything in front of them with a smile. Seeing so many elderly people love their two precious children so much, they were naturally very happy. At this moment, Gu's mother slowly walked down from upstairs, walked straight to the two children, and then took out two pairs of sparkling gold bracelets from her pocket like a magic trick. She carefully put these bracelets on the chubby wrists of the two little guys, and the golden light instantly made the children look more lovely and charming. Just as the gold bracelet was put on, Ye Qingning's mother, Ye's mother, was not to be outdone. She also took out a pair of exquisite pure gold safety locks from her arms with a loving face, and gently hung them on the delicate necks of the two little guys. Seeing this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but stretch his neck to take a look, and said mischievously, "Wow. Grandma and Grandma really spent a lot of money this time. Look at the weight of this gold bracelet and safety gold lock, the grams are really not light." Mother Gu glanced at her good-for-nothing son who was always in a state of disarray, then waved at Ye Qingning with a smile on her face and called out affectionately, "Qingning, come to your mother soon." Ye Qingning looked at Gu Cheng beside her, only to see Gu Cheng smiling and nodding at her, indicating his agreement. After receiving the signal, Ye Qingning took light but slightly hesitant steps and slowly walked towards Gu's mother. Every step seemed to carry a little nervousness and expectation, until she finally stood in front of Gu's mother. At this time, Mother Gu gently held Ye Qingning's slender and delicate hands, her eyes full of love and care, and said softly, "Qingning, you have worked so hard during this period. Here, I have a pair of jade bracelets passed down from Grandma Gu Chang. Today, I will solemnly hand them over to you. From now on, our family will rely on you to manage it, and you are the well-deserved hostess." As she spoke, Gu's mother carefully took out the pair of exquisite jade bracelets from her pocket. At first glance, the bracelets were simply magnificent and amazing. The emerald green color was like the first buds of spring, bright and eye-catching. The bracelets were made with great care, every detail was handled just right, the lines were smooth and natural, without any flaws. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, and the reflected light was dazzling. Obviously it was made after careful grinding and polishing. Look at the waterhead, crystal clear, full of water. There is no doubt that it is a top-quality jade. Such a precious treasure, anyone who sees it will be overwhelmed by it, and its high value is self-evident. Mother Gu carefully opened a beautiful box, and inside was a pair of crystal clear, green jade bracelets emitting a charming luster. She gently picked up one of them and put it on Ye Qingning's slender white wrist with gentle and skillful movements. Then, she picked up the other one and put it on Ye Qingning with the same gentleness. Ye Qingning was terrified at the moment, and wanted to take off the bracelet immediately. She said hurriedly, "Mom, these bracelets are too valuable, I really can't accept them." Mother Gu smiled slightly, reached out and gently patted the back of Ye Qingning's hand, and said earnestly, "Child, keep it. This is not only what you deserve, but also what you deserve. You have given so much to this family over the years, what is this small gift worth?" After saying this, Mother Gu looked at Ye Qingning with loving eyes, and that look seemed to be able to melt all the ice. Chapter 56, The Sleepy Second Child, the Playful First Child, and the Money-Loving Mother. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, a whole month had passed since Ye Qingning left the confinement center. At the same time, the two lovely babies also ushered in the third month of their lives. In the past 2 months, the two little ones have grown by leaps and bounds, especially in terms of weight. The growth rate is amazing. The elder sister Gu Wanqing's weight has soared from a few pounds when she was born to a full 10 pounds now, a full increase of 3.6 pounds. Her chubby little hands and feet, as well as her round face, are really something that makes people want to pinch and kiss them. Let's take a look at his younger brother Gu Ruishuan. He is even more amazing. His weight has increased by 4.5 caddies, which is already over 11 kilograms. He is about to reach 12 caddies. Speaking of this younger brother, whether he drinks milk powder or breast milk, his appetite is very good. He eats much more than his sister. Moreover, he is very similar to his mother in this respect. It seems that he is a natural foodie and has an endless love for food. In comparison, her elder sister Gu Wanqing seemed to be a bit picky about food. She didn't seem to be particularly interested in milk powder and was not very active every time she drank milk, but fortunately, she liked breast milk quite a bit, so she was able to ensure adequate nutritional intake. Not only that, the elder sister is also very active and lively, full of energy all day long, and has almost no time to sleep quietly. Perhaps because of this, the elder sister weighs a little less than the younger brother. But in fact, from the overall point of view, the weight distribution of the two siblings is still very even, without much difference. After all, every baby has its own unique growth rhythm. At this time, Ye Qingning, the mother of the two little guys, was staring at the computer screen in front of her, checking the stock market intently. She was paying attention to the stock called WinGTech Technology that Gu Cheng bought at the beginning. Time passed, and now it is December 6, 2019, not long after the market opened in the afternoon. The performance of this stock today is quite impressive. Compared with yesterday's closing price, although it fell by nearly 3 percentage points yesterday, it has been soaring today, and the increase has reached 2.5 percentage points. Back then, Gu Cheng bought as many as 44,000 shares at a price of more than 18 yuan per share, and then never did anything with them again. It was this seemingly simple investment decision that made the initial investment of more than 800,000 yuan continue to grow like a snowball. Today, this amount of money has soared to more than 4.4 million, nearly 5 times as much. The father of the two lovely children, Gu Cheng, was gently holding the elder sister at this moment, with a happy smile on his face, and interacting with her warmly. The younger brother, on the other hand, was lying quietly beside her, sleeping soundly, with a sweet smile on his face, as if he was having a wonderful dream. It was quite strange to say that the sleeping habits of the two siblings were completely different. My elder sister usually sleeps less and is full of energy like a tireless elf, while my younger brother spends almost most of the daytime sleeping soundly, as if he wants to sleep all the sleep in his life. According to common sense, the younger brother sleeps more during the day and should sleep less at night, and the older sister sleeps so little during the day, so she should be able to sleep soundly at night. However, this is not the case. At night, the sleeping time of the brother and sister is surprisingly the same. Not only is the time they fall asleep almost the same, but even the number of times they wake up at night is exactly the same. During this period of time, the loving couple Gu Cheng and Ye Qingning had suffered a lot. Whenever the two children woke up at the same time, they had to wake up from their sleep and force themselves to comfort the children. Sometimes the situation is even more difficult, and they have to divide the work. One person is responsible for preparing the milk powder, and the other person has to comfort the two crying little ones at the same time. Often at this time, the clever Ye Qingning would volunteer to run to the kitchen to prepare the milk, and leave the difficult task of coaxing the children to her husband Gu Cheng. Fortunately, Gu Cheng is a very durable person. No matter when the two little guys are making a fuss, he always has a way to coax them into obedience and happiness. Moreover, many times when one person can easily handle the situation, Gu Cheng always considerately lets Ye Qingning continue to sleep peacefully, and he takes the initiative to take care of the children and handles everything properly. At this moment, Ye Qingning shouted to Gu Cheng anxiously, "Husband! Look, this stock has soared to more than 100 yuan, a full 5 times. Isn't it time to sell it?" Gu Cheng felt helpless and convinced towards his wife, because just today, Ye Qingning asked him the same question over and over again countless times. Gu Cheng sighed softly, and then responded patiently, "Dear, it's not the right time yet. When the time is right to sell, I will definitely tell you the first time. You don't have to stare at it all the time from morning to night. Just glance at it occasionally every day to understand the current price." Gu Cheng then explained earnestly, "We are doing long-term investment, there is no need to be so nervous. If you stare at it like this every day, you will only make yourself worried and frightened all day long." After hearing what Gu Cheng said, Ye Qingning felt a little depressed. After all, the original investment of more than 800,000 yuan has now become more than 4 million yuan. She was thinking about how to quickly put this huge profit into her pocket, so that she could feel at ease. She was really afraid that if the stock price suddenly turned around and fell sharply, it would be really heartbreaking. However, despite having many concerns and ideas in her heart, Ye Qingning also understood that her husband was more professional in stock investment. So, in the end, she decided to follow her husband's advice. In fact, she was also very worried deep down that if she did not follow Gu Cheng's advice and rashly sold it on her own, and the stock price continued to rise sharply, she would probably regret it and feel sorry for the wealth that could have made more money that was all her little money. Ye Qingning looked at the stock market for a while, and her heart went up and down as she saw the line going up and down. Since her husband said that she couldn't sell yet, she simply turned off the computer and stopped looking at it. Chapter 57 Ye Qingning is obsessed with the drama. At night, Gu Cheng fed the two babies and coaxed them to sleep, then put them in their own cribs. After a busy day, the old father could finally lie down in bed and rest for a while. At this moment, the mother of the two little ones is holding a tablet and watching a TV series. It is a TV series broadcast in the first half of the year, All Is Well. It is an urban emotional drama that deeply depicts Chinese family ethics and affection. Many powerful actors have joined in and jointly performed a story about the original family, family entanglements, and self-redemption. The plot revolves around the seemingly prosperous Su family. With the sudden death of Su's mother, the family falls apart in an instant, and the hidden contradictions and hidden dangers gradually surface. After the father Su Daxiang escapes from the iron-fisted control of his wife, they became selfish and stingy, and made all kinds of excessive demands on their children. The eldest brother Su Mingzhi, who lived in the United States, returned to China and wanted to take on the burden of the family, but he was unable to do so, which led to the estrangement between him and his wife and daughter. The second oldest, Su Mingsheng, has long been dependent on his parents, greedy for fame and fortune, and ultimately suffered a tragic failure in both his career and family. The youngest sister, Su Mingyu, who is the least favored by her parents, has distanced herself from the family since she was a child, but due to the bond of family affection, she has to be involved in the disputes of the Su family again and become the solver of the family crisis. The characters in the play have distinct personalities and characteristics. Su Daqiang's selfishness and cowardice, Su Mingzhi's foolish filial piety and selfishness, Su Mingqing's impulsiveness and dependence, and Su Mingyu's independence and strength all resonate deeply with the audience. Especially Su Mingyu, who is a white-collar woman in the workplace but suffers from indifference and injustice in her family. Her growth process and path to self-salvation. At this moment, Ye Qingning was watching the TV series with great fascination. The plot at this moment was that the death of Su's mother triggered the long-accumulated contradictions and conflicts within the Su family, especially the grievances between Su Mingyu and Su Mingcheng, which reached a climax at his mother's funeral. After Su's mother passed away, the three siblings of the Su family gathered together again, but the feelings between them had already become complicated and subtle because of past grievances. Su Mingyu has been treated differently by her mother since she was a child. Not only has she been deprived of her due rights in study and life, but she has also been deeply hurt in her heart. Su Mingcheng, on the other hand, has become selfish and overbearing because of his mother's doting, and has no respect for his sister Su Mingyu at all. At the funeral, Su Mingcheng saw that Su Mingyu was too calm about his mother's death and was even handling company affairs, which made him dissatisfied and angry. He walked over and questioned Su Mingyu, why did she talk about work at her mother's funeral, and Su Mingyu mercilessly ridiculed him as a parasite who relied on his mother for support. This sentence touched Su Mingcheng's sensitive nerves, and he was so angry that he almost hit Su Mingyu, and Su Mingyu did not show any weakness, and the two had a fierce quarrel at the funeral. This incident not only exacerbated the conflict between Su Mingyu and Su Mingcheng, but also made the atmosphere of the entire Su family more tense. Su Mingcheng's tyranny and selfishness, Su Mingyu's independence and strength were fully demonstrated at this moment. Ye Qingning stared at the TV screen intently, watching the plot playing in front of her, her brows furrowed tightly, and sparks of anger flashed in her eyes. It turned out that the character named Su Mingcheng in the play was bullying poor Su Mingyu unscrupulously, and this scene deeply hurt Ye Qingning's heart. She clenched her fists and kept muttering, "This Su Mingcheng is so abominable. How can he bully people like this? Mingyu is so wronged, this is too much." As the plot develops, Ye Qingning becomes more and more emotional. Seeing this, Gu Chang, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but smile and comforted him softly. "Dear, don't be so angry. The fact that he can make you so angry just shows that the actor who plays Su Mingcheng has excellent acting skills." However, Ye Qingning glared at her husband and said unhappily, "Humph, although he did act well, it's really too irritating. This Su's mother is also blindly doting on her youngest son and doesn't care about her daughter's feelings at all. And that Su's father is so afraid of his wife that he can't even protect his own children." After saying these words, Ye Qingning seemed to have thought of something, turned to look at Gu Chang, and said seriously, "In the future, we must be strict with Xian Xian, and we must not let him become a man like Su Mingcheng who only knows how to bully his sisters. We must train him to be a responsible man who knows how to love his family." After listening to this, Gu Chang couldn't help but feel that his wife was really adorable. She thought that her son was mourning a TV series, which would bring a harsh future to little Gu Ruishuan. Ye Qingning and Gu Cheng chatted for a few words and then continued watching their TV series, while Gu Chang started to check the news on his phone. Suddenly, Gu Chang, who was browsing the web, was attracted by a piece of news. The headline of the news read, "On December 12, 2019, a hospital in Wuhan received a merchant from the South China seafood market. It is understood that the merchant and many employees in his shop had abnormal symptoms such as high fever and dry cough." Seeing this, Gu Cheng's heart tightened, and he immediately felt that this matter might be very serious. Gu Cheng thought for a while, then turned to look at his wife Ye Qingning, who was sitting beside him and watching the TV series intently, and asked, "Wife, do we still have masks at home? Do we have any medicines such as cold medicine and antipyretic medicine in stock?" Hearing her husband's question, Ye Qingning quickly pressed the pause button on the remote control, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, "As for masks, there are not many left. There are still some cold medicines, but not many. There are even fewer antipyretic drugs, and they are all the ones for adults." After hearing what Ye Qingning said, Gu Cheng frowned and said in a serious tone, "This won't do. Winter is coming soon. This season is the peak season for influenza. It's easy to catch a cold and have a fever. We still have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I'll go out and buy some at the pharmacy tomorrow." Then, Gu Cheng made a detailed plan. "I will go to the pharmacy tomorrow and buy more things to prepare. For example, antipyretics, antipyretic patches, cold medicines for adults and children, and various types of masks, etc. I have to buy a certain amount to feel at ease. By the way, when I go out to buy medicine tomorrow, please remind me. I will buy the medicine and send one dose to your parents first, and then come back." Chapter 58, Going out to buy medicines that are always available at home. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and gently woke up Gu Cheng from his deep sleep. He quickly got up from the bed, washed up, looked at his two babies and his wife who were still sleeping, and went downstairs for breakfast. Gu Cheng walked down the stairs slowly, each step seemed so light, afraid that his footsteps would interrupt the tranquility. He came to the kitchen door and looked at his mother quietly. His mother's hair was gently blown away by the morning breeze, but her eyes were focused and gentle. She was busy at the stove, making breakfast for the family. The fried eggs in the pan exuded an attractive aroma, which intertwined with the fresh air outside the window, forming a warm picture. "Mom, you've worked hard, getting up so early to make breakfast," Gu Cheng said softly, his words full of heartache and gratitude to his mother. His mother looked up, a loving smile bloomed on her face, and her eyes were shining with satisfaction and happiness. Mother Gu said, "It's okay, Mom is not tired. How about Qingning and the babies?" Hearing his mother's question, Gu Cheng immediately replied, "Qingning, she hasn't woken up yet, and the two babies are still sleeping." When Gu's mother heard her son say that his daughter-in-law and the two babies were still sleeping, she nodded and said, "Go sit at the dining table, breakfast will be ready soon." Gu Cheng obediently walked to the dining table and sat down, his heart filled with indescribable emotion. His mother was a very gentle and considerate woman. When he was a child, his father was very busy at work, and it was always his mother who took care of him, cooked for him, tutored him in his homework, took him to and from school, and comforted him when he was upset. Whenever he was unhappy, it was his mother who comforted him. He picked up the knife and gently cut the fried egg. The yolk flowed out slightly, interweaving with the egg white to form an attractive color. Gu Cheng first savored a bite of the fried egg carefully. The crispy outside and tender inside, just the right taste made him squint his eyes slightly, enjoying this simple happiness. Then, he picked up the toast and gently spread a thin layer of jam on it. He chewed every bite very carefully, as if he was savoring every detail of life. Gu Cheng ate while looking out the window, occasionally looking up at his mother who was busy in the kitchen, his heart filled with gratitude and happiness. On this warm morning, Gu Cheng not only enjoyed a delicious breakfast, but also enjoyed every moment with his family. This ordinary yet sincere happiness filled his heart with strength and warmth and injected full vitality into the new day. After breakfast, Gu Cheng simply cleaned up the table and made sure everything was in order at home. He glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall and silently calculated the medicines needed at home. Especially considering the recent weather changes, some necessary regular medicines at home were not sufficient, so he decided to go out to the pharmacy to buy some. Gu Cheng put on his coat, picked up his car keys, said goodbye to his mother who was busy in the kitchen, and told her that he was going to the pharmacy. Arriving in front of the car in the yard, he opened the door, swiftly got into the driver's seat, then skillfully inserted the key and started the engine. With the low roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the yard and headed towards the city. He drove to some large pharmacies in the city, thinking silently in his mind, and had already made a shopping list in his mind. First of all, masks, which are essential protective equipment for going out, especially now in the flu season. It is particularly important to protect yourself and your family. Masks generally have a long shelf life, so you can buy a few more in reserve than there are cold medicines, just in case someone accidentally catches a cold, the symptoms can be relieved in time. There are also fever patches and antipyretic drugs. For the two active babies in the family, these are all essential emergency items. After all, children's ability to regulate body temperature is relatively weak, and they are prone to fever due to weather changes. Gu Cheng walked into the drugstore with a brisk pace. He walked straight to the medicine area without looking around. After arriving at the destination, Gu Cheng quickly took out a list from his pocket, scanned the shelves with his eyes like a torch, and carefully selected the medicines listed one by one. The first thing that caught his eye was the familiar 999 cold medicine. As the first choice of cold medicine at home, it has always been Gu Cheng's savior. Gu Cheng reached out without hesitation and picked up a few boxes and put them in the shopping cart. Then he turned his eyes to the Putilan anti-inflammatory oral liquid placed next to him and also picked up a few boxes. After choosing the cold medicine, Gu Cheng paused for a moment, and the next target emerged in his mind: fever-reducing medicine. So he moved to the fever-reducing medicine area, stood still, squinted his eyes slightly, thought carefully for a moment, and finally decided to choose ibuprofen and haloperidol, two common and effective fever-reducing medicines. After getting the antipyretic medicine, Gu Cheng did not stop, but continued to search between the shelves. After a while, he found the location of the cough syrup, and hurriedly walked over to pick out several cough syrups with different effects and put them into the shopping cart. When Gu Cheng came to the counter with a basket full of medicines, the cashier couldn't help but cast a curious look at him. Seeing the mountains of medicines in Gu Cheng's shopping basket, the clerk kindly reminded him, "Sir, you see, these medicines have a shelf life. There is no need to buy so many at once." Hearing the clerk's kind advice, Gu Cheng was stunned at first, and then a gentle and polite smile immediately appeared on his face. He patiently explained, "Thank you for your concern, but there are many people in my family, so I have to prepare more. Besides, I also plan to send a copy to my father-in-law and mother-in-law, just in case." After saying this, Cheng nodded to the clerk, indicating that he was aware of the relevant matters. Hearing this, the clerk didn't say much, nodded politely, and then, Cheng asked again, "Well, get me some masks and fever-reducing patches." Hearing this, the clerk quickly turned around and walked quickly towards the counter behind him. He bent down skillfully and began to search for the items he needed. Not long after, the clerk reappeared in front of Cheng, holding a mask and a fever patch in his hands. Seeing this, Cheng quickly reached out and took the two items to examine them carefully. He first looked at the mask and found that it was neatly packed in a box. After a rough count, there were as many as 50 masks in it. Then, he cast his eyes on the fever-reducing patch next to it, which was also packed in a box, with only 5 patches in each box. Cheng stared at the masks and fever-reducing patches in front of him. After a moment's thought, he quickly calculated the population of his family in his mind. After a while, he raised his head and said to the clerk again, "Please help me get 9 more boxes of masks like this. Including this one, I want a total of 10 boxes. And this fever-reducing patch, please bring me 5 more boxes. Oh, by the way, please also bring me 6 boxes of fever-reducing patches for infants and young children. By the way, bring me 6 boxes of those N95 masks, too." Just like that, Cheng talked endlessly about the specific quantities of masks and cooling patches he needed. The clerk standing by was surprised to hear such a large number of demands, and couldn't help asking, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy so many masks and cooling patches?" Facing the clerk's question, Cheng always had a faint smile on his face and answered firmly, "Yes, I am very sure that is what I want. I would like to trouble you to get it for me as soon as possible, thank you." After hearing what Cheng said, the clerk said no more. Then, she turned around without hesitation and walked towards the back of the store. Because Cheng needed a large number of masks and fever-reducing patches, and the stock in the front display area was limited, it could not fully meet his requirements. Therefore, the clerk had to go to the warehouse at the back of the store to find and get enough goods. Time passed by minute, and Cheng stood there waiting patiently. Not long after, he saw the clerk slowly coming back with a cardboard box full of items in his hands. When he got closer, he saw that it was the masks and fever-reducing patches that Cheng needed. The clerk gently placed the box on the counter, and then began to carefully count the number of goods inside to ensure that there was nothing missing or wrong. After confirming that everything was correct, the clerk picked up the other medicines that Cheng had placed in the shopping cart, and skillfully scanned and calculated the prices one by one. Finally, he looked up at Cheng and reported the total amount of the purchase. Cheng happily paid and took the full bag of goods handed over by the clerk, feeling grateful and satisfied. He carefully checked the ingredients and applicable population of the medicines to ensure that the selected medicines were both safe and effective. He was especially careful when using medicines for babies, and chose mild formulas recommended by pediatricians. After completing the purchase, Cheng walked to the cashier with a shopping bag full of medicines in his hands, his heart full of care and protection for his family's health. Chapter 59: Going to the father-in-law and mother-in-law's house. In the early morning of December, the cold wind blew across the land. The weather in the south had also quietly turned cooler, with a hint of chill. Cheng wrapped his clothes tightly and walked out of the pharmacy quickly. His hands were filled with large and small bags filled with various cold medicines, antipyretics, masks, etc. He walked hurriedly through the busy streets, his steps seemed a bit hurried. People were busy with their own lives and did not pay much attention to the man carrying large and small bags. Finally, Cheng arrived at the parking lot and found his car. He stood still, took a deep breath, and then reached into his pocket to take out the car keys. With a light click, the trunk slowly opened. Cheng carefully sorted out the various medicines and masks in his hands. Cold medicine was neatly placed on one side, antipyretics were placed separately, and masks were neatly stacked in a corner. After everything was arranged, he gently closed the trunk lid. At this moment, Cheng seemed to remember something and reached into another pocket. He skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes and pulled out a cigarette. The lighter clicked and the flame instantly ignited, illuminating his slightly tired face. Cheng lit up the cigarette and took a deep breath, and the smoke spread out. He squinted his eyes, feeling the brief relaxation and comfort brought by the nicotine. Then, he opened his mouth and slowly exhaled a round smoke ring. The smoke ring floated in the air for a moment, and finally gradually dissipated in the cold air. He leaned against the window quietly, holding a cigarette in his hand and smoking slowly. His thoughts drifted away in the smoke. Time flies so fast. He muttered to himself, looking into the distance with a dazed look. In a blink of an eye, this year is almost over. In about a month, we will usher in the new year, which is the time for the Chinese New Year. He couldn't help but recall the situation at this time last year. He had just graduated from school and was full of confusion and helplessness about the future. He had no idea what to do after graduation. At that time, every day seemed simple. I would spend the whole day in the internet cafe with my good friend Fatty Wu, playing League of Legends day and night, shouting Demacia all the time, and immersed in the world of games. Thinking of Fatty Wu, I haven't contacted him for a long time. Recently, Gu Cheng has been busy taking care of the two little guys. The last time I saw Fatty Wu was at the full moon banquet for the two little guys. The last time Fatty Wu came, he had become so darker, fat, and dark. I heard that his father got him to the construction site to take over his father's job as a construction worker. When I have time, I will give Fatty Wu a call and ask him to get together. Then, Gu Cheng thought about the various things and changes that had happened to him in the past year. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is this year, and everything has changed dramatically. Now I am a father and a husband, and I have my own warm family. Whenever he thought of this, a happy smile would appear on his face involuntarily. Especially when his two lovely children flashed through his mind, his heart was filled with love. Their innocent smiles seemed to be the warmest sunshine in the world, able to dispel all the haze and fatigue. He feels extremely happy watching the children grow up day by day, but at the same time he is also aware that the responsibility on his shoulders is getting heavier. But no matter what, as long as he sees the bright smiles of the children, he feels that all his efforts are worth it. The streets of the city are bustling with people and cars, and there are many busy people doing their best. Gu Cheng stands next to his car in a corner of the parking lot, holding a newly lit cigarette between his fingers. He takes a puff, and in the smoke, his eyes appear deep and focused, as if at this moment, all his troubles are taken away by the rising smoke. He slowly exhales a smoke ring, letting the night swallow it, and then gently puts out the cigarette but on the lid of the trash can next to him. His movements are skillful and with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. Turning back to the front of the car, Gu Cheng opened the door of the cab and got into his beloved car. Soft jazz music played in the car, adding a bit of tranquility and comfort to this night trip. He started the engine, and the car slowly drove out of the parking space with a low roar. The headlights cut through the night and illuminated the road ahead. Gu Cheng stared at the front, but he was already thinking about what it would be like to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He had just carefully selected some common cold medicines, antipyretics, masks and other items from the pharmacy, ready to send to his father-in-law and mother-in-law to prevent them from catching a cold in this changeable season. As the car drove out of the parking lot and merged into the city's traffic, Gu Cheng felt more relaxed while listening to the music in the car. He turned on the car navigation, entered the address of his parents-in-law's home, and listened to the gentle voice of the navigator guiding the direction. His thoughts also drifted away. He knew that every visit could make his parents-in-law feel the warmth and care of their family, and this simple happiness was what he cherished most. In the darkness of the night, Gu Cheng's car was like a shooting star, breaking through the silence of the city and speeding towards his father-in-law and mother-in-law's home, carrying his love and concern for his family, as well as a beautiful expectation for the future. As the scenery outside the car window kept changing, Gu Cheng finally arrived at the warm home of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He parked the car steadily, picked up the bag containing common cold medicine, antipyretic medicine and masks, and stepped onto the stone steps leading to the door. The doorbell rang softly, and soon, a familiar and kind voice came from behind the door. "I'm coming, I'm coming." Then, my father-in-law and mother-in-law opened the door with smiles on their faces, their eyes shining with joy of seeing their relatives. "Oh, it's Xiao Cheng, come in, come in." Mother-in-law greeted him warmly, taking the bag from Gu Cheng and welcoming him into the house. Afterwards, Gu Cheng handed the 2 bags of medicines and masks in his hands to his mother-in-law, and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, the weather is getting colder, and we don't have many common medicines at home, so we thought of buying some to prepare." When leaving, Qingning thought that you 2 elders might not have much left, so she specifically asked me to bring one to you too. Then, Gu Cheng introduced, "Mom, these 2 bags, one bag contains cold medicine, antipyretic medicine, cough syrup, etc., and the other bag contains masks, fever-reducing patches and other things. Please keep them safe." The father-in-law looked at the things that Gu Cheng handed over, patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, "Gu Cheng, I know Qingning. You came so early, she must still be sleeping. Don't say that she asked you to do it to flatter her. It must be something you thought of yourself. You are so thoughtful every time and even sent a copy specially." Gu Cheng responded with a smile, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He looked around, the layout of the house was still warm and familiar, and then said, "Dad, Qingning also cares about you and Mom. By the way, Mom and Dad, if you have nothing to do recently, please go over and play more often. You live so close to them. Qingqing and Xianxian must miss Grandpa and Grandma." The parents-in-law smiled at each other, their eyes full of love. Okay, we'll go when we're free. We also miss our two little babies, Qingqing and Xianxian. By the way, as for you, let Qingning, as a mother, do more for the two little ones. Don't spoil her too much, and don't tire yourself out too much. Take care of your health, the father-in-law said with concern. Gu Cheng felt very warm in his heart about his father-in-law's concern, and then he said, "Mom and Dad, I won't stay any longer, I have to go back first. Qingqing and Xianxian should get up, so come and play when you are free, and visit the two little ones more often." Hearing this, the father-in-law and mother-in-law had a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, as if they had already seen the two lively and cute little figures playing at home. They were also very satisfied with Gu Cheng, the son-in-law. Yes, Ye Qingning was good, always pampering her, taking care of the family, and making money. Afterwards, Gu Cheng stood up and said goodbye. Ye's father and mother also saw Gu Cheng off and watched Gu Cheng's car go away. Chapter 62 Little Guys Clinging to Their Dad. After delivering medicine to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he drove back home, parked the car, and walked towards home. At this moment, Gu Cheng felt particularly relaxed. He pushed open the door, and was greeted by the soft lights and warm atmosphere of the living room on the first floor. At a glance, he saw his wife Ye Qingning and his mother sitting on the sofa, each holding a little kid. They were the twins who made his heart soft, Qingqing and Xianxian. Qingqing was wearing pink baby clothes and a diaper, looking around cutely with her big eyes open, while Xianxian was wearing blue baby clothes and was in her grandmother's arms, waving her little hands and grabbing things. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two adorable little kids were immediately attracted by the sound. They stared at the door with their big, blinking eyes, innocent smiles on their little faces. The moment they saw Gu Cheng, their eyes instantly flashed with surprise. Seeing Gu Cheng coming back, Qingqing was the first to twist her body, waving her little hands and humming from time to time. Then Xianxian also started humming and waving his little hands, as if the two little guys were asking their father for a hug. It was because of Gu Cheng's meticulous care that the two little guys felt a sense of dependence on their father. The two little guys whined at the same time and waved their little hands towards Gu Cheng, as if they were making the most sincere invitation to Gu Cheng. Ye Qingning seemed to be greatly shocked. "Humph, as soon as your dad came back, you whined and asked him to hold you, you two little ungrateful bastards." Seeing this scene, Gu Cheng also smiled slightly and walked over quickly. First, he took his daughter Qingqing from Ye Qingning's arms, gently held her up, and let her little face stick to his big face. Feeling her father's touch, little Qingqing giggled. After holding his daughter for a while, he handed her to Ye Qingning, and then he gently took Xianxian from his mother's hands. As soon as Xianxian was in his father's arms, his little hands began to wave and stretch towards Gu Cheng's face. Gu Cheng put his face close to Xianxian so that he could touch his face, and made some funny faces from time to tease Xianxian. The little guy was so amused by his father's funny faces that he laughed. Ye Qingning and Gu's mother watched the scene from the side, their eyes full of relief and happiness. At this moment, the warmth and harmony of home were infinitely magnified and became the most precious memory in their hearts. At this moment, Gu Cheng suddenly remembered that the medicines, masks and other items he had bought before were still lying quietly in the trunk of the car. As soon as he got home, he was so happy to think about the two cute little guys at home that he actually threw this matter out of his mind. Then, Gu Cheng hurriedly handed Xianxian, who was in his arms, to his mother carefully, and then hurriedly walked towards the yard. After a while, he came to the side of the car, reached out and gently pressed the button to open the trunk. There were several bags of medicines and masks neatly placed inside. Gu Cheng bent down, stretched out his hands to pick up the bags, then turned and walked quickly towards the storage room. After entering the storage room, he first carefully observed the surrounding environment, and then began to sort the medicines and masks in an orderly manner, and place them one by one in the appropriate position. After everything was put away properly, Gu Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the empty bag and walked briskly back to the living room. He turned back to the living room, and was greeted by a warm and harmonious scene. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the floor, adding a bit of warmth to this morning. His mother was sitting on the sofa, her face filled with a loving smile, holding a string of colorful bells in her hand, gently shaking them and teasing Qingqing in her arms. Qingqing, the 3-month-old little girl, was wearing a pink baby outfit with little bunnies printed on it, her eyes sparkling, her little hands trying to grab the string of bells, her mouth giggling, and she looked particularly happy. Next to her mother, her daughter-in-law Ye Qingning was half kneeling on the carpet, holding a colorful cloth book in her hand, telling Xian the story in the book. Xian, a little boy who was also 3 months old, was wearing a blue baby jumpsuit, holding the pages of the book tightly with his hands, his eyes fixed on his mother's face, as if he was completely immersed in this new world. Whenever Ye Qingning talked about something exciting, Xian would kick his feet excitedly and make ah sounds, as if he was very interested in the story. Gu Cheng looked at this scene, his heart filled with happiness and satisfaction. The smiles of his family and the laughter of his children were the source of his motivation to work hard. He approached quietly and whispered in Ye Qingning's ear, "I'm back." Ye Qingning looked up and gave him a gentle smile. Their eyes met, and without saying anything, the tacit understanding and love flowed. At this moment, home is not just a place to live, but also a harbor for the soul and a source of love and warmth. Looking at the time, the clock in the living room was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. It was time to make lunch. Gu Cheng said hello to his wife and mother, then turned and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Gu Cheng stood in the kitchen, wearing a brown apron with a few oil stains accidentally splashed on it. The sunlight slanted in through the half-open window, sprinkling on the clean and tidy workbench, making everything bright. He held a sharp kitchen knife in his right hand and skillfully cut fresh vegetables on the chopping board. Each cut was precise and powerful. Green peppers, red tomatoes, and yellow carrots were quickly turned into uniform small pieces under his hands. The colors were colorful, just like a vivid oil painting. On the stove on the right, a stew pot was bubbling, stewing fragrant bone soup. The rich aroma filled the air, making people salivate. Gu Cheng's eyes were focused on the chopping board, and he handled the sea bass skillfully. His movements were smooth and skillful, and it was obvious that he cooked frequently. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to be enjoying the fun of cooking. Next to him, the rice in the rice cooker was already cooked, emitting an enticing rice aroma. Gu Cheng skillfully picked up the spatula and placed the fried dishes one by one on the plate. Each dish was neatly arranged, with the right color combination, which was both beautiful and tempting. He also sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions into the soup. The green chopped green onions rolled in the hot soup, adding a bit of color, aroma, and flavor to the soup. Finally, Gu Cheng looked at the lunch on the table with satisfaction. It was simple but full of love, with both meat and vegetables, and balanced nutrition. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face filled with a smile of satisfaction and happiness.